She had become an adult again. What are you looking at? I can only use my full strength if I transform back into my true form. The adult version of Tianming is now standing steadily in front of Lin Ao. She was wearing a long white gauze dress, and her jade feet floated lightly above the ground. Her graceful and proud figure matched with her stunningly beautiful face completely attracted Lin Ao's attention and made it difficult for him to look away. Tianming saw that Lin Ao had no reaction at all and just stared at him in a daze. She glared at Lin Ao angrily and simply ignored him. This time she didn't even use her usual golden palm to deal with Lin Ao. It took Lin Ao a long time to come back to his senses. Lin Ao sighed inwardly. He had seen many ups and downs, but he had no resistance to Tianming's appearance as an adult. It seemed that he had not practiced enough. The resistance is too poor. At this time, Tianming lifted Mingwu in front of him, and a small golden palm appeared in front of Mingwu. It kept slapping Mingwu's face, and the crisp sound made Lin Ao tremble with fear, because although Tianming was beating Mingwu, she turned her head to look at Lin Ao. It seemed like a warning to Lin Ao. Mingwu was awakened by the pain. He saw a stunning woman in front of him looking to the other side, while he was being hit by a golden palm. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a slap. When he was about to speak again, he was slapped again. The woman didn't look over here. Mingwu followed her gaze out of the corner of his eye and found that Lin Ao was standing not far away. He wanted to speak, but was interrupted by the golden palm again. Mingwu's eyes became moist and tears flowed down. Don't look at me anymore. He's already woken up by the hidden fan. If you continue to fan him, he'll faint again. At this time, Lin Ao also realized that Mingwu in front of him had woken up. He pointed behind Tianming with a strange look on his face. Tianming then turned his head and looked at him with a calm expression, and then stopped beating Mingwu. What do you mean? My experience this day was simply inhuman. I was used as a skateboard and stabbed with needles, but I surrendered and you want to beat me up. Woo. What do you want? You can kill me or chop me up as you please, just give me a quick death. The Mingwu defense is completely broken. I've surrendered and am now a piece of meat on the chopping block. And you still want to humiliate an old man like this? You guys are so stupid. Tianming completely ignored Mingwu's accusations and swung the golden palm again, leaving an afterimage. After a burst of screams, Mingwu seemed to have lost his soul. Then the golden palm appeared on Mingwu's forehead again, and with a light flick, a phantom of Mingwu was bounced out. Destiny moved at this moment. A complex rune appeared in her hand, then turned into a sharp sword and pierced directly into the chest of the phantom. Then it turned into thousands of golden energy threads, locked it tightly, and then merged into the phantom. An extremely complex and profound spell flashed from his body. Finally, everything returned to calm. Chapter 357 Group Photo. The phantom quietly returned to Mingwu's body, and then Mingwu's whole body twitched violently. Done. The corners of Tianming's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint smile, while Lin Ao on the side quietly recorded this scene. Tianming let go of Mingwu, and he instantly fell to the ground from above. Mingwu had already fallen into a coma at this time, but Lin Ao did not pay much attention to Mingwu's condition because he was busy. He was busy recording this scene of Tianming in full. Due to the restrictions on equipment and procedures, there had been no suitable opportunity before. Now Tianming had been staying outside and had not returned to Lin Ao's body for a long time. In this case, there is considerable room for maneuver. Tianming seemed to have noticed something. She turned her head slightly to glance at Lin Ao, then slowly spoke. Have you taken enough photos? When Lin Ao heard this, he paused for a moment, then changed his usual behavior and walked towards Tianming with a smile. He wanted to take some photos as a souvenir before his destiny changed back. What are you going to do? Tianming's brows furrowed slightly, and there was a rare hint of uneasiness in her tone of voice. However, Lin Ao was completely unaware of this subtle change, because he was also quite nervous and was always on the lookout to see if Tianming would summon Little Palm out. Well, I can. Lin Ao spoke with some trepidation in his heart, but before he could finish his words he was interrupted by Tianming. No, you can't do that now. You hold it back. I haven't thought it through yet. I'm not mentally prepared. A rare blush appeared on Tianming's face, and she refuted with a series of words, which made Lin Ao stunned. I just want to take a photo. Is this even a small request? Lin Ao had never expected Tianming to be so resistant. He was asked to endure it. To think it through. To prepare himself mentally. He just wanted to take a photo of the two of them. He had many photos with other people, but not with Tianming, so he wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to take a photo together. Tianming was also stunned. Huh? So he was taking a photo. Wasn't he going to? Tianming felt her face getting hot. She shook her head, wondering what she was thinking. Then Tianming looked at Lin Ao, who had a hurt expression on his face, and for a moment he didn't know how to start. Lin Ao slowly put his phone back, turned around, and thought about finding an opportunity to secretly take a photo. At this moment, Tianming's voice came from behind him. Well, if it's for taking pictures, then. Tianming's voice was unusually gentle. Lin Ao paused for a moment, and then his heart boomed, as if a dazzling flash of lightning had passed by. Could it be that she was just thinking about that kind of thing? Lin Ao's heartbeat suddenly accelerated rapidly, like 1,000 horses galloping. Just imagining it made his blood boil. He tried hard to calm down. He had to stay calm, otherwise some abnormal behavior might immediately make Tianming back down, or even get angry and summon dozens of golden palms. Lin Ao turned around with an expression of extreme surprise on his face. Really? You agree? That's great. Lin Ao took out his cell phone again and walked in front of Tianming, pretending not to notice the meaning of her previous series of denials. His extremely surprised expression made Tianming feel a little happier. Can such a small gesture make you so happy? Tianming felt a strange feeling in his heart when he saw Lin Ao's performance. Well, just take the photo quickly, I'll cooperate. There was a hint of a smile on Tianming's lips, and surprisingly, she actually took the initiative to express her willingness to cooperate with Lin Ao. A smile appeared on Lin Ao's lips. He raised his cell phone and slowly approached Tianming. At this time, the two of them were pressed tightly together. Lin Ao raised his mobile phone, and then they both looked at the camera together. Crack! With a mechanical sound, a selfie was successfully completed. Lin Ao excitedly took the phone to check, but found that Tianming's expression in the picture was a little stiff, obviously due to nervousness. Can I take more pictures? Lin Ao glanced at Tianming, who was looking at the photo carefully. You know, this was the first time in her life and also the first evidence preserved in the long river of time. Tianming nodded slightly in agreement. Lin Ao stretched out his right hand and hugged Tianming carefully and gently. Tianming's body trembled slightly. Well, this is a normal pose for taking photos. I don't mean to offend you. After Lin Ao noticed Tianming's reaction, he immediately started to explain. After hearing Lin Ao's explanation, Tianming did not push Lin Ao away, but chose to agree with his statement. Lin Ao stared at Tianming's beautiful profile, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Lin Ao sniffed the scent emanating from Tianming. This was the first time they had such close contact. Lin Ao took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and then raised his phone again. Tianming, you can try to smile. Lin Ao spoke softly, and Tianming nodded gently. 3, 2, 1, crack. Another photo was taken, and Lin Ao still didn't let go of Tianming's hand. He put the phone back in front of him, and they both moved closer to check it out. Without noticing for a moment, their heads were pressed tightly together. In the picture, both of them smiled beautifully, and at this moment, the atmosphere between them seemed to become a little ambiguous. Lin Ao's heartbeat quickened and his breathing became a little rapid. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. And Tianming didn't seem to resist. Lin Ao slowly turned his head, and for some unknown reason he kissed Tianming on the side of his face. Lin Ao froze, and Tianming also froze. A wisp of fragrance lingered around Lin Ao's nose, along with the warm and moist skin texture that was so tempting that he couldn't stop. You still don't let go. Tianming came back to her senses and a hint of red appeared on her face. She said something angrily and was about to take action. But Lin Ao made up his mind, since he was going to be beaten anyway, he might as well do it more thoroughly. She looked at Tianming's cherry lips as she spoke, and he kissed her deeply. Tianming's words were blocked, and a thunderclap sounded in her mind. This was the first time she had experienced this feeling, and an extremely complicated feeling emerged in her heart. It's a little enjoyable, a little sweet, and a little addictive. Bang! With a loud bang, a figure flew into the air and then fell down. Long Aoshan stood outside the yard and saw Lin Ao lying on the ground. Brother Lin, are you playing some new game? Chapter 358, Is it an illusion? Lin Ao hurriedly got up, carefully straightened his clothes, and brushed off the dust on his clothes. He acted extremely calm, then turned around, revealing a deep red handprint on each side of his face. Long Aotian circled around Lin Ao several times. Why did he look like he felt the same way? Brother Lin, it seems like you and Tianming are getting along very happily. I understand the saying that beating is love and scolding is affection. Chiwu and Nezha also treat me like this from time to time, so I can understand how you feel. Long Aotian patted Lin Ao's shoulder gently, but Lin Ao ignored him. Instead, he closed his eyes and savored the brief moment. A faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Digest the energy of destiny. Also, send me the photos. At this moment, the voice of destiny sounded in Lin Ao's mind, interrupting Lin Ao's memories. Ahem, Aotian, please wait for me for a moment. Lin Ao took out the capsule and swallowed it directly. An extremely strong energy wave instantly surged out of his body, and a solid barrier suddenly fell from the sky, completely covering Lin Ao. Seeing this, Long Aotian quickly moved aside. Are you going to evolve again? Long Aotian looked at Lin Ao in the energy barrier and found that some dazzling energy began to surround him. He sat cross-legged on the ground and saw that the gorgeous energy became more and more dense, as if a ball of colorful clouds tightly wrapped around Lin Ao. The light shines outward through the barrier, illuminating the surroundings with brilliant light. Long Aotian opened his eyes wide and stared closely, not daring to miss any subtle details. As time passed, the energy fluctuations gradually became stable. The barrier slowly disappeared, Lin Ao slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes in an instant. Brother Lin, what's the situation? Long Aotian asked impatiently. Lin Ao stood up and stretched his body. An extremely powerful aura emanated from him. I feel better than ever before, and my own strength has improved significantly. Lin Ao said with a smile. Lin Ao immediately took out his phone, opened Tianming's chat window, and sent all the photos he had just taken to Tianming without missing a single one, including that one. Then he quickly opened the portal and pulled Aotian tightly into his arms and walked in. The moment the two of them stepped out, they had already returned to the imperial city of Land Kingdom. Phew, it was a close call. Lin Ao whispered to himself, then stretched his waist. Long Aotian, who was standing aside, blinked quickly at Lin Ao. What are we doing? Let's go meet Yi Chen now. Without anyone guarding us, we can easily take care of him. Lin Ao glanced at Long Aotian, whose expression looked rather strange, and thought that he was going crazy again. Brother Lin, above your head there is a super huge hand. Long Aotian's face was full of anxiety, and he had already moved away from him. He knew very well that this must be aimed at Lin Ao, so he wanted to avoid being implicated innocently. When Lin Ao heard this, his heart sank suddenly. He just looked up. Bang! There was a deafening roar, and the word, Tai, suddenly appeared on the ground. Then the palm turned into golden light and gradually dissipated. You're really taking revenge right here and now, you're not willing to wait even a moment. Lin Ao, who was deeply embedded in the ground, made a sound full of resentment. Long Aotian then slowly walked over and pulled Lin Ao out with force. Ahem, I was wrong just now. Chiwu and Nezha wouldn't be so ruthless if they were the first to attack. Long Aotian couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart, recalling the day when he met Lin Ao and was embedded in the wall by him. Now seeing that he had ended up in this situation, he felt so relieved. This is what brothers are like. Lin Ao tidied his clothes again with a helpless look on his face. At this moment, Hongguo's destiny had a smile on his face, as if he had witnessed Lin Ao's miserable state with his own eyes. That expression seemed to contain a bit of coquettishness. She stared at the last kissing photo and fell into a state of ecstasy for a moment. It's such a wonderful feeling. Lin Ao removed the barrier and brought Long Aotian to a pavilion, where he landed next to Nara. Hey, this is my new sister-in-law. As soon as Long Aotian landed, he took the initiative and verbally took advantage of Lin Ao. He felt good. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Haha, you'll be in trouble when you get back. Long Aotian's words scared Nara and the maids beside her. They immediately became alert, turned around and saw that it was Lin Ao, and then they felt relieved. Just as she was about to say hello, a group of guards rushed over. Because neither of them hid their figures on this trip, they just swaggered around the imperial city of Land Kingdom. Lin Ao has already dealt with the most unstable factor, so there is no need to hide anything anymore. Lin Ao gave Long Aotian a wink, and Long Aotian smiled brightly and rushed towards the group of guards. Is he the friend you're waiting for? Nara looked at the guards flying all over the sky and the maniacally laughing Long Aocean, and felt that this man was quite passionate. Lin Ao smiled and nodded. Did he do anything during this time? Lin Ao pointed at Yi Chen's house, and Nora shook her head. For the past 2 hours, she had been left outside as usual. He's probably very busy. The royal brother left, but that Hera stayed inside. Lin Ao understood what Nara said. Lin Ao smiled and snapped his fingers. Boom. With a loud bang, the roof of Yi Chen's house was directly blown off. Let's go to the theater. Lin Ao pulled Nara up and flew directly into the sky. At this time, Long Aocean had also finished his work and followed behind Lin Ao with a happy face. Who? An angry roar was heard in the room. Yi Chen, who was disheveled, looked furious, and there was a shivering woman on the bed. Looking up at the sky, the first thing that caught my eye was Nora. Why, you stinky woman, you want to be favored by me. And I favored your sister, and you are jealous. Do you want to invite 2 helpers to demonstrate? Yi Chen smiled coldly, then looked at Lin Ao and Long Aocean beside Nara. After seeing the 2 people's faces clearly, he rubbed his eyes and asked, am I hallucinating? How about I leave that woman to you? Lin Ao held Nara in his arms and pointed at the android on the bed. Nora narrowed her eyes, looked over, nodded, and flew straight down. Lin Ao and Long Aocean also started to move. Yi Chen was still rubbing his eyes in confusion. Chapter 359. Not even given a chance to say a last word. Yi Chen looked at Lin Ao and Long Aocean flying towards him. As the 2 got closer, he was sure that he was not hallucinating. Lin Ao, Long Aocean, he shouted in horror. He was full of confusion, and memories flooded his mind again, those hateful memories from before. Lin Ao and Long Aocean were standing in front of Yi Chen. Long time no see Yi Chen. Lin Ao greeted politely. Hello Splatoon. Long Aocean had a wicked smile on his face and looked at a certain part of Yi Chen, causing Yi Chen to unconsciously clamp his legs together. At this time, Nora also came to the bed and looked at Hera, who was in shock. Are you happy? Suddenly becoming the princess of Land Country. Are you happy? You've gained General Emu's favor. I'm not jealous of you, it's just that your smug attitude really annoys me. Nara's voice was cold. She had originally hoped that she would replace her. She was too lazy to deal with General Mu and her so-called brothers. But Hera's expression made her feel a little disgusted. General Mu save me. Hera screamed in fear, but Yi Chen did not react at all, because at this moment he was also in a desperate situation and could hardly save himself. Nara, I'm going to go out and talk to him, you can do whatever you want. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Yi Chen suddenly jumped up, his eyes full of ferocity. This punch contained all his strength, and he sneered. With his current strength, Lin Ao. Nothing to be afraid of. Fear. Lin Ao blocked Yi Chen's attack with one finger. His 5 fingers formed into claws, firmly grasping his fist. He squinted his eyes at Yi Chen, and gently pulled, and a gust of wind blew past Yi Chen's ears. He couldn't help but blink, and when he regained his sight, they were already outside. Of all the puppets of fate, I hate you and Mingyi the most, do you know that? Lin Ao's voice sounded coldly, and Yi Chen's veins popped up all over his body. He wanted to break free from Lin Ao's grip, but it was of no use. Long Aocean swung a punch and hit Yi Chen directly in the stomach. Yi Chen's eyes bulged out and he immediately bent his body. His mouth opened wide and he let out a hoarse gasp, his face full of pain. He fell straight to his knees on the ground. Master Wu. Yi Chen roared towards the sky. The red threads on his body also rushed out crazily, and Lin Ao let him yell. He looked at the red lines of fate with his golden red eyes, and with one thought, everything merged into his body. At this time, a large number of soldiers came outside. The Emperor of Lan and the princes surrounded this place with the soldiers. Who are you? What did you do to General Mu? The Emperor of Land Kingdom had a cold expression on his face as he looked at Lin Ao and Long Aocean in the field. Of course, he also saw Yi Chen's miserable condition, but he knew that Yi Chen had a true state priest by his side. This person was extremely powerful, which gave him enough confidence. Do you know who you've offended? When the offerings arrive, you'll be in big trouble. The Emperor of Land Kingdom sneered, and so did the princes. They didn't know that Mingwu had already been dealt with by Lin Ao. Aocean, I leave it to you. Have fun. The Emperor of the Land Kingdom also has the strength of the Xuanwu realm, so you can warm up well. Long Aocean could no longer hold back after seeing their situation. After hearing Lin Ao's words, he immediately flew forward, and the soldiers followed suit. The two sides immediately started fighting. Yi Chen, I didn't expect we would meet again. Lin Ao released Yi Chen's fist and he immediately fell to the ground. Lin Ao, wait until Master Wu comes over, you'll be in trouble. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with gloom, and his heart had already exploded. The two people he least wanted to see actually appeared in this world. Haha, you mean Ming Wu? He's probably still trembling at this moment. Lin Ao looked at Yi Chen jokingly. Is he still counting on the Destiny clone at this time? Ah Ju. Ming Wu, who was kneeling in the yard, sneezed and immediately covered his mouth, fearing that he would upset the little girl in front of him. What do you mean? Yi Chen saw Lin Ao's playful look and had a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Ao did not explain. His eyes were shining brightly. Yi Chen felt a burning sensation on his left arm. He turned around and saw that his arm had turned into ashes and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah! A terrifying scream was heard, and the intense pain made Yi Chen's face distorted. What? You can't stand it. I thought your death was too easy. Now you have a second chance. Guess how I will deal with you. Lin Ao pinched Yi Chen's head with one hand and lifted him up. He was twisting in pain like a worm. Lin Ao looked at him with some disgust. At this moment, Yi Chen's painful eyes became very cold, and his remaining hand turned into a hand knife, with power wrapped around his palm. Stabbed Lin Ao in the chest. Haha, you're quite an actor. I used to despise you, but I didn't expect it was all acting. But I really enjoyed seeing your expression. Lin Ao looked indifferent and watched him stab himself in the chest. Yi Chen's expression became more and more crazy, and he could no longer suppress his smile. He thought, Lin Ao, you are so arrogant, giving him the chance to get so close to you. Crack. Yi Chen's smile froze on his face. What? Are you tickling me? Lin Ao looked at Yi Chen with contempt. The two of them were no longer on the same level. His behavior was nothing but a drizzle in Lin Ao's eyes. It doesn't cause any harm. The sound just now was the sound of Yi Chen's finger bones breaking. No, impossible. Lin Ao, how did you become so strong? Yi Chen looked incredulous. At the very least, he should have felt uncomfortable, but he didn't react at all. At this time, Yi Chen finally realized the gap between him and Lin Ao. He was extremely anxious. He was still thinking about waiting for Ming Wu to come and save him. Woohoo! A strange voice flew past them. It was Long Aotian. He paused and gave Yi Chen a slap on the face. Lao Dang, let's fight for another 300 rounds. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Nora kicked the door open, dragging Hera out like a dead dog. I'm done venting. Lin Ao looked over and saw that Hera's face had swollen like a pig's head, but the rest of her body was intact. It seemed that Nara had simply taught her a lesson. By the way, Yi Chen, let me show you her true face. Lin Ao smiled faintly and motioned for Nora to pull her over. A burst of energy appeared in Lin Ao's hand, and Hera's face immediately returned to its original state, revealing that beautiful face. Yi Chen looked over helplessly. Lin Ao snapped his fingers, and Hera's face and body began to change. A mysterious power enveloped Hera's whole body, and soon, a strange woman appeared in front of Yi Chen. Elephant legs, a pot-shaped waist, and a face full of bumps. Yi Chen's eyes widened, and his stomach felt sour. This is her true face, how is it? Lin Ao raised his eyebrows, and just when Yi Chen was stunned, he threw Yi Chen to the ground. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. And I was responsible for all the embarrassing things that happened to you in Land Country, to make your life more colorful. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he stepped on Yi Chen's chest, and a large amount of destiny energy poured into Lin Ao's body. This should be the power of the original destiny of the world. Yi Chen was completely speechless. Okay, you have to die anyway, don't you understand? Lin Ao took out the device that sealed the soul, the small coffin. In Yi Chen's horrified eyes, Lin Ao stepped on his head. Yi Chen looked at the gradually enlarging soles of his shoes, with only one thought in his mind. Please at least let me say a few words of sarcasm before dying. Chapter 360 Life and Death. The huge sole of the foot suddenly stopped on the tip of Yi Chen's nose. The strong wind brought by the foot made a whistling sound, and the strong wind caused Yi Chen's face to be severely deformed. Yi Chen's eyes were as round as copper bells, and his breathing seemed to stop instantly. The endless fear of death filled his whole body like a tide. If I take this step, it seems like I'll get myself dirty. Lin Ao's voice was cold and ruthless, like the king of hell demanding death. Yi Chen's tears and snot kept flowing down, and a pool of yellow liquid was flowing out from below. Lin Ao, please have mercy on me and let me go." Yi Chen's voice of collapse resounded all around. It seemed that Mingwu had been dealt with by Lin Ao. Everything he said before was true. His greatest reliance was Mingwu. However, it's gone, everything is gone. When he came into this world, he thought he was specially favored by God. When he learned that he was the one chosen by fate, he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. He is the chosen one who has experienced death and resurrection. In the state of Chu, even if he was working under Chu Tian, he was still the highly regarded prodigy Yi Chen. He is below several people, yet above 10,000 people. Now he has been completely trampled into the mud, and at this moment, all he wants is to survive. At this time, Long Aotian's business was also over. No one was left standing on the field. The Emperor of Land Kingdom and those princes were all hung firmly on the tree by ropes that he had found from somewhere. And taking pictures. "Brother Lin, this angle is perfect, let me take a picture for you." Long Aotian walked over with a smile, and then took 5 consecutive photos. "Smile. Maybe your grandpa Lin Ao will be in a good mood and let you go." Long Aotian squatted down and gently patted Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen forced a smile that was much uglier than crying. Long Aotian continued to take several more photos. While Long Aotian was still teasing Yi Chen, Lin Ao suddenly turned his head and looked in a specific direction. His brows were furrowed tightly. "Aotian, someone is coming. It must be another incarnation of destiny." Lin Ao clearly felt a unique aura belonging to the incarnation of destiny, flying towards him rapidly. I guess when they were trying to contact Mingwu, they found that he had lost contact, so they sent someone over to check the specific situation. Haha, isn't that perfect? We'll take care of them one by one. This is simply sending food to us. Long Aotian's face was full of excitement, and he thought to himself that he could have fun again. Mingwu still felt energetic and full of energy after a fierce battle with this group of people. When Yi Chen on the ground heard Lin Ao's words, his heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that the support had finally arrived? Now he has a chance to break free from the predicament. Once he succeeds in escaping, he will definitely torture Lin Ao and that Lin Aotian to death. You two just wait and see. Haha, I'd really like to see who these people are. I thought they were huddled together in Chu state, making them difficult to deal with. I never thought there would be such an unexpected gain. Lin Ao stepped heavily on Yi Chen, staring at the distant sky with calm and focused eyes. I saw a gorgeous red dress flying towards this side like lightning. The person there looked virtuous and dignified, with an elegant and refined temperament and a friendly and easy-going expression. However, against the backdrop of the hot and seductive red dress, an extremely strong contrast was formed. Her appearance was gentle and dignified, but the red dress she wore was extremely hot and seductive. Is it Minglu or Mingju? Lin Aona distinguished them based on Xiaozhou's previous appearance characteristics. Currently, there are still 3 female Destiny clones. However, if we talk about maturity and gentleness, then Destiny 8 can be excluded, and the only ones left are Destiny 6 and Destiny 9. Oh, it looks so miserable. The woman arrived above them, her expression extremely calm. She was only surprised by Yi Chen's current miserable condition. She didn't seem surprised at all that Lin Ao and Long Aotian were here. Master Ju, save me! Save me! As soon as Yi Chen saw the person coming, a hint of excitement suddenly appeared in his eyes, as if her arrival could successfully rescue Yi Chen from Lin Ao's control. Lin Ao looked indifferent and glanced at Yi Chen at his feet. You're really too noisy. Lin Ao said this coldly, and slightly increased the strength of his feet. Ba ji. His head exploded like a watermelon in an instant. I still got my feet dirty after all. Lin Ao moved away with disgust and took out the small coffin. A ghostly shape slowly floated out of Yi Chen's body and was then sucked into the small coffin. Lin Ao closed the small wooden coffin and placed it properly, then raised his head and looked at Mingju in the air. She still had a smile on her face. She did not stop Lin Ao's actions, but watched from the side with a smile on her face. It seems that the loss of contact with Mingwu has given you some clues, right? Lin Ao spoke in a calm tone. He didn't know what abilities Mingju possessed, so he didn't act rashly. The card given by Li Jing that can suppress the power of the Destiny clone has already been used on Mingwu. Lin Ao acted calm and composed, but Long Aotian could no longer contain himself. He looked excited and rushed straight towards Mingju. Let me meet you first and see if you can take a beating like that old fellow. Long Aotian was incredibly fast. As soon as his voice rang out, he had already arrived in front of Mingju and threw a punch with all his might. A deliberate punch. This punch is designed to hit a woman. Boom. There was a loud bang, and a burst of golden and red energy intertwined in the air, shaking the entire Land Kingdom's imperial city. Did you succeed? Lin Ao looked up at the sky. After the light disappeared, a figure fell down. Lin Aoting looked and found that the figure was actually Long Aotian. Lin Ao flashed over and caught the falling Long Aotian. He quickly checked his body and found that he had no injuries. But he was completely unconscious, and Lin Ao's face became serious. I'm so scared, why is he so violent? Mingju in midair still had that gentle expression, and didn't look like he was frightened. Lin Ao put Long Aotian steadily on the ground. Hoo kaka kaka. Long Aotian, who was lying on the ground, actually started snoring. What do you think I did to him? Mingju's voice rang out, and she slowly fell from the air. Shall we have a good chat? Chapter 361, Fate is Crazy. Lin Ao slowly stood up and turned his gaze to Mingju. Chat, what is there for us to talk about? Lin Ao's tone was full of doubt and confusion. After seeing that Long Aotian was safe and sound, Lin Ao finally put his mind at ease. At this moment, he was full of curiosity and wanted to find out what Mingju was planning. And what exactly was her ability? Why could she have made Long Aotian fall asleep in that instant? She wasn't even injured at all. Lin Ao mobilized his strength and was on guard against Mingju at all times. Relax, I just want to ask you some questions, and we are not necessarily enemies. Mingju's words made people even more confused. Lin Ao frowned slightly. What did he mean? What do you want to talk about? Lin Ao remained vigilant. Mingju smiled lightly. Don't be so nervous, I really have no ill will towards you, this is absolutely true. Mingju waved her hand gently, and in the blink of an eye, a table and 2 chairs magically appeared in front of her and Lin Ao. Mingju smiled and gestured for Lin Ao to sit down. Lin Ao sat down on the chair without hesitation. Mingju then looked at Lin Ao with a warm and friendly smile and sat down opposite him. Afterwards, some exquisite pastries and steaming hot tea appeared on the table. Mingju gracefully poured Lin Ao a cup. Lin Ao, how are Ming and the others doing lately? Mingju picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said this without thinking. It's great. Destiny 2 has become my wife, Destiny 3 has become the wife of the person on Earth, and Destiny 4 has also successfully found his own life goal. Lin Ao didn't quite understand the deeper meaning of Mingju's words, so he just followed her lead and continued the conversation. Now they all live free lives. Especially during the more than 10 years when fate took you away, they deeply understood what it means to live, what emotions are, what friendship, love, and family are. They have fully experienced all kinds of flavors in the world. Lin Ao didn't hide anything, everything he said was the truth. Initially, when they were branded with the soul mark by destiny, they were filled with intense resistance. But their later life made them fully experience what it feels like to be truly alive. Mingju listened quietly, with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Indeed, under the control of fate, we are nothing more than puppets at its mercy. Once we lose our role, we are in danger of being replaced at any time. Our existence is simply worthless. Mingju lowered his eyes slightly, his tone revealing a deep helplessness. Lin Ao looked at Mingju in surprise. He never expected her to say such a thing. So, what exactly do you want to say? Lin Ao simply asked directly. I want to say that I also desperately want to break free from the constraints of fate. I know very well that you have been fighting against fate, and I firmly believe that here I can find the true freedom that you speak of. Mingju raised her head, her eyes were extremely determined, and a faint smile appeared on her face. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. A complex and inexplicable emotion flashed across Mingju's eyes for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Oh, is that so? You said you wanted to escape your fate, but why should we believe you? Lin Ao couldn't help but be shocked, but he didn't show any expression on his face. I know this is hard to believe right away, but I can offer you some secrets about fate that will help you fight it. I know you must have some way to control our destiny clones, and you could just use it on me. Mingju looked at Lin Ao with burning eyes. Lin Ao fell into deep thought, weighing the truth of Mingju's words in his heart. Mingju continued. Destiny has gone crazy. Mingju's words shocked Lin Ao's mind. Lin Ao raised his head and stared straight at Mingju. What did you just say? Lin Ao even suspected that he didn't hear clearly. Was fate crazy? I said, destiny itself has gone crazy. Mingju spoke again, and Lin Ao couldn't believe his ears. A being like this could go crazy. Which kind of crazy was it? There were many different kinds of crazy. Can you tell me more about it? Lin Ao looked at Mingju. He was very skeptical about the authenticity of the news. This shouldn't be something Mingju said casually to paralyze him, right? Have you heard Tianming mention that he was chased and beaten by Tianming? Mingju spoke slowly and Lin Ao nodded. After Lin Feng's death, Destiny's defense mechanism was triggered, and the scavenger descended. It passed on the news of the clones' rebellion. He, who was still asleep, knew that Destiny must have awakened. Lin Ao was recalling what happened that day. He didn't interrupt and let Mingju finish speaking. We also received news that fate took us and Chu Tian away that day. He also used his own rules to change the fate of Xiao Fan and Yi Chen into rebirth and travel. This setting is a plus. It allows them to store more destiny energy from the soul, allowing them to thrive after coming here. At the same time, by absorbing the original destiny power of this world, they become better puppets. That's how it was. Mingju turned his gaze to Lin Ao, as if he suddenly remembered something, and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Ao also raised his eyebrows and roughly understood what she meant. After all, Lin Ao has now become their nemesis. Just like Xiao Fan, who came here and turned the entire harem into a mess with his own abilities, and even successfully made his child a prince. Without the blessing of destiny, could someone like him achieve this on his own? Lin Ao was deeply skeptical. Let's talk about Yi Chen who just passed away. Although his specific situation in Chu State is unclear, I heard that he is the only heir of the Mu family, the largest family in Chu State. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and his strength has been improved to a higher level compared to his original world. They have had smooth sailing in this world. If Lin Ao had not appeared, each of them would have created an indelible legend in this world. Where's Lin Feng? Lin Ao couldn't help but ask about his cousin. When Lin Feng was mentioned, Mingju's expression instantly became a little strange. He is now Chu Tian's favorite concubine. Let's continue our conversation. What's wrong with fate? Chapter 362. This ability is a bit too much. Lin Ao heard such shocking news that he could no longer look at his cousin normally. Favored concubine. What on earth is going on? Chu Tian, he is a man, and he likes men. Mingju smiled slightly, and Lin Ao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The situation was exactly as he had expected. Well, I can guess, you don't have to say it. No wonder in all the memories of the past, Chu Tian had never been seen to have a deep relationship with any woman, nor did he kill Lin Ao because of that woman. He just killed him for the sake of killing him, as if to complete a mission. So I actually have such a special hobby. Did they clearly understand that they are controlled by fate? Did they understand that their lives are not controlled by themselves as they wish? Lin Ao asked a question that he had longed to know the answer to. Could it be that they were completely unaware of it? Yes, but they are willing and happy to do it. Ming Jiaying smiled and added another cup of tea for Lin Ao. They profit from fate. Without it, their lives might have been awful, or just ordinary and unremarkable. They obey fate and serve it, and because of this, they achieve a tremendous improvement in their lives, spanning dozens of classes. As Mingju spoke, she glanced at Lin Ao with a strange expression. Lin Ao seemed to understand what she wanted to express and looked at Mingju helplessly. And it seems that in this series of events, the only one who was hurt was you, Lin Ao. Sure enough, Mingju's words stimulated Lin Ao again, and Lin Ao rolled his eyes speechlessly. It was indeed as she said. Among so many world lines, the only one who had been harmed was Lin Ao, and there were several people who were indirectly harmed, right? All of them were mentally damaged. Their life is to help fate transform destiny energy. From the beginning until the death of Lin Ao, they are always in a smooth and happy state. Lin Ao constantly faces death, while they live freely. So, tell me, even if they clearly know they're puppets of fate, what can they do? Accustomed to this kind of pampered life, if one day fate abandons them, that's what they fear most. Lin Ao deeply agreed with Mingju's words. Having been used to this kind of life being favored by fate, do you want them to rely on their own efforts to change the status quo? That is absolutely impossible. They have been spoiled by fate to the extreme, so how could they be willing to return to an ordinary situation? Lin Ao was also thinking, if he had always been the one who benefited, would he choose to make changes? Lin Ao shook his head and gave a wry smile. Perhaps he would also sink into it. This was human nature. Tell me about something that happened when fate went crazy. This was exactly what Lin Ao was most concerned about. He was filled with doubts. How had fate gone mad? And to what extent had it gone mad? He had previously attempted to control fate and destiny, thereby reaching a new realm or becoming the master of a higher level of existence. However, after his destiny awakened, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have been fooled by it, and a large amount of power that was forcibly stripped from him was lost. As he spoke, Mingju once again turned his gaze to Lin Ao. The meaning was very obvious, all this was still closely related to Lin Ao. I never imagined that heaven would take a fancy to you, using you as a sharp sword to launch a direct counterattack against fate. He invested a vast amount of heaven's energy into those puppets, but after you awakened, most of this energy was recovered for you. Then, combined with heaven's energy, you became the biggest variable. Mingju looked at Lin Ao with burning eyes. All of this was caused by him. When he awoke, he discovered that you had killed all the puppets, leaving only Chu Tian. He gathered those souls together and hastily transferred them. However, heaven's fate pursued him relentlessly and even joined forces with the original heaven's fate of this world to besiege him. Mingju narrated slowly, and she couldn't help but sigh at Lin Ao's fate. Although they had been hiding behind the scenes before and Mingyi handled everything, she still knew about Lin Ao's heroic deeds. Especially after meeting Ming she received the death order from the original body, and she specifically went to find out everything about Lin Ao. The original destiny of this world was of a lower order. It unfortunately perished in this fierce battle between them, and its energy was dispersed throughout the world. Furthermore, he and his original destiny were both severely damaged once again, and the destiny withdrew from this world. Therefore, he devoted himself to managing this world, but he became increasingly paranoid and it became increasingly difficult to control his emotions. A hint of fear appeared in Mingzhou's eyes, and her pupils trembled slightly, as if she recalled some bad memories. He gradually began to fall into a state of madness. He created numerous dark clones and hid them in this world. In order to deal a fatal blow to destiny, he planned to reclaim everything and forcibly ascend, thus completely killing destiny. Among the options for reclaiming even his clones was included. Lin Ao also understood Mingju's intention. After all, Mingju just wanted to survive and have a life of his own. Don't the others know? Won't they resist? They probably want to escape the clutches of fate just like you do. When Mingju heard Lin Ao's question, she slowly shook her head. I obtained this through my own ability. It is one of my special abilities, a kind of mind-reading ability. In this world, I spent several years alone with him, always serving him, until he went into seclusion. Mingju's words surprised Lin Ao. Is this your special ability? Mind reading. You can understand my thoughts now. Lin Ao looked at her tentatively. Puff. Mingju looked at Lin Ao and couldn't help laughing. You want to see it now. After saying that, Mingju glanced at Lin Ao charmingly, then slowly lowered the collar of her clothes, revealing a large area of snow white. Stop, 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 I was just experimenting. I didn't expect your ability is so incredible. Lin Ao swallowed his saliva. Didn't she know all his thoughts when he glanced at Mingju before? Yeah, I know everything. Mingju spoke again, and Lin Ao rolled his eyes helplessly. Okay, I know your ability is very powerful. Can I put it away now? Also, enough, stop pulling at my collar, we're still talking about something. Lin Ao quickly stopped Mingju. If he continued like this, all of them would come out. Hateful. But your heart tells me that you still want me to continue. Am I not expressing my sincerity? Chapter 363. This woman is ridiculously strong. Then I'll let go. Mingju's charming voice sounded leisurely, and Lin Ao's eyes looked over involuntarily. Such a gorgeous red, so white, so soft, so. Bah, 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 what on earth was I thinking about? Just as Lin Ao was momentarily stunned, Mingju suddenly pulled down with force. The first thing that came to Lin Ao's mind was how could this dress be so elastic? No, it was because those two things were too dazzling. Due to Mingju's excessive movement, the direct physical collision, coupled with the influence of gravity, caused an irregular shaking that instantly made Lin Ao's nose feel hot. Everything happened in an instant. Mingju had already pulled his clothes back, and Lin Ao seemed a little caught off guard. Your appearance really deceived me. This fiery red dress is exactly your personality, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me so much today. Lin Ao took a deep breath. This Mingju must have some issues with his brain, otherwise how could he be so reckless? What? You give me benefits and you still think I'm sick? Mingju calmly took a sip of tea and gave Lin Ao a fierce look. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. How about I join you? I can also tell you the locations of several dark clones I know. Those are all specially researched to target destiny. Mingju put the tea set back, then took out a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Lin Ao and himself. Besides you, what do your other companions think? Lin Ao looked at Mingju and asked about the others again. Them. I didn't tell them, because if this kind of thing gets out, the main body will directly forcibly reclaim it. Wouldn't that be unfair to me? A hint of indifference appeared on Mingju's face. She pushed the red wine in front of Lin Ao, then turned around and smiled. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If they could figure it out, they would naturally come to you, because you are the only one in this world who can help us. Everything I do is to ensure my own survival. I cannot afford even the slightest mistake. In fact, Lin Ao also agreed with Mingju's approach. He didn't think Mingju had done anything wrong. Okay, then you can go back to Hong Country with me and let destiny help you. But according to you, Mingwu is still the lucky one. Lin Ao remembered that not long ago Mingwu had asked Tianming to help him mark his soul, and Tianming would definitely completely erase the mark left by fate from his body. I wonder if he ever expected that he would end up like this. Puff. Mingju couldn't help but laugh out loud. He's very cunning. He's calculated everything, even the heavens, the earth, and himself. You might have been fooled by him. I can actually read his mind. Mingju blinked at Lin Ao. Lin Ao was stunned. The corners of his mouth twitched. Could it be that what Mingju said was true? Lin Ao picked up the wine glass on the table, clinked it with Mingju's, and drank it all in one gulp. Mingju smiled happily. It seems that Lin Ao completely agrees. Wake him up. Lin Ao pointed at Long Aotian who was snoring loudly on the ground. He slept really soundly. Mingju took the things back and lightly tapped with her jade finger. Long Aotian's eyelids moved, and he was about to wake up. I'm wondering why your abilities are so strange. You can make people sleep, read minds, and what else? Lin Ao looked at this gentle and domineering lady, but her behavior was a little unpredictable. The thick fat prevented Lin Ao from observing her inner thoughts, so he could only see her surface. Guess. Mingju didn't tell Lin Ao. She smiled and pointed at Long Aotian. Lin Ao looked over and found that he had opened his eyes. Brother Lin, I just had a dream. Long Aotian lay on the ground without getting up. His eyes were dull and even a little sad. What have you arrived? Lin Ao still asked with concern. I dreamed that Neja and I had a daughter, and she looked exactly like a muscular version of Neja. Long Aotian's eyes were filled with tears, and he actually shed 2 tears. Lin Ao's mouth twitched and he kicked him up. Get lost. We're going back to Hong Country. Wake up. Lin Ao rolled his eyes, and Long Aotian walked over while rubbing his butt. Ah, that woman, damn it. Only then did Long Aotian realize that Mingju was standing next to Lin Ao. After he shouted, he was stunned. He looked at Lin Ao and then at Mingju. Done. You made me fall asleep during a fight. Long Aotian looked at Lin Ao and Mingju in confusion. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian unhappily. Is the fight you're talking about a serious fight? Why do you look so disgusting? We'll talk about it later. By the way, Mingju, it's time for my woman to wake me up, right? Lin Ao turned his head to look at Mingju. He was speechless. Nara, who was watching the show at the side, was actually also put to sleep by Mingju at that time, but she was relatively safe in the inner room. Haha, sorry I forgot. Lin Ao carried Nara out, and Mingju immediately woke her up. Nara rubbed her eyes and woke up in Lin Ao's arms. This sleep was actually very comfortable. She looked around and found a strange woman, but she didn't ask any more questions. Nala, I have some matters to attend to in Hong Country. I'll leave Land Country to you to handle first. Can you handle this? Lin Ao looked at Nara. He needed to go back and ask someone to take over the affairs of Land Kingdom, because Nara said she didn't want to be the queen of Land Kingdom. Lin Ao respected her choice. Nara glanced at her father and brother who were hanging up and nodded. Although it is a bit troublesome, it can be supported for 2 days without any problem. Let me help you. Mingju on the side suddenly spoke. She smiled at Nara in a friendly manner as a greeting, and walked in front of the Emperor of Land Kingdom and the princes. She waved her hand, and the people who were wailing in agony immediately fell into a deep sleep. Mingju muttered to himself, and several people nodded as if they were talking in their sleep. Mingju turned around and waved towards Nara, motioning her to come over. Nara looked at Lin Ao, and Lin Ao gave her a reassuring look. Nara nodded and walked over. Mingju took Nara's hand, and red silk threads wrapped around the Emperor of Lan and others. From now on, you will be their master, and they will do things according to your will. Mingju smiled at Nara, then she handed the end of the red thread to Nara. Nora held the red thread in her hand, and then the red thread disappeared. She felt in her heart that she could control all of their thoughts and actions and give orders. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. He had gained another ability. Just like that, you control the royal family. Long Aotian also looked at Mingju in shock. Why didn't you help Chu Tian control all the countries in this world? Long Aotian couldn't help but ask this question. In this way, wouldn't it be much easier for them to obtain the energy of destiny? Haha, I don't want to. Lin Ao looked at Mingju and thought to himself, this woman is ridiculously strong. Chapter 364 Destiny arrives. Nara conducted an experiment in front of Lin Ao and others. She asked the Emperor of Lan and the princes to kneel down and worship her. Then, she gave them orders, asking them to pacify the other people in the imperial city. You know, today, all the soldiers in Lan Kingdom were wiped out by Long Aotian. Afterwards, Lin Ao took Mingju and Long Aotian back to Hong Kingdom. When they returned to the yard, Tianming was the only one left in the entire yard. The rest had already gone to various countries according to Lin Ao's instructions. They walked into the yard, and Tianming was still alone outside, concentrating on looking at the iPad. She was completely immersed in it and didn't even want to go out. Lin Ao walked in with Mingju. This time, Long Aotian was very sensible and stayed outside the door, saying that he was going to play with Li Jing. When Lin Ao saw Tianming, he was about to shout loudly. Sky! Bang! A loud noise interrupted Lin Ao's words and scared him. I saw an extremely thick golden energy shield tightly surrounding the small courtyard. Tianming looked at Lin Ao with anger on his face. Why, what's wrong? Are you still angry about that? Lin Ao looked at Tianming, shrank his neck, and thought to himself, this shouldn't be the case. Why are you here? Are you looking for death? Tianming's voice was extremely cold, and the chill seemed to penetrate into people's bones, making people shiver all over. Lin Ao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Just by listening to her tone, he could tell that she was extremely angry. Could it be just because of that kiss? Haha, I have no ill intentions. I came here to surrender. I am sincere. Before Lin Ao could speak, a man beside him stepped forward. Ah, Lin Ao was full of doubts. Was he referring to Mingju? What kind of hatred existed between them? Tianming had never shown such emotions when dealing with other clones. A brilliant light flashed by in an instant, and Tianming transformed from a child's body into an adult's body. Her phoenix eyes were filled with frost as she stared intently at Mingju, who had a smiling face. Tianming, what on earth is going on? Lin Ao felt completely overwhelmed and confused, not knowing what had happened, but he quickly moved to Tianming's side. Could it be that Mingju really has some ulterior motive for coming here this time? She is different from other clones. She can almost be said to be half of the destiny of this world. Tianming glanced at Lin Ao unhappily, thinking that this guy was really bold. He had such a person around him without even noticing it. But this cannot be blamed on Lin Ao. After all, Mingju's power seems to be exactly the same as that of his other clones. Lord Tianming, that power has been recovered by the original body. I was forced to help the original body fight you. Mingju still looked calm and composed. At that time, she was just an ordinary clone. Fate brought them here and forced half of the world's destiny power into Mingju's body. The original destiny and fate of this world are of a very low level, and destiny has not even had consciousness yet. So when her body arrived here, she began to plunder frantically. In order to fight against destiny, she directly forcibly upgraded Mingju. And during the time that Mingju served the original body, fate recovered the energy in her body. Tianming frowned slightly, and a powerful force shot towards Mingju. Mingju had no intention of resisting at all, and was completely enveloped by the force in an instant. She looked a little bit painful, for she frowned slightly as she looked at Tianming. Under the operation of that power, the clothes on Mingju's body began to gradually become torn and finally disappeared completely. Lin Ao saw it clearly from the side. Tianming gave Lin Ao a cold look, but he had no time to pay attention to him at the moment. Shining curse marks began to appear on Mingzhou's body, slowly moving along her snow-white skin. Some fine beads of sweat began to appear on Mingzhou's body, making her body look even more crystal clear and sparkling. As power continued to flow into Mingzhou's body, her eyes gradually turned red, and her entire eyes turned blood red. Did it appear? Tianming said this casually with an indifferent expression, but at this moment, Mingzhou had already looked around with an extremely fierce look, and she suddenly saw Tianming. So it's you, bitch. Haha, Mingzhou actually dared to betray me. A vague and unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded. His tone was filled with anger and a hint of madness. Lin Ao was suddenly shocked. It couldn't be anyone else except fate. This was the first time that Lin Ao faced fate directly. Some indescribable emotions suddenly surged in his heart, including anger and hatred. He stared at her intently, clenching his fists tightly with such force that it seemed as if he could crush her bones. Lin Ao, we finally meet. Fate turned its gaze to Lin Ao. There was an inexplicable smile on the corner of her mouth, and that smile was chilling. Indeed, we finally meet. I really have to thank you for your care over the years. Lin Ao spoke in a cold tone. If he had not known that this was just a projection of his consciousness, Lin Ao would have rushed up to fight him to the death without hesitation. Lin Ao, you will definitely regret this. Do you think that you can change everything by breaking away from me? Do you think you can gain freedom by relying on fate? She is also using you. Fate spoke in a gloomy tone, but Lin Ao was not affected at all. He knew from the beginning that fate was using him, and everyone was just taking what they needed from each other. And now, he may even develop a closer relationship with destiny. I am willing to be used by fate, and I absolutely do not want to be your puppet. What do you think? Lin Ao replied calmly. Fate narrowed his eyes slightly and ignored Lin Ao. It was a great blessing to say one more word to such an ant. He then turned to look at heaven. With just this ant and a few clones I created, you dare to think you can defeat me in this world? Don't you think your actions are too frivolous? Destiny. Destiny smiled indifferently, but this smile seemed somewhat unfathomable in the eyes of fate. Tianming pulled up Lin Ao's hand and slowly opened his fist. Want to give her a try? Let her feel the power of an ant. Tianming looked at Lin Ao with rare tenderness. Can. Lin Ao looked down at Tianming, only to see Tianming nod slightly. Lin Ao, don't use that energy of yours. Destiny spoke in his mind, and an obscure and complex rune appeared on his palm. Use this. Chapter 365 I said if. Tianming showed Lin Ao an extremely brilliant smile. After he finished speaking, his right hand instantly turned into a shadow. The extremely complex and dazzling curse seal continued to merge into Lin Ao's palm. Just use all your strength for a moment and let him truly feel your powerful strength. After Tianming said this, he let go of Lin Ao's hand, and Lin Ao turned his palm into a fist again, ready to attack. Tianming, did I hit a sore spot? You dare not even reply. Go back to your own world. We'll keep our distance from each other from now on. But you insist on coming here to interfere with me. You're simply courting your own destruction. Fate continued to clamor, and now he could only clamor like this, because Mingzhou's body was firmly imprisoned by fate and could not move at all. It seems that Tianming had already realized long ago that there was a consciousness of destiny hidden in Mingzhou's body. Defeated General. Tianming turned his head and looked at Destiny, who had already fallen into a state of madness. Just this one sentence immediately made Destiny pause. In an instant, extremely strong threads of destiny emanated from Mingzhou's body. The blood-red color in her eyes faded quickly like the tide, and a red shadow slowly emerged from above Mingzhou's head. Destiny, you are the one who was defeated. I don't know who gave me this opportunity, but I successfully stole all the power from you. You are the real loser. The crazy voice of Destiny came from the phantom, and there was endless anger in the voice. He is still so vulnerable to provocation, he can't help it after just a little stimulation. Tianming muttered softly, and Lin Ao also cast his gaze on the shadow. He could not distinguish the male or female characteristics at all. It was just an extremely strong force of destiny. Tianming pulled Mingzhou in front of him, and the patterns on Mingzhou's body wrapped around her head, eventually covering her entire body. She handed Mingzhou to Lin Ao and said something. Help her put on her clothes first, it's a bargain for you. Tianming's words really made Lin Ao stunned for a moment. When did Tianming learn to make fun of people? Will you still point out my characteristics? So what are my characteristics? Lustful. Pa. Anyway, this situation is all because of you, so why am I the lucky one? However, since the benefit is delivered to your door, you would be a fool not to take it, haha. Lin Ao took Mingju and felt that her body was extremely soft, emitting bursts of alluring fragrance. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was about to wake up. Destiny. How dare you ignore me? Destiny witnessed the actions of Tianming and Lin Ao. He roared angrily and his shadow attacked Lin Ao swiftly. Lin Ao, I'm going to warm up, come over later. After Tianming finished explaining his destiny to Lin Ao, a golden ring immediately flew towards the shadow of fate. You're just a small consciousness. Even if your real body was here, you wouldn't dare to speak so loudly. Why are you pretending? The golden pupils in Tianming's eyes shone with light, and the golden ring tightly wrapped around the phantom. The phantom of destiny seemed to be eroded, and a large amount of destiny energy poured out and was collected in Tianming's hands. At this moment, Lin Ao had no time to pay attention to the charming scenery in front of him. He randomly found a piece of clothing belonging to his woman from the destiny space and put it on Mingju. Mingju would soon wake up on her own, because Lin Ao accidentally touched a certain place on her that caused a soft murmur to come out of her mouth. Lin Ao then placed her on the ground and rushed towards the shadow of fate, thinking to himself, you just called me an ant. Then let this ant bite you hard a few times. Here I come, take my punch, you bastard. Lin Ao tightly clenched his fist, which was infused with power by destiny. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the power contained in it was extremely enormous. However, the effect would surely be inferior to using his own life energy. However, Tianming once solemnly warned him not to use his own power. Perhaps he didn't want fate to notice anything. Lin Ao, you dare to think of hurting me. You are overestimating yourself. The shadow of fate roared arrogantly once again. If such a small consciousness was so arrogant, wouldn't its original form be even more arrogant? In the blink of an eye, Lin Ao had already arrived in front of the phantom of destiny, and this extremely fierce punch hit him directly in the face. The shadow of fate couldn't help but cry out in pain. The fog above it was completely dispelled, and the face of a young woman appeared clearly in front of Lin Ao. What the hell is this? Why do you all like to wear fog without clothes? Lin Ao saw the woman's face and felt quite strange. She actually looks 90% similar to Tianming. This hobby is actually fog and nakedness. Tianming also looked at Lin Ao with a strange expression, full of confusion. What did Lin Ao mean? What did you mean you all like it? He'd seen me before. Tianming stared at Lin Ao's back intently, her eyes gradually narrowed. Lin Ao's words made Tianming think a lot. Including that time in the destiny space, they had even come into close contact, and at that time she was in a state of mist and naked body. Haha, Lin Ao, you hid it really well. Lin Ao didn't know that because of his words, something he had hidden for so long was directly discovered by Tianming. He didn't have the mind to care about this at the moment, because the appearance of his fate had already made his mind a mess. Heaven's destiny, why does he look so much like you? Lin Ao stared blankly at Tianming, but the mist covering the shadow of destiny had already disappeared. Tianming gave Lin Ao a super white eye roll and walked to the side of fate. He did it on purpose. His goal is to replace me. Otherwise, why would I chase him here? He is the most disgusting person. Fate is also very helpless. The nature of fate is a little crazy and will do many inexplicable things. Lin Ao was at a loss as to what to do. It turned out that the problem with destiny itself was the biggest. Did it want to replace even its appearance? Is he jealous of you? Lin Ao glanced at the shadow of destiny, which had only scarlet eyes left. When he thought of the face of destiny, he felt an indescribable weirdness in his heart. Perhaps there is another possibility. He once courted me in the distant past. Lin Ao's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched. What did he hear? Love turns to hate. Perverted, yandere, and lesbian. If I can't have it, I'll become you. Tianming listened to Lin Ao's words and thought for a while with his head down. That makes sense, he's a pervert anyway. You've experienced the consequences of being entangled by him. Tianming turned to look at Lin Ao with a helpless look on his face. He's trying to survive here. If we really let him succeed, what awaits us is her endless pursuit. Tianming looked at the destiny consciousness with disdain. Tianming, I'm saying, if you had agreed back then, would this have happened? Chapter 366 Successfully escaped. Ahem, I'm just saying it, haha, just saying it. Lin Ao hurriedly said this, then mobilized his own strength and rushed towards the shadow of fate again without hesitation. If he walked even a step slower, Lin Ao would definitely be the one to be attacked, because Tianming's face was rapidly turning black at a speed that could be clearly perceived by the naked eye. An extremely powerful punch hit the body of the Phantom of Fate again. Lin Ao's attack this time was continuous like a storm. Amid the screams of the Phantom of Destiny, the surrounding fog was dispersed again and again, until the complete naked body of the Phantom of Destiny was revealed without any cover. At that moment Lin Ao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seemed as if he was doing something extremely strange. It feels a bit old and perverted. In addition, her appearance was so similar to Tianming that some unbearable scenes appeared in Lin Ao's mind. You stay aside, I will handle it myself. Tianming also said helplessly that this scene was indeed a bit embarrassing. She looked at the shadow of destiny and her body. The figure she simulated was not better than her own. Thinking of this, Tianming remembered what Lin Ao had just said, do you all like fog and naked bodies? Tianming suddenly turned around and glanced at Chen Chaosheng. Chen Chaosheng gave her a slightly awkward smile, thinking that Tianming was looking at him because of the matter of the fate shadow. Tianming suddenly smiled and nodded slightly at Lin Ao. Lin Ao inexplicably felt a chill on his back. Ah. The shadow of fate was still groaning in pain. The part of his body where Lin Ao had hit him was emitting bursts of bright light, and cracks shining with light were constantly eroding his body. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, before this moment, the shadow of fate actually laughed crazily. Heavens will. Lin Ao, you will soon pay a heavy price for this. Just wait, ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body began to swell. You're still using this old-fashioned trick of self-destruction. Can you really do it? Tianming rolled his eyes speechlessly, and the golden ring instantly turned into a golden barrier, and then quickly wrapped up the shadow of fate tightly. An extremely violent vibration occurred instantly, but the barrier did not show any signs of cracking and appeared to be extremely solid. After everything returned to calm, the barrier slowly dissipated, leaving behind red beads. Take it and absorb it. Tianming slowly moved the bead in front of Lin Ao, and saw that the bead contained extremely powerful power of destiny. Lin Ao didn't say anything extra and held the bead tightly in his hand without hesitation. The bead instantly turned into mist and flowed directly from Lin Ao's palm into his body without any hindrance. The life energy in Lin Ao's body seemed to have encountered delicious food, madly devouring this power of destiny and continuing to grow stronger. Lin Ao gently closed his eyes and felt it carefully. He clearly felt that his strength had increased significantly. The power contained in the Phantom of Destiny this time is much stronger than that of Destiny. This is just a low-level consciousness. I stayed here to prevent Mingju from harboring any ulterior motives. However, I never imagined that Mingju would actually come directly to me. This woman is truly clever. Tianming turned to look at Mingju, who had already woken up. Mingju weakly gave Tianming a faint smile. Thank you, Lord Tianming. Mingju had not yet tidied up her messy clothes. She moved slightly and her clothes fell to the ground. She knelt down directly in front of Tianming, and Lin Ao beside her couldn't help but get another wave of benefits. Tianming glanced at Lin Ao with a hint of anger. She waved her hand casually, and the clothes on Mingju seemed to come alive in an instant and were quickly put on her. At this moment, the curse mark on her body condensed on her forehead, forming a more complex pattern, which was the pattern of the soul imprint. Mingju accepted this brand very calmly and frankly. This means she has a new beginning. Mingjuju then told Tianming and Lin Ao all the information he had obtained. Back then, when I discovered his inner thoughts, I decided to completely break free from his control. However, I also knew that he would definitely take precautions, so I wanted to come before Lady Tianming. Only then would I be sure to escape from her control. There was an element of gambling in Mingju's behavior, and she gambled correctly. Tianming immediately sensed the destiny consciousness hidden in her body and imprisoned it before it could wake up. Lin Ao, thank you for bringing me here. Mingju also thanked Lin Ao, who was standing beside him. Lin Ao waved his hands, looking indifferent, but couldn't help thinking in his heart that at this time, he must pledge himself to the man. Mingju must have heard his thoughts, and she gave Lin Ao a charming look. Lin Ao's heart also skipped a beat at this moment. Tian Ming, her ability is so weird, she can read other people's thoughts. Is there any way to block it? When Lin Ao saw Mingju's expression, he knew that she must have read his thoughts again. Can't you use your own power to shield her? Her power is not on the same level as yours and cannot break through your power barrier. Tianming's words made Lin Ao suddenly realize, and then he tried it out. Then he walked in front of Mingju and stared at her quietly without saying a word. No, not there, it's okay tonight. Mingju lowered her head shyly and charmingly. Lin Ao paused slightly, then turned and shouted at Tianming. Damn, she broke through my barrier. Tianming's eyes twitched. He slapped Lin Ao with a golden slap. Is she a mind reader? She knows what you're thinking just by reading your expression. Lin Ao walked over with his hand covering his forehead, thinking to himself, is that so? Am I so easy to understand? Mingju also laughed without caring about her image. She felt very relaxed and happy. Her laughter was very hearty, and she let out all her joy. After today, she has truly escaped from fate. Although she has not yet achieved true freedom, as long as Lin Ao and Tianming can defeat fate, freedom is not far away. This time, she can be said to have fought for herself. Lin Ao and Tianming looked at each other and did not try to stop Mingju. They could both see that Mingju seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. Mingju, can you tell me about your abilities? Lin Ao took a long time to let Mingju vent his anger before asking the question he had always wanted to know. Chapter 367. They can be called doom. Mingju was filled with joy, as today was the day of her rebirth. Then Mingju looked straight at Lin Ao. Reading minds, hypnosis, entering dreams, creating dreams. Mingju spoke slowly. Mind reading is the ability I value most, and it's also my original ability. Mingju smiled calmly and continued speaking. Right now, in this world, there are two people whose identities I cannot read. One is Lord Tianming, and the other is you. As for destiny, when she was recycling the energy in my body, I took the opportunity to read it. This can be considered a kind of luck. Mingju showed a confident smile. Her ability was so powerful that it could almost make people defenseless. Lin Ao looked at Mingju eagerly, feeling somewhat envious. This is truly an extremely convenient ability. All you hear are real and sincere words, so you don't have to waste energy guessing and pondering over and over again. Hypnosis is an ability I developed later. You saw it in Land Country. I can use my ability to hypnotize enemies with low mental state to obey my orders. I can also choose the people they obey as I please. Lin Ao had seen Mingju's hypnosis, which was also a convenient skill. He remembered that he had seen a movie in which he hypnotized an entire family and they lived a happy life. And before, you asked me why fate didn't let me use this ability to directly conquer all the countries in this world. Because the process of seizing fate is not that simple. You must obtain it through war, through strategy, and through recognition. It cannot be taken by trickery, of course, except for Lord Destiny. After hearing Mingju's explanation, Lin Ao nodded. He knew it before, otherwise why would Destiny let him start from Hong Kingdom, start a war, and conquer the surrounding small countries in the form of war? Entering dreams and creating dreams are techniques I developed after hypnosis. I can instantly enter the dreams of those of marked, creating different scenarios based on my thoughts. Furthermore, the damage inflicted in dreams will be brought back to reality. Mingju smiled strangely as he spoke. Lin Ao also thought of a possibility and shuddered all over. If he died in a dream or was cut in a dream, then the same thing would happen to him in reality. Lin Ao couldn't help but squeeze his legs together, and a chill spread from the west throughout his body. This was exactly as he thought. He discovered that Mingju's ability was a kind of ideological ability. But if the harm I received in my dream is also brought into reality, even though I am the dominant being there, in this respect I appear to be equal to the person in the dream. I haven't found a way to improve this. It seems to be due to some rules. Mingju lowered her head in thought. This was the only drawback of her ability. Then if we get you pregnant in a dream, will you also in real life? Lin Ao asked an extremely bold question. Mingju was also stumped by Lin Ao's question. She didn't expect Lin Ao to ask this question. Similarly, she had never experienced anything forbidden with others in her dreams. So she didn't know how to answer, but she seemed to be thinking about something in her heart. Is this all you can think of? Destiny gave Lin Ao a golden slap. Humans are inherently creative. It's people like us who develop a wide variety of skills and abilities. This is all academic research. Lin Ao covered his head and kept muttering in a low voice. I heard that your Hong nation is at war with the surrounding countries. I think my dream-making ability can help you. Mingju suppressed her desire to experiment. Since she had already joined Lin Ao's side, it was time for her to demonstrate her own value. Can you enter dreams and create dreams at the same time? After hearing this, Lin Ao couldn't help but raise a new question. With so many people entering and creating dreams, he thought of some reliable operations. I can create a large dream within a certain range and pull in all the weaker soldiers. Mingju nodded. She could make a large mark on the battlefield and pull everyone within the range into a dream. With this ability, killing someone only takes a moment. Don't you have any restraint on this ability of yours? This is too perverted. Lin Ao couldn't help but take a breath. It was true that Mingju's abilities were more exaggerated than each other. Of course they will be restrained, unable to withstand the temptation of the dream, fear or other reasons. As long as they take it real, then there is no way to escape it. As for those with strong willpower or special bodies, I still need to pay a price before I can kill them. At the same time, the strength of the beginner will be determined by their level. For a strong opponent of the same level, I estimate that I have a 60% chance of winning. Lin Ao nodded. That's right. If anyone can make you do this regardless of your strength, then you are truly invincible. But her ability is already strong enough. But compared with Xiaozhou's illusion, which one is more outrageous? Speaking of this, Mingju and Xiaozhou seem to be easily confused. Mingju, why don't you change your name? Since you're a new student, just like Mingxin and Mingxi, change your name. Mingju smiled when he heard Lin Ao's words. Then how about I call you Xiaozhou? Her words froze Lin Ao, as they were clearly a tease. Haha, your name is also Xiaozhou, so can I treat you like Xiaozhou? Lin Ao also teased back. Why not? Mingju smiled sweetly at Lin Ao. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Tianming, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and said, how about I leave and you guys continue? I'll call myself Nankei from now on. Nankei Yi Meng. This is what I thought of when I planned to come here. Nankei smiled sweetly again. She had known that Xiaozhou and the others would have their own names when they came here, and she had already chosen a name for herself at that time. Now that she has said it out loud, she really feels like she is truly complete at this moment. Okay, Nankei, you will come with me to meet the Emperor of Hong Kingdom later. Then I will take you to find Li Jing, that is, Mingxi, to see where you can provide support. Lin Ao also made arrangements quickly. I don't know how his children are doing, and I can't help but feel worried when I think about it. There's also the matter of the dark clone, I want to talk about that. Nankei's expression turned serious. They can be called bad luck. Chapter 368. By the way, do you have a mask? They are formed by fate using some means to extract the worst fates in the world and condense them. Nankei's pupils trembled slightly when he mentioned this, and there was a look of fear on his face. Tianming raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, he's actually started tinkering with these weird things again. Lin Ao did not speak, he just listened quietly. He has always kept them hidden, and a large part of his purpose in launching wars is to enhance their capabilities during the war. They wander the world, absorbing all sorts of negative destinies. Those who have suffered misery are their favorite food, and death is a rich feast for them. So in this war between countries, they will inevitably be involved. After Nankei finished speaking, Lin Ao frowned and thought, a negative fate. Lin Ao fell into deep thought, pensive. What special abilities do they possess? If they only affect one person's fate, then everyone here basically has a destiny, so the impact shouldn't be that great. Lin Ao thought to himself, if this is true, then the impact is indeed not that big, because under the influence of the power of destiny, no matter how negative it is, at most the positive and negative will cancel each other out. I'm not sure. I only know that he created them, but I don't know their specific abilities. He once said that he knew the locations of the two dark clones. You can try to contact them. When Lin Ao heard this, he clearly remembered that Nankei had mentioned that he would reveal the whereabouts of two of them. He nodded solemnly, thinking that it would be a good opportunity to meet them. The Land Kingdom actually has a hidden city on its borders called Rotten City. This name even contains a sarcastic connotation towards the Land Kingdom's royal family. This place is a completely unregulated area of the Land Kingdom. Poverty is utterly deplorable, the environment is harsh, and there are thieves and prostitutes everywhere. This situation perfectly suits their needs. There's also one hiding in the slums of Moon Nation's main city. As for their exact number, I have no idea, I only know the locations of these two. Their collective name is Doom. After listening to Nan Kei's explanation, Lin Ao's eyes lit up slightly. He had a strong interest in those dark clones. Okay, I'll go meet them later. By the way, should Destiny be aware of our situation by now? The Destiny consciousness hidden within you has dissipated, so I'm sure it's noticed, right? Nan Kei glanced at the thick barrier set up by Tianming, and then she turned her gaze to Tianming. Tianming shook his head. It's unclear at the moment, but when this barrier is removed, he will definitely be able to sense it. Tianming pointed to the barrier in the yard. This really can't be concealed. There is a very special connection between them, but as far as what happened today is concerned, the consciousness of Destiny cannot be transmitted, and he only knows that Nan Kei rebelled and we have arrived. When Tianming transformed the Destiny consciousness, everything in the consciousness had already been transformed into pure energy. Because of this, the information could not be passed on, but Destiny must have noticed that Tianming had returned. Well, it's time to confront him head-on. This extremely perverted, insidious thing has been watching you closely like a venomous snake. That feeling is truly too uncomfortable. Lin Ao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. It's time to kill him. Well, you must improve your own strength as quickly as possible. To completely destroy him, you need more than just surpassing him in strength. However, your strength is still somewhat lacking. You must quickly gather the destiny power of the surrounding countries. Lin Ao nodded solemnly, and Tianming immediately lifted the barrier. Nan Kei, please wait outside for a moment. Lin Ao and I have some things to discuss. Tianming's expression was solemn and serious. Okay, Lord Tianming. Nan Kei bowed to Tianming, then walked out of the yard and waited outside. Then Tianming set up another barrier, and seeing Tianming being so serious, Lin Ao thought that there must be something important to say, so he collected his thoughts and became serious. Lin Ao. Tianming changed his serious look and became very gentle. For a moment, Lin Ao was a little confused. What's wrong? Lin Ao looked at Tianming, who was slowly approaching. He didn't know why he always felt that although she had a smile on her face, she didn't seem very happy. Did you tell the Phantom of Destiny that you all like to hide in the fog without clothes? As soon as Tianming finished speaking, a super-large golden palm had already grasped Lin Ao firmly. Lin Ao's heart skipped a beat. It's over, he accidentally let it slip. I don't think I said that. Why don't I remember it? Lin Ao just pretended to be stupid. As long as he didn't admit it, Tianming would have no evidence. Really? Are you sure? Her expression was gentle, her smiling eyes curved into crescents, and her slender fingers pinched Lin Ao's cheeks on both sides, constantly pulling, rolling and flattening them. Suddenly, a recording appeared in Lin Ao's ears. What the hell is this? Why do you all like to wear fog without clothes? Lin Ao was speechless. Where did you find the time to record this conversation? What you did is too petty, it's not in accordance with destiny at all. Tianming showed a spring-like smile, which made Lin Ao feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. So, after you merged with life energy back then, you were able to see through the essence of the fog. No wonder you were so weird back then. Countless golden palms appeared behind Tianming. Lin Ao's eyes almost popped out. Nan Kei, let's go. Let's go find the Emperor of Hong. By the way, do you have a mask? I'd like to use it. Nan Kei, who had been waiting outside for a long time, heard Lin Ao's voice. She looked at Lin Ao in surprise. Why did he still need a mask? Lin Ao had a blank expression on his face, and all the exposed skin on his body was covered with countless red slap marks. A mask isn't enough to cover you. Nan Kei couldn't help but complain. Lin Ao looked really miserable. What did he go through in there in such a short time? Special training from Lord Tianming. Chapter 369, Have you been calculating against me all along? Lin Ao wrapped himself tightly and led Nan Kei to where Ji Chengxian was. Ji Chengxian was really shocked when he saw Lin Ao's appearance. Well, the weather has been too hot these days, and the strong ultraviolet rays have sunburned my skin. Lin Ao's words made Nan Kei, who was standing beside him, burst out laughing. Although Ji Chengxian did not fully understand the meaning, he felt that the ultraviolet rays were really powerful and could actually injure Lin Ao. Let's get down to business. I'm here to tell you to arrange for someone to take over the Land Kingdom. Princess Nara of Land Kingdom will serve as the honorary queen, but the actual control will still be in your hands. Lin Ao's words made Ji Chengxian's whole body tremble. Is it done just like that? The battle hasn't even started yet. Everyone in the Land Kingdom's royal family will obey our orders. Send someone to replace the ministers in important positions within their country, and then completely incorporate Land Kingdom into the territory of Hong Kingdom. Lin Ao had made Nara the empress in order to quickly appease the people of Lan. Once Hongguo had completely replaced all the people in Lan's political institutions, her title as empress would no longer be relevant. Nara is incredibly popular in Lan country, and many of her male compatriots are devoted to her. As long as they are kept under control, situations like riots will be less likely to occur. Furthermore, with the entire royal family under Nan Kei's hypnosis, assisting them will be much easier and smoother. Okay. I'll let my son take others and set off with you. Ji Chengxian immediately began to make arrangements. I'll go call my brother, he'll be here soon, and then we'll set off. Lin Ao said something to Ji Chengxian, then took Nan Kei away and headed to Li Jing's research institute. When they arrived at the research institute, they found that Long Aoshan was stopping Li Jing from chatting and talking nonsense. There were drinks on the table and the two were having a great time. Who? Long Aoshan noticed someone coming, only to see that the other person was wrapped up tightly and he couldn't tell who it was. Lin Ao raised his head helplessly and gave Long Aoshan a slap from a distance. Oh, it's brother Lin. How come you've become like this after just a short while? Have you been given another fate? Before Long Aoshan could finish his words, Lin Ao immediately gave him dozens of shots in succession. Li Jing, your old friend is here. Do you recognize him? Lin Ao brought Nan Kei to Li Jing's side. Li Jing looked at Nan Kei with surprise. I have a Life 5 lying here, but I didn't expect you to bring Life 9 here today. Are you really planning to grab all our clones? Li Jing stood up with a smile on her face. After teasing Lin Ao, she greeted Mingju. Mingju, congratulations, embrace your own life. Li Jing's way of greeting was unique, but Nanhei smiled brightly after hearing it. Thank you, Li Jing. From now on, my name will be Nan Kei. Nan Kei showed an extremely brilliant smile. Just as Li Jing said, from today on she could embrace her new life. By the way, speaking of that old man, where exactly is he lying? Why is he still lying there? Lin Ao couldn't help but look at Li Jing curiously. He really wanted to go and see this Mingwu to see if he was really as shrewd and calculating as Nan Kei described. He's in the inner room. After being thrown here by Lord Tianming, he seems to be here on vacation. He prepares all kinds of different foods for Hongguo every day. After eating, he wanders around and then lies down in the room. Oh, I heard it from Li Jing. Long Aoshan walked over with many lumps on his head. When he came to find Li Jing, he also went to visit Mingwu. Mingwu, on the other hand, looked at Long Aoshan with a smile on his face, not minding at all that Long Aoshan had treated him as a human skateboard. Lin Ao smiled slightly after hearing this. He said that he had to go and see it no matter what. This old man was really not a simple person, just as Nan Kei said. The group slowly walked into the inner room and stopped in front of a door. Long Aoshan acted very at ease, as if he was at home, and opened the door directly. Inside the house, an old man was lying comfortably with his hands on the armrests of a rocking chair, listening to the music with an expression of intoxication and enjoyment on his face. He was startled by the noise made by Long Aoshan and quickly turned his head to look over. Oh, isn't this Lord Lin Ao? You're so free today. Oh, Mingju is here too. This is really lively here, ha ha ha. Although Mingwu said words of surprise, his expression did not show even the slightest surprise, and his hearty laughter echoed in the room. Lin Ao and Nan Kei both turned their eyes to Mingwu. This old guy really looked like he had planned everything carefully. Mingwu, call me Nan Kei from now on, I've changed my name. Nan Kei smiled faintly and introduced his new name to him. Mingwu nodded happily in agreement. It seems that I have to think about changing my name too. Mingwu rubbed his chin with his hand, looking as if he was really thinking seriously about what name he should be called. Hey, by the way, what's the matter with you guys coming to see me today? When Lin Ao heard Mingwu's question, he spoke slowly. I brought Nan Kei here to say hello to you. After all, you two are old friends. I also want to ask you a few questions. Mingwu asked them all to sit down, and even poured them tea with special consideration, and then he slowly spoke. The fate of Lan Nation is called cruelness, which primarily absorbs the fates of those who commit murderous acts. The fate of Yu Nation is called plague, which absorbs the fates of illness and pain. The fate of E Nation is called poverty, which absorbs the fates of suffering. The fate of Shang Nation is called betrayal, which absorbs the fates of bitterness. The fate of Yang Nation is called death, which absorbs all fates of death. Mingwu Lao spoke calmly. He actually knew all the misfortunes. Lin Ao and the others all looked at Mingwu in surprise. Was this old guy really acting as them before? Don't look at me like that. I only acted like that because I had no choice. If it weren't for that, the original body would have planted the seed of its consciousness in me, and I would have become like Nankei. Although Lord Tianming can eliminate it, what if it realizes something and takes me back directly? Mingwu looked innocent and shrugged. So you're saying you were deliberately showing weakness back then? No, let's go out and fight. Long Aoshan was the first to be unhappy. He stood up directly. His focus was a little off. Ahem, stop it. My bones can't bear the torture I went through before. I really can't beat you guys in terms of strength. My strength is calculation, which uses my brain, not my body. When Mingwu saw the aggressive Long Aoshan coming at him, he immediately begged for mercy, and what he said was not a lie. I calculated all of that. I started calculating from the day Xiao Fan died. Hee, destiny is in your hands. I just followed the flow. And that was my best chance to escape. Hee. Mingwu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Lin Ao was speechless. Have you been calculating against me all the way? Chapter 370 Is Master Lin pregnant? I may not be very good at other things, but I have this talent for fortune telling. It may not be very accurate for others, but it is absolutely accurate for myself. When Mingwu said this, the expression on his face was extremely proud, as if this was the most amazing skill in the world. Lin Ao thought about it and felt that he did have reason to be proud. Master Lin Ao, Li Jing and I have developed a doom tracker. Take this with you before you set off. Mingwu said as he took out something from his arms, which looked similar to the Dragon Ball radar. Lin Ao turned to look at Li Jing, and Li Jing nodded, indicating that it was true. You've really done a thorough job of coming here. Lin Ao said this with a hint of joking. Mingwu just smiled awkwardly, and Lin Ao took the radar from him. This thing only has one button, and it's almost exactly the same as the one in Dragon Ball. It seems that Li Jing is still obsessed with comics. This thing has a special function. I've added my own abilities to it. It can help you avoid disaster and seek good fortune. My lord, just hold it in your hand and think about something. It will help you calculate whether this trip will be auspicious or inauspicious. It can serve as a reference for you. Mingwu still had a smile on his face and was introducing seriously. Lin Ao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that this little thing had such magical skills. Then Master Lin Ao, your trip will surely be smooth and easy. After Lin Ao took over the Doom radar, Mingwu did not forget to flatter him. Li Jing, there's another reason why we brought Nan Ke here this time. Lin Yi and the others have already left, and Nan Ke wants to help too. You can decide where to send her, and you can just discuss it here. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he nodded and looked at Li Jing. After arranging Nan Ke, he was ready to go to Land Country to find out what the misfortune was. Well, I think there shouldn't be any problem with the equipment they're wearing. And now that we have Nan Ke and Mingwu, if other clones dare to come, they'll be walking into a trap. As Li Jing spoke, she took out a small ball and pressed it lightly. Dozens of screens suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin Ao was very familiar with this. He had used something similar when he was in Japan. Hey, Lin Ao, I saw my kid. Hee, the way he walks really looks like me. So majestic and domineering. Lin Ao glanced at the screen and saw Long Xiaotian leading Lin Yuan's horse. Where was the majestic and domineering look? This kid kept turning back to ask about Lin Yuan's well-being. How could he be anything like what you said? Where's his majestic and domineering attitude? Instead, Lin Yuan scolded Long Xiaotian and told him to just hold the horse. Where was his arrogance? Lin Yi and Lin Yuan divided into male and female teams to deal with two countries respectively. I saw that the soldiers behind them were all equipped with firearms. Firearms. Lin Ao wondered if he was dazzled. How could he have used a hot weapon? That's right. I used the spells from this world, combined with the mechanical principles of our world, to create a special weapon. With the spell's blessing, the bullets are unlimited, and the lethality is 10 times that of ours. Speaking of this, Li Jing suddenly became excited. After he came here, he conducted an in-depth study of the spells here. He was simply addicted to it and couldn't extricate himself. He had a lot of ideas in his mind waiting to be realized. The equipment worn by the soldiers going to war today were all designed by him. His actions shocked Ji Chengxian so much that he couldn't close his mouth. Just think about it, for a soldier in the innate realm, each bullet has the power of a full-strength attack from a 9th-grade grandmaster. How scary is that? Some weapons can even unleash the mighty power of the Xuanwu realm. How can the enemy defeat them? The grenade can explode with the power of a peak Junwu, as can the rocket launcher, and there are also those mines. I also equipped each of their teams with 2 aircraft. Time is tight, so this is all I have done for now. Li Jing introduced excitedly, and Lin Ao couldn't help but give her a big thumbs up. What else could he say? What did he mean by, that's all he's done for now? You think this is not enough? They'll start attacking the city in one day, and I need to make more stuff. I can't fall behind in logistics. Mingwu and Nankei were also looking at the screen. Mingwu kept counting with his fingers, then took out his signature chessboard and kept moving his fingers. Nankei looked at the screen with a strange look in his eyes. Does this even require my help? Although there were some twists and turns, the results were all very auspicious. The Mingwu chessboard was about to smoke because of him, but the result he said was good. But there's a rather strange thing going on. It might be about the eldest son of Master Lin Ao. Mingwu's words made Lin Ao feel a little nervous, and he quickly looked at Mingwu. What's going on? Didn't you say Daji? What will happen to Lin Yi? Lin Ao was thinking in his heart that it would be better for him to take charge personally and let them continue to gain experience for a few more years. This is what being a parent is like. Ahem, Master Lin Ao, don't worry, this is the time for the eldest young master to find his match. Is my marriage destined? Did Lin Yi find love during his battles? Is it with a female general of the empire? A female princess? Or someone else? Lin Ao breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it was. Lin Yi was a stone. He seemed to have no interest in love since he was a child. The other brothers were secretly watching the Japanese classic theater, but he had no interest at all. Sometimes Lin Ao thought that his son had learned the American way and had awakened, and he was worried for a long time. Just as Lin Dong was worried about him before, he didn't expect that the stone would actually bloom this time. This is a good thing. However, Mingwu's expression looked a little strange, and Lin Ao didn't notice it for a moment. Master Lin Ao, if I tell this, then this fate will change. I am not sure whether the eldest son's love affair will be successful. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao quickly waved his hand. It's okay, you don't have to tell me who it is. You're going to bring it back for me to see anyway. That's a good thing, ha ha ha. Lin Ao laughed heartily. Mingwu's mouth twitched. He would indeed bring it back and could guarantee you a pleasant surprise. Lin Ao, Long Aotian and the others looked at the other screens again. Lin Ao's wives were basically all supporting the team from behind. We can use it to travel and enjoy the scenery. With Xiaoju here, nothing will go wrong. Lin Ao felt relieved. Alright, Nankei and Mingwu, you guys decide where you want to go. Lin Ao let them decide for themselves, thinking that it wouldn't matter where they went. There is a portal, so support can be provided from either side. Mingwu and Nankei nodded. Then let's go to Aotian. After Lin Ao arranged them, he brought Aotian to Ji Chengxian. He had already asked Ji Chengyun to gather the necessary people. Dozens of civil officials and military generals, as well as a large number of elite soldiers. Let's go. Let's go. Chapter 371 Rotten City. A huge portal suddenly opened. Lin Ao and Long Aotian took the lead and walked straight through without hesitation. They instantly appeared in the magnificent palace of Lan Kingdom. Behind him, Ji Chengyun and many people from Hong State also came out. Just as Lin Ao took a step forward, a beautiful figure suddenly flew down from the solemn and dignified hall and pounced towards Lin Ao. You're here. Nora hugged Lin Ao tightly with all her strength. At this time, in the hall were the Emperor of Lan Kingdom and many royal disciples. Their expressions seemed dull and wooden, and they just stood there in a daze. Well, I'm here. I've asked them to crown you the Queen of Lan Country. Of course, I don't want you to personally control Lan Country. After Lan Country completes its blood transfusion, you can live with me. Lin Ao gently stroked Nara's back. Nara looked at Lin Ao with surprise and nodded obediently. Chengyun has met Grandma Nara. Ji Chengyun walked out, and his words made Lin Ao and Nara stunned on the spot. What? Grandma Nora? The two of them looked at Ji Chengyun with strange eyes, especially Nora. Such a name was too old-fashioned. So are you going to call me Grandpa Lin? Lin Ao's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. What on earth is this called? You and my ancestor are brothers. My father calls you senior, then I can only call you ancestor Lin. Then shouldn't ancestor's wife be grandma? There was a hint of grievance in Ji Chungyun's words. What else should he call her? Lin Ao looked about the same age as him. If he called her sister-in-law, his father would definitely kick him out if he knew. Lin Ao thought about it carefully, and it seemed that what Ji Chungyun said was not without reason. But it does sound a bit weird and awkward. Forget it, then you should earnestly help your grandma Nara and properly arrange the relevant matters of land country. Lin Ao simply stopped caring about it. Nara gave Lin Ao a tender and charming look. Just call her grandma. It's hard to find another grandma as young as her. This is because Nora didn't see how many women Lin Ao had around him. It's not that he couldn't find another one, but there were a lot of them. Just tell Nora what you need to do. I have other things to deal with. Lin Ao let go of Nara and pointed at the Emperor of Land Kingdom in the hall. Just let him write down whatever decree is needed. I think you should understand this better than I do. Ji Chungxian nodded slightly, looking at the dazed members of the Land Kingdom royal family, and was secretly shocked by Lin Ao's methods. If the Hong royal family had a bad relationship with him at the beginning, then this ending might have happened to them now, right? Ji Chungxian shuddered unconsciously as he thought about this. He shook his head vigorously. There was no such thing as ifs. The present was the most ideal outcome. Okay, I understand, Elder Lin. I'll be troubling Grandma Nara for the next few days. Ji Chungxian looked serious and nodded vigorously, his tone firm, powerful and resounding. Hearing Ji Chungxian address her like this, although Nora accepted it, her body was resisting and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Nala, just stay here for a few days. Aoshin and I will come back to pick you up after we finish our work. Lin Ao and Nara were affectionate for a while, and then they took Long Aoshin and prepared to go to the border town of Land Country to see what kind of lawless place was that was so favored by those clones of doom. During this period, he also asked Nara and the Emperor of Land Kingdom, and learned that the place had existed since the founding of the country and was used to exile criminals in the past. However, as criminals were constantly exiled there, it eventually became a troublesome area for the Land Kingdom. Although it covers a small area, it is surrounded by steep mountains and forests filled with miasma, forming a natural barrier. Because of this, the Land Kingdom never sent troops to deal with the situation. On the contrary, the Land Kingdom has been constantly exiling prisoners there over the years, thereby further strengthening their strength. With the help of the teleportation array in the imperial city of Land Kingdom, Lin Ao was able to quickly reach the border town. Because Li Jing's portal cannot be used in places that have not been reached. When they arrived at the border town, they could not use the teleportation array because there was no teleportation array in the place they were about to go. In this world, even the most impoverished cities have teleportation arrays. It seems that it is indeed an abandoned city. Lin Ao and Long Aoshin asked the people in the border town for a map and said they wanted to go to the rotten city. When those people heard this, they all looked incredulous. They did not try to dissuade Lin Ao and the others, but just thought that the two young men had nothing to do, so they went on an adventure together. There have been many examples of this before, but no one has come back alive. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade someone who is determined to die. Lin Ao examined the map and realized that this rotten city was some distance away from the border town. Looking down from the air, they saw that the outside was a vast primeval forest, where numerous birds, beasts, poisonous snakes and insects lived. Those exiled people would find it difficult to reach the rotten city if they did not have some strength. During this journey, the strong ones have already been selected for the rotten city. Therefore, those who can successfully reach there must be strong. There may even be strong people at the peak of Xuanwu among them. Following the instructions on the map, Lin Ao and his companions flew for more than an hour. This forest is comparable to the vast forests in Hong and Chu. The two stopped in midair and looked down. The environment here was indeed very harsh. The forest was filled with miasma, the air was very humid, and the weather changed several times in just over an hour. Not far away is Lin Ao's destination. He looked at this dilapidated city and found that its scale of development was even larger than the main city of Land Kingdom. Who said it occupies less space? In a few years, they will probably break out of this poisonous forest and destroy the Land Kingdom. I can only say that the Emperor of Land Kingdom is really generous. Brother Lin, I sense that there are several powers within there that are no less powerful than my realm. Excitement showed on Long Aoshan's face, and his hands were itching again. Lin Ao used his life energy to sense the capital city below the sky. Indeed, there were 4 forces at the Xuanwu realm. Then he took out the Doom tracker specially made by Mingwu and Li Jing. He pressed the switch, and the screen of the device flashed. There were densely packed yellow highlights below. Lin Ao was stunned. Is this misfortune here to reproduce? Why are there so many little yellow dots? Long Aoshan also leaned over to take a look and found that it was indeed true, but one of them was obviously much larger than the surrounding ones. Obviously, that should be the Doom clone they are looking for. Lin Ao put away the device. He pulled Aoshan down into the forest. Aoshan, let's pretend to be exiled prisoners and go in to test the waters. Hearing Lin Ao's words, Long Aoshan's eyes lit up. Chapter 372 Choose one from 3. The two of them slowly landed in the vast forest. You know, with Lin Ao and Long Aoshan's profound cultivation, they don't have to be afraid of any snakes, insects, or miasma. The two men deliberately tore their clothes, and not only that, they even rolled several times on the dusty ground, and then started fighting each other. The two of them fought back and forth, leaving wounds of varying degrees on each other's bodies in pursuit of extreme realism. The two of them deliberately suppressed their own strength at the Junwu level. They also made an accurate judgment in advance that anyone who could arrive here basically had to reach the Junwu realm in order to arrive at the Rotten City in good health. Even if a 9th-ranked Grandmaster came here, he would inevitably be missing limbs. After Lin Ao and Long Aoshan checked each other, they looked at each other and smiled for the first time in a long time. Now, the two of them are in an extremely miserable state, and their former elegance has completely disappeared. The two of them looked as if they had returned to the time when they were in Japan. Brother Lin, the Shuangao team is out. Let's make a big scene. Ahahaha. Long Aoshan let out a hearty laugh, and Lin Ao nodded slightly in agreement. But when did this double Ao combination appear? Then, the two of them staggered and limped, supporting each other. The two walked slowly through the forest and were about 1 kilometer away from the Rotten City. Just as they reached the edge of the forest, several birds suddenly flapped their wings and flew away from the trees, and they were obviously flying towards the Rotten City. Brother Lin, someone will be here to pick us up soon. Long Aoshan looked at the flying birds with a smile on his face. Lin Ao nodded. It turned out that these flying birds were the spies planted here by the people in the city. Those who walk out of the forest are valuable resources for those in the Rotten City. After all, those who can successfully walk out have value worthy of being won over by various forces in the city, both in terms of martial arts and personal expertise. Sure enough, Lin Ao and Long Aoshan supported each other as they walked on the road. After about 10 minutes, many people with unique clothes appeared in front of them. Among them were men and women, and the clothes they wore were made of cloth and wild animal fur. Each person wears a hollow copper ball ornament around his waist, but its specific purpose is unknown. Lin Ao and Long Aoshan looked at each other, then quickly stood back to back, with fierce looks on their faces, watching them vigilantly. The strong murderous aura emanating from Lin Ao and Long Aoshan's eyes swept straight towards them as if it were real. After all, the two of them had indeed killed a large number of people. When they were in Japan alone, the number of people they killed was unimaginable. Those people felt the strong murderous intent emanating from Lin Ao and Long Aoshan, and slowed down their pace. Everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed that the two people who came this time were both powerful men. The group of people looked at each other quickly. Who could successfully subdue them and bring them under their command this time would depend on their own abilities. You two, a warm welcome to the holy city. Ha ha ha. Among them, a man with a face covered with stubble strode out first. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes slightly, portraying the expression of someone who had just escaped death by luck but was once again faced with an unknown crisis extremely realistically and vividly. However, the holy city that the man mentioned should be the Rotten City. How can such a ghost place be called the holy city? Who the hell are you? We two brothers, even though we're weak right now, if we were to fight one for one, I firmly believe I still have the strength to do it. Before Lin Ao opened his mouth to speak, Long Aoshan started performing first. His muscles were tensed all over his body, his face was fierce, and a desperate aura surrounded him, making him look like he was ready to fight at any time. Lin Ao secretly gave Long Aoshan a thumbs up. he couldn't let Long Aotian steal the show. Lin Ao then looked like Long Aotian, with a fierce look in his eyes. He stretched out one foot and landed it steadily on the ground in front of him. Then, an extremely violent explosion suddenly sounded. With the place where he was standing as the center, a crack about 1 meter wide opened up and extended for more than 10 meters, separating them from the group of people, as if solemnly declaring that anyone who crossed the line would surely die. The momentum displayed by Lin Ao and Long Aotian made the group of people nod secretly in their hearts. Indeed, no one who could successfully cross the forest was an ordinary person. Two little brothers, why are you so nervous? We all came from there, we are the same kind of people. A charming young woman walked out slowly. She stretched out her finger and pointed in the direction of the forest behind them. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing an extremely charming smile. She stared at Lin Ao and Long Aotian, and licked her tongue. She looked extremely hungry and thirsty. Little brother, we have no ill intentions. We have always had this rule here. Once a newcomer arrives, we will show up to greet him. A relatively thin person with 3 white sclera in his eyes, prominent cheekbones and a thin face. Overall, he looks like a sinister poisonous snake. There's no good person in this rotten city, including us. Haha, welcome. Do you think we'll believe you? Lin Ao smiled coldly, his body still maintaining a high level of vigilance, and he even directly called out the name, Ranchang. His reaction would surely make them feel even more satisfied. Sure enough, the young woman clapped her hands excitedly. You are all smart people. Then we will not beat around the bush and tell you the truth. Before entering the city, you must choose one of us as your leader, otherwise you will definitely not survive in the city. The young woman jumped lightly over the deep pit created by Lin Ao, her chest trembling constantly, which was a bit dazzling. She walked up to Lin Ao and the other man, showing a charming smile. That's right. However, recognizing a woman as the boss really undermines a man's status. Follow me. I will definitely ensure that you live a carefree life in there, eating and drinking delicious food. The bearded man came over again. Haha, I firmly believe that you are smart people. Smart people should choose smart people. Don't you think so? Isn't that the truth? The man with triangular eyes also came over. Lin Ao sensed their cultivation level and guessed that they were probably at the early to middle stage of Xuanwu. Is it the new rap now? How about choosing mentors? I choose to be the boss myself. Long Aotian showed an arrogant smile and stood in front of the 3 of them. The 3 of them were not surprised at all, after all, they were all experienced. I quit, and each of you owes me 2 drops of holy dew, how about that? The man with triangular eyes looked at Long Aotian with interest and spoke to the 2 people next to him. The young woman and the bearded man nodded when they heard what the man with triangular eyes said. I choose this little brother. The beautiful young woman pointed at Lin Ao. Then I choose this arrogant guy. The bearded man pointed at Long Aotian. Triangle eyes took a step back and made room. Aotian, act more realistically. Lin Ao was transmitting a message to Long Aotian, and Long Aotian nodded implicitly. If he showed enough value, he could get information quickly by going in. He wanted to see what this doom was. The war is about to break out. Chapter 373 Poison Lady. The bearded man and the charming young woman made eye contact for a moment, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Lin Ao and Long Aotian rolled swiftly, quickly separated from each other, and then engaged in battle separately. 2 huge roars suddenly exploded where they had originally stood. Lin Ao raised his arm to block, only to see the charming young woman launching a fierce flying kick at him. The scenery under her skirt was displayed without reservation, but in Lin Ao's eyes, her movements were like slow motion. Lin Ao pretended to be lacking in strength and took a small step back. Then he grabbed the young woman's ankle with his backhand and swung it hard. Of course, he carefully controlled the force. Hee, little brother, you are so brave, my poisonous wife likes it so much. The poison lady's body was in midair. She turned gracefully in the air and landed steadily on the ground, revealing a large area of snow-white skin on her chest. You can clearly see a strange mark on the chest. Is it a tattoo? Lin Ao concentrated his attention and looked over, while Poison Lady smiled charmingly. So this is what my little brother wants to see. Poison Lady twisted her body and slowly approached, grabbed the collar with her left hand, and pulled hard. Dwang 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 dwang. The beating rhythm was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the tattoo was completely revealed, which turned out to be a black ghost face. After just one look, Poison Lady quickly pulled her clothes back on. Is it beautiful little brother, he he he. Poison Lady covered her mouth with her hands and laughed softly, letting out a series of giggles. The grapes are drooping badly, and they're a little dark. It seems like they're often congested or exposed to the elements, which causes pigmentation. Lin Ao curled his lips. You want to seduce me with this look? Who do you think I am, Lin Ao? Poison Lady immediately put away the smile on her face and her expression became extremely gloomy. Although she didn't know what pigmentation was, the words above were truly a huge insult to her. The poisonous lady pounced towards Lin Ao again. Lin Ao staggered and stumbled back a step, showing the attitude of someone who refused to give in even though he was extremely weak. You're already at the end of your rope, yet you're still trying to show off in front of me. The poison lady walked in front of Lin Ao, waved her left hand lightly, and a burst of purple powder suddenly floated in the air. Lin Ao quickly pretended to hold his breath, with an extremely terrified look on his face. He quickly waved his hands left and right, trying to stop the poisonous powder from approaching, while constantly backing away. Hee, it's useless, hee. Seeing Lin Ao like this, Poison Lady laughed so hard that her body shook. Meanwhile, Lin Ao was secretly worried. What effect would this poison powder have? What if he installed it incorrectly? Because Lin Ao was not afraid of any poison at all, he didn't even feel the slightest bit at the moment. This poison powder of mine, once inhaled or attached to the surface of the body, will make the whole body restless and accompanied by hallucinations. And it will be the kind of hallucinations you love the most. If you can't release it, your lower body will explode. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Poison Lady laughed so hard that her whole body was shaking. She looked at Lin Ao with her fingers between her teeth and a frown in her eyes. Well, now he finally knew the toxicity, but the Poison Lady's medicine made Lin Ao extremely speechless. Damn, you're fighting someone and you're actually using this weird aphrodisiac. It seems that you are really horny and want to take me down right now. You are seriously sick. You are so vicious. Lin Ao staggered a few steps, his eyes a little dazed. Of course he had to continue pretending, but he could make good use of this illusion. Looks like it worked. Ha 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 ha, I love this little expression so much. Poison Lady licked her tongue, looked straight at Lin Ao, and swallowed her saliva, as if she had seen an extremely delicious delicacy. Suddenly, veins all over Lin Ao's body popped out, and his skin turned red as if it had been greatly stimulated. His eyes were bloodshot and his mouth was spewing hot breath. He looked at Poison Lady like a ferocious and savage bull. Okay, that's right, come over here and ravage me hard. Hurry up. The Poison Lady showed her charming appearance, slowly undressed, and just waited for Lin Ao to come over. But she couldn't help but wonder, why is the medicine so strong today? I don't think I prepared it this strong. But never mind, the more powerful the better. See ya. Lin Ao bent his body and made a running start. Poison Lady stared at him with shining eyes. Lin Ao was seen with a hot breath all over his body, and he was incredibly fast, arriving in front of the Poison Lady in the blink of an eye. The Poison Lady had opened her arms, revealing her snow-white skin. Her eyes were filled with mist and her heart was becoming agitated. Old Wang, you bastard, you actually came back to life. Lin Ao roared angrily, and Poison Lady hadn't reacted yet. What old Wang? Bang! The powerful punch hit the softest part of Poison Lady's body, her stomach. The Poison Lady's eyes were about to pop out. She felt like there was something in her stomach that she had to vomit out. When she opened her mouth, blood spurted out. She was completely unprepared for Lin Ao's punch. It's full of damage. Lin Ao didn't stop either. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Fists fell like raindrops, hitting Poison Lady all over her body. Old Wang, you will definitely die today. How dare you appear before me? Poison Lady was too weak to think at this moment. With such dense punches and Lin Ao acting like a mad bull, she hated Old Wang to death. With the last punch, Lin Ao directly knocked the Poison Lady into the ground, and a pit more than 10 meters deep was smashed into the surrounding ground. The Poison Lady lying in the center was now unresponsive, and her limbs were extremely twisted. At this moment, Lin Ao pretended to be released. His skin color immediately returned to its original state, and his eyes also regained their rationality. Where's that woman? He looked around in confusion. Why am I here? Lin Ao continued to act cool, while the Poison Lady underground trembled her fingers. A strange dark red energy thread emanated from her tattoo. Chapter 374, Poisonous Moth. At this moment outside, the fight between Lin Ao and the bearded man was a brutal one, with no mercy. Bang 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 bang. The strong sound of the collision between the bodies made the blood in their hearts surge instantly. Ha 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 ha. Little brother. I recognize you, ha 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 ha. The bearded man took Lin Ao's punch head on, and then burst into an extremely hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha, big bearded man. I'm optimistic about you too. Lin Ao immediately responded with the same hearty laughter. As the two of them interacted with each other, they really looked like two energetic, sunny and cheerful big boys. Come again. The bearded man tensed his muscles, gathered all his strength into his right hand with all his strength, and attacked Lin Ao fiercely. Good. Lin Ao did the same. The two punched each other again in midair. The powerful force contained in the punches spread out in all directions with their positions as the center. A strong wind suddenly blew up, and the surrounding stones and trees were destroyed one after another, and the scene was in a mess. The two looked at each other and then quickly separated. Little brother, why don't you come to my place, Hong Bao? Let's carve out a vast world together in the holy city, ha 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 ha. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. The muscular and bearded man in front of him was actually called Hong Bao. Brother Hong, I have a question for you. Why do you call the rotten city the holy city? The only thing that confused Lin Ao at the moment was that you actually call such a ghost place a holy city. Because this is where I was reborn. Deep in my heart, it is an incomparably sacred piece of land. Here, the strong prey on the weak. Absolute fairness is observed. As long as you possess sufficient strength, you can become king and dominate. Hong Bao's eyes seemed to be lost in reminiscence, and then a trace of resentment flashed across his eyes. There are no superficial gentlemen here, because everyone is like a devil who eats people without leaving any bones. So, as long as you have the strength, you can even surpass me and do whatever you want. Hong Bao looked at Lin Ao with a smile on his face, but his originally cheerful smile had now turned into a ferocious smile. Fairness. Freedom. Tell me, isn't this place sacred? Lin Ao looked at Hong Bao, who was in a state of madness, and thought that he had been seriously hurt by Land Kingdom. Just when the two were about to communicate further, the abnormal situation on Lin Ao's side successfully attracted their attention. Tisk, 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 tisk. Look at that crazy woman, brother. Your friend's life is in danger. A meaningful smile appeared on Hong Bao's face. However, I have the ability to save him, but the condition is that you all have to join my side, how about it? Hong Bao walked up to Lin Ao, and the fierce battle between them paused temporarily. Lin Ao looked at Hong Bao with confusion. Don't disbelieve me, the poison lady is known for her insanity here. But your friend was able to make her unleash the power of the holy mark. It seems he's quite capable, isn't he? Holy pattern. Lin Ao heard a new word again. During this short period of time, the roaring sounds coming from the other side became more frequent. Lin Ao and Hong Bao looked at each other, and they walked straight over there without hesitation. I just saw that the atmosphere over there was completely different from where Lin Ao and Hong Bao were. The atmosphere in the center of the venue was extremely heavy, and a human being like a moth was moving quickly through it. Could this be the poison lady? Her entire body was covered in pitch black fur, with a pair of moth-like wings emerging from her back. She also had antennae on her head, and her face had long lost its human appearance. Compound eyes, fangs, long tongue, and dust scattered everywhere she went. The overall feeling is indescribably weird. Could this be the power of the so-called holy pattern? There was a young man in tattered clothes at the bottom of the field, maintaining a defensive posture. This man was Lin Ao. Red energy scimitars shot out from the wings on the back of the Mothman and rushed straight towards Lin Ao. Although Lin Ao looked extremely embarrassed on the surface, he was actually feeling the properties of the dark red energy. This power is indeed somewhat strange. It has extremely strong corrosive properties, and contains various negative desires and emotions such as chaos, killing, violence, lust, greed, etc. It will gradually erode people's bodies and minds, causing them to gradually become the same type as themselves. This is the unique power of the holy city. Ha 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 ha. There was a fanatical look in Hong Bao's eyes as he stared closely at the poison lady in the field. A smile of extreme desire appeared on his face, and his gaze towards the poison lady was full of greed. Long Aotian looked at the disgusting creature and his body trembled involuntarily. He was really disgusted by the current form of the poison lady. You really are quite capable. You actually let me use the holy mark. I saw that your potential was stimulated by my poison powder and it exploded. You are quite compatible. Have you considered whether you want to join my side? The poison lady's voice became very sharp, and there was the sound of sharp teeth grinding while she spoke. Now, poison lady thought that it was her poison powder that stimulated Lin Ao and increased his potential, and her expectations for Lin Ao became higher and higher. You disgusting monster. Don't even think I'll surrender. Lin Ao wiped the dust off his face, looking weak. I really like the way you look now, you make me a little bit unable to hold back. She stuck out her purple tongue and licked each sharp tooth, sticky saliva flowing from the corners of her mouth. Lin Ao clenched his fists. If he didn't want to find out who the real Doom clone was, he would have wanted to punch this disgusting bug to death. Does everyone in your city have the so-called holy pattern? Long Aotian kissed Hong Bao tentatively to see if he would respond. Do you think everyone is qualified? Haha, we've earned this with our lives. After entering the holy city, you will be screened. You need to have sufficient achievements to prove yourself in order to gain the approval of the emperor, who will then bestow the holy mark upon you. Long Aotian narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, that should be the Doom clone, right? Moreover, the holy runes can devour each other to gain even more powerful abilities. Speaking of Hong Bao, his eyes were fixed on the poison lady in the field. At this time, Lin Ao, after a long stalemate, finally fell down. The poison lady flapped her wings and came to Lin Ao's side. A dark red light flashed, and she returned to her original appearance. What a difficult young man. She held her finger in her mouth, squatted down, picked up Lin Ao, and flew towards the rotten city. It seems your friend, Poison Lady, is reluctant to kill him. What about you? Do you want to continue the fight? Hong Bao looked at Long Aotian. Long Aotian shook his head. Hong Bao looked at Long Aotian and laughed. Then he took Long Aotian into the rotten city. The man with triangular eyes, who had been standing aside, looked at the backs of the two men thoughtfully. Chapter 375. The goal is clear and found. Ah, old Wang. Lin Ao roared and threw a flurry of punches, knocking a figure directly into the sky and smashing a large human-shaped hole in the roof. Phew, that was a close call. This poisonous moth was so fucking horny. She almost succeeded. Lin Ao wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. After he pretended to faint, Poison Lady carried him back to the rotten city, quickly. As soon as she came back, she took him into her boudoir. A strong chill instantly spread throughout Lin Ao's body. He was really disgusted by the stubbornness of the Poison Lady. He had no choice but to pretend to be in a nightmare, and then he punched wildly and drove the Poison Lady away. After a while, a figure hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in. Her clothes looked disheveled and her hair was a little messy. She gritted her teeth and asked with her eyes wide open. Tell me clearly, who is Lao Wang? I'll help you get rid of him. Poison Lady's eyes were blazing with anger. This was the second time she had been severely punished by Lin Ao because of Lao Wang. Lin Ao pretended to have just woken up and rubbed his eyes gently. When he saw Poison Lady walking towards him angrily, he jumped off the bed in an instant, moved in front of Poison Lady, and kicked her hard. Bang! Poison Lady was kicked away again by Lin Ao. Ah, you little brat. From outside the door came the almost frantic roar of the Poison Lady, and at the same time there was a loud explosion outside. Many objects around the house were smashed by the Poison Lady to vent her anger. Lin Ao stretched his neck, took a cautious look, and then quickly retracted it, muttering, transformation happens just like that. How disgusting. Lin Ao sat down on the chair slowly with a leisurely look. He first sniffed the tea on the table and said with certainty, there is no peculiar smell. Then he sat at the table and sipped his tea leisurely. Poison Lady vented her anger outside for about 15 minutes. The noise outside finally stopped, and then another 10 minutes passed. I saw that the Poison Lady had changed into a new set of clothes, had carefully combed her hair, and walked in with a swaying figure. Little Master, what's your name? The Poison Lady sat down on the chair very gracefully, crossed her legs, and her skirt was slit high, revealing a pair of beautiful snow-white legs. She glanced at Lin Ao with seductive eyes, as if everything that had happened before had never happened. Lin Ao still stared at her warily. My name is Lin Duiyu. Lin Ao casually said a pseudonym. Poison Lady smiled coquettishly and stretched out her hand to try to hold Lin Ao's hand on the table. Lin Ao immediately retracted his hand. Poison Lady was not angry about this, she just covered her mouth and smiled softly. Lin Duyu, you belong to me now. If you want to survive in the holy city and obtain the holy mark, you must listen to me. Do you understand? Poison Lady seemed calm at this moment. She thought that once he saw the surrounding environment and the almost insane living conditions here, sooner or later he would cry and beg her to love him. Poison Lady has full confidence in the holy city. The belated delicacy will bring you an unexpected refreshing feeling the moment it enters your mouth. The holy mark. Is that the mark on your body? Lin Ao frowned slightly. This was the first time he heard this term. Hearing Lin Ao's question, Poison Lady boldly opened her shirt, revealing the tattoo and Lin Ao rolled his eyes speechlessly. You really are thinking about those things all the time. Lin Ao suppressed his nausea and looked at the emblem. He saw that the emblem contained the dark red power of destiny that she had after her transformation. With an ominous aura, is this doom? Lin Ao observed it carefully and saw that the Poison Lady pinched it with 2 fingers and its shape kept changing. Lin Ao rolled his eyes and then withdrew his mind. He let out a long breath, and this time he held back and didn't call Lao Wang. When Poison Lady saw Lin Ao's appearance, she giggled repeatedly. She thought that Lin Ao was aroused by her and felt happy. That's right, as long as you obey, you can receive the baptism of the Holy One, and you will also obtain the Holy Mark, and reach a new height. There was fanaticism in the eyes of the Poison Lady, and now Lin Ao had also locked onto the location of the Doom clone he was looking for. Where is the sire? How can I see him? Lin Ao questioned, and Poison Lady gently pulled her clothes back. I told you, as long as you behave, I will take you to see His Majesty. Poison Lady stretched out her slender fingers, trying to lift Lin Ao's chin. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes, still wondering whether to call Lao Wang. However, Poison Lady's finger stopped in front of Lin Ao's chin, and she smiled. Tell me, how did you end up being exiled from Land Country? The Poison Lady licked her lips, tilted her head, and a few strands of hair were scattered, which did make her look quite charming. I killed Lao Wang, but Lao Wang had connections in the court, and I was exiled because of some behind-the-scenes manipulation. Lin Ao did not explain in detail, but Poison Lady had already figured it out in her mind. This old Wang must have been resentful of having his wife taken away, so he killed her in anger and was then exiled by the government. The story is simple, and many people here have been exiled because of these things, so it's nothing strange. Poison Lady did not delve into whether what he said was true or not, because anyone who could survive in a decent society would never come to such a hellish place. Anyone who could come to a place like this was desperate, that was all she needed to know. Go wash up and rest first. I won't bother you tonight. The Poison Lady withdrew her finger, clapped her hands, and then 2 more maids came in immediately. Serve the young master well in his bath. After Poison Lady said this, the 2 maids made a gesture to invite them in. Lin Ao also stood up and followed them to another courtyard. He looked around and found that the weather here was rainy all year round and the surrounding plants grew in strange shapes. There were poisonous insects passing by from time to time. I don't know if it was a feature of her house or the surrounding environment, but the maids and servants seemed to be used to it. How did these servants, who were so weak, survive? Human trafficking. The leading maid had a blank expression on her face and looked very numb. They took Lin Ao into a room. There is a big bathtub inside. After they closed the door, they quickly took off their clothes. He made a pleased gesture again. Chapter 376 Cruelty. Lin Ao stared at the 2 girls in front of him, only to see that their eyes were empty and lifeless. Obviously, the experiences they had here had plunged them into the abyss of despair. He clearly saw that both of them had various scars all over their bodies, as well as bruises of varying degrees. Lin Ao frowned slightly, then waved his hand gently, signaling them to come over. The 2 girls came over very obediently and began to undress Lin Ao-kun quite skillfully. Lin Ao quickly held down their hands and firmly stopped their actions. The 2 of them stopped immediately, their eyes still dead silent, without any fluctuation, as if they were unconditionally submitting to everything. Were these scars inflicted by someone else? Lin Ao stared at the scars on the 2 men's bodies. Several of them looked quite new, obviously having fallen off not long ago. The 2 did not respond to Lin Ao. They shook their heads at the same time, and there was indeed a rare hint of fear in their eyes. Lin Ao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He held their hands tightly, and they let Lin Ao do what he wanted, with no intention of resisting. The life energy slowly entered their bodies from their wrists to check the situation inside their bodies. He soon realized that their bodies were filled with various toxins. The condition inside my body is even worse than what appears on the outside. Lin Ao controlled the life energy to flow in their bodies, and wherever he went, he carefully repaired the damage in the bodies of the two girls. The two girls suddenly felt a surge of warmth in their bodies, and at that moment, a hint of light appeared in their eyes. They were full of doubts. This person was so strange today. What did he do to them? My body is so warm, a warmth I have never experienced before. How long has it been like this? How long has it been since I felt the temperature? Their eyes gradually narrowed, and for the first time in so many years, their bodies felt so relaxed and comfortable. After a long time, Lin Ao finally withdrew his strength. Now their bodies seemed to be reborn, and every injury was properly repaired by Lin Ao. I won't treat your external injuries, lest that poisonous moth notice something and you might even lose your lives. Lin Ao spoke slowly. If Poison Lady didn't check the internal injuries herself, she would not know that they had been cured by Lin Ao, but as for the external injuries, they could be seen at a glance. No one knows how Poison Lady or anyone else will treat them after finding out, but the methods will definitely be cruel. Lin Ao picked up the clothes of the two girls from the ground and handed them in front of them. Put it on. I don't need you to serve me here, but there are some things I want to know. Can you tell me? Lin Ao's tone was extremely gentle. He was even so cautious that he was afraid of scaring them if his voice was even a little louder. The two girls slowly raised their heads and cast their gazes towards the rather strange guest today. They stared at Lin Ao, blinking their eyes continuously. They made the same movement at the same time, their slender fingers pointed at their mouths, and then they both opened their mouths at the same time. The pitch-black hole made Lin Ao's pupils shrink slightly, and he saw that only the roots of their tongues were left. However, they seemed to have been accustomed to it and did not show any pain on their faces. At that moment, a strong anger suddenly surged in Lin Ao's heart. Perhaps this was only a very small part of the situation in the rotten city, and there were probably more inhumane things. He took several deep breaths before he managed to calm down. Although he has the ability to treat this condition, he has become the best doctor in the world since he gained the ability to create life. But he couldn't treat them at the moment because doing so would only bring harm to them. Can I write? Lin Ao asked again, and one of the older girls nodded slightly. Lin Ao immediately took out paper and pen from the space. Put on your clothes first. Lin Ao looked at them still standing there in a daze, refusing to put on their clothes, and had no choice but to speak again. The girl took the paper and pen from Lin Ao and wrote on it. Sir, we are to wait upon you for your bath, and if we fail to do so, we will be punished. Lin Ao took a look at what was written on the paper and understood it. The other girl walked straight to Lin Ao and started to take off his clothes. This time Lin Ao did not stop them. After Lin Ao entered the bathtub, two girls followed him in. They picked up brushes and wanted to wash Lin Ao's body. This time Lin Ao stopped them. No need to bother. Lin Ao used his strength to wash his appearance, and in an instant he became extremely clean. Now I ask the questions, and you answer them. Lin Ao leaned against the edge of the bathtub and looked at the two of them. The two seemed to be still surprised by the ability displayed by Lin Ao, and they were unable to come back to their senses for a while. Were you exiled or trafficked here? Lin Ao began to ask questions, and the girl who was good at writing quickly brought paper and pen from the side. We were all trafficked here. The two people's eyes fluctuated greatly at this moment. Obviously, that unbearable memory was the beginning of their miserable and painful lives. How long have you been here? Lin Ao asked immediately. 2 years. The girl raised her head and recalled the past 2 years. It seemed like 100 years had passed. How are your family members doing now? After we arrived, we were locked up in the insect house. If we disobeyed, we would be punished with beatings or scolding. We cried too loudly, so they cruelly cut off our tongues. From then on, we began to serve the people here. Their expressions were painful and desperate. Some sisters have even become human food, so-called delicious dishes. Every once in a while, they will carefully select young children. Their hands trembled, tears as big as beans began to drip into the water, and their faces were full of fear. We have physical defects, so they look down on us. We are lucky enough not to become cannibals. Their eyes flickered with relief and sadness at having survived the disaster. Lin Ao's suppressed anger surged through his body again. So cannibalism is a common practice here. The girl continued writing on the paper. We don't know about other places. We're never allowed to go outside, but cannibalism happens a lot here, and Poison Lady loves these dishes the most. The veins on Lin Ao's forehead bulged. This woman really lives up to her name. Lin Ao no longer had any questions to ask. They didn't know much and had never even left the yard. They probably didn't even know what a saint was. She disappears for 2 days at the end of every month, and this time there are still 3 days left. The girl suddenly wrote this sentence on the paper, and Lin Ao's eyes lit up. I solemnly apologize to you for what I just thought. The unintentional message is the most important. As long as he determines the location of the Doom clone, he will tear this entire, rotten city, apart. Chapter 377 Aoshin's Promotion. After taking a bath, Lin Ao came to a room under the guidance of 2 girls. Then, the 2 turned and left, presumably to report the situation to Poison Lady. Lin Ao sat upright in the room and began to organize the information he had collected. The Doom clone should have been placed here by fate many years ago. He cultivated this place for a long time, developed many devious followers, and became what they now called a saint. The holy pattern he bestowed upon them must have been the power of their own ill-fated fate, allowing them to acquire a mutated ability. The way they improve their own strength is precisely the brutal fate of those people here. They kill people as if they were chopping melons and vegetables, and they don't take life seriously at all. Just from the 2 maids, Lin Ao could deeply feel the brutality here and how much unknown darkness the entire city was filled with. As for the abilities of the Doom clone itself, Lin Ao has not figured it out yet. No matter what abilities it possesses, Lin Ao has enough confidence and capital to crush it. However, at the moment, Lin Ao had no idea where the Doom clone was hiding. After entering the city, he had been trying to sense its location, but to no avail. Therefore, he had no choice but to find a breakthrough from the Poison Lady. 3 more days. Lin Ao gently stroked his chin and muttered to himself, among the many pieces of information he had obtained today, the most critical and important one. It's about those specific days when the Poison Lady disappears. It's the same fixed days every month. Then, there is a high possibility that she has met with the Doom clone in the past. I can't believe you've become so cunning. Lin Ao pinched his chin with his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he sat quietly for a while and then lay down on the bed. So in the next few days he planned to get to know this place called Rotten City, and wait quietly for the day when Poison Lady left. Lin Ao really began to fall asleep. After what had just happened, the Poison Lady should not come to bother him again. In this way, Lin Ao was not disturbed at all throughout the night and slept very soundly and peacefully. On Long Aoshin's side, he experienced a night of hangover. Hong Bao pulled Long Aoshin back to his territory and took him around. He and the brothers in his territory immediately started a bonfire party, saying that it was to welcome Long Aoshin. The venue was filled with a large amount of drinks, and there were singers and dancers. The decadent music slowly sounded, and the dancers twisted their graceful bodies to their heart's content. A carnival party full of passion and vitality kicked off. The group of people were having an extremely crazy time. Some of them were drunk and even grabbed the singers or dancers and started doing intense and crazy things on the spot. The corners of Long Aoshin's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Of course, he would not go along with these people. He saw that group of singers and dancers seemed to have long been accustomed to such a life. The smiles on their faces seemed to be fixed on their faces. No matter what kind of shock they suffered, they always kept this fake smile. There was a lifeless look in their eyes, and it wasn't just women, some fair-faced boys received the exact same treatment. They are the same, having reached an abnormal level of numbness. Some people laughed and tears fell from their eyes, which only irritated some people even more. This scene seemed like hell on earth, and Long Aoshin clenched his fists tightly. He almost couldn't control his emotions and exploded on the spot. He picked up a pot of wine and walked straight to a relatively secluded place far away from them to drink alone. Brother Lin, you better hold on tight, I might not be able to hold back and make a move tomorrow. Long Aoshin took a few gulps of wine and looked up at the sky of the rotten city. It was covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. What a rotten city. Long Aoshin clenched his fists tightly again. Ha ha ha. Brother Yaren, why did you come here alone? Don't you like the hustle and bustle over there? Hong Bao's voice rang out, and he walked over with several jars of wine in his hands. Haha, I just prefer relatively quiet places. Long Aoshan looked at Hong Liang who was walking towards him and curled his lips. This kind of person is really suitable to stay in the rotten city and rot away. Brother Yaren, this place is free and democratic. As long as you have the power, look at them, they can get whatever they want. Why should you resist? Hong Bao saw Long Aoshan's disgust, but the small number of people who had just arrived here were also like Long Aoshan at the beginning. After all, not all evil people would be exiled. Some people were exiled because they were truly wronged, but they still retained their conscience and basic ideas as a human being. However, it won't be long before they are assimilated and become the same as them, or even worse than them. Once a certain switch is turned on, they will become very crazy, and they will calmly do things that they dared not think about or do in the past. Conscience, kindness, compassion. Stop kidding, how much are these worth here? Can they help you live a few more days? I'm a person with a shallow perspective. There are some things I really can't look at too much. I have my own bottom line. Long Aoshan's words did not make Hong Bao feel strange, because he had seen a lot of these things, and he treated Long Aoshan the same as those people before. But all those people have changed, without exception. Okay, then let's have a nice drink together. To congratulate you on your new life in Rotten City. Hong Bao handed one of the jars of wine to Long Aoshan. Long Aoshan also took it. He had nothing to do and no way to vent his emotions, so he decided to drink it. Long Aoshan picked up the jar of wine and started drinking it in big gulps. Hong Bao showed a meaningful smile, and he also picked up the jar of wine and started drinking. 1 jar, 2 jars, 3 jars, they never stopped, and the jars of wine were already placed under their feet. In order to win over Long Aoshan, Hong Bao also stayed with him for the entire night. They drank like this all night. In the dead of night, the sound of melodious music in the courtyard sounds like a sad song. During the night that Long Aoshan stayed here, he felt too many complicated emotions. He thought a lot and was in a daze. Long Aoshan stepped into the peak of the middle stage from the early stage of Xuanwu in one fell swoop. Chapter 378 Poison Pill. The next day, Lin Ao woke up from his sleep and slowly opened the door. But he found that the 2 girls from last night were already waiting at his door. I saw several new clearly visible wounds on the necks of the 2 girls. Lin Ao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Is it Poison Lady? Lin Ao asked slowly, only to see the 2 sisters both shook their heads slightly. Others. One of them hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They couldn't make any sound, and there was no expression on their faces. This situation had long become the norm. The only bit of warmth that Lin Ao gave them yesterday was once again buried deep in their hearts. They really didn't want to touch that warmth again. They began to be afraid and panic. After all, they had already adapted to despair and were used to living in hell. Once they see hope again, if they fall into despair again, they will really lose the courage to live. The reason why they are still surviving like this is actually because of the words of the Poison Lady. You just stay here. I will send some money to your family every month. But if you dare to commit suicide, I will find a way to capture your family and take your place. It was because of her words that they managed to hold on for many years. It was precisely because of her words that they never chose to commit suicide even when they suffered serious injuries. Because they have experienced hellish torture, they don't want their families to suffer the same pain. As for what Poison Lady said about sending money every month, they didn't take it seriously at all. How could someone as ruthless as her do such a thing? And who would believe it? Most of the people here were simply accurately grasped by the words that Poison Lady said afterwards. Many people also fell into madness in such an environment and were completely assimilated. They suffer all kinds of harm, so they hurt those who are weaker than themselves. In this way, you can soothe the trauma you have suffered in your mind and body. The 2 sisters were at the bottom of the society and anyone could bully them. The wounds on their necks were caused by those people. Lin Ao nodded slightly. He paused and thought for a while, then he suddenly realized the key. However, he did not decide to help the 2 sisters at that moment. Because as long as anyone noticed that Lin Ao's attitude towards these 2 people was different, then these 2 girls will immediately become the target of everyone's attack, and the damage inflicted on them will be directly multiplied from then on. One of the girls made a gesture of invitation in a certain direction. It seemed that it was the poison lady who asked them to come over and wait here. Once Lin Ao wakes up, she will lead him to find her. Lin Ao nodded slightly, and the girl walked in front to lead the way. They brought Lin Ao to the yard where Poison Lady lived last night. At this time, all the items that were once damaged had disappeared, and even the broken roof and door had been repaired. One of them walked to the front door and did not choose to knock on the door. Instead, he gently shook the bell on his body. The bell then made a clear and pleasant sound. The door slowly opened, and a man dressed in a transparent gauze dress opened the door. There was no extra expression on his face either. After opening the door, he stepped aside and waited quietly. Lin Ao did not enter the room, but just stood outside the yard. Why don't you come in and sit down? The voice of Poison Lady was heard from the room. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked out from inside, wearing only a silk robe and pajamas. Lin Ao glanced at him with disdain on his face. He knew very well why he didn't go in. There was a strong smell in the air. If Lin Ao smelled it, he would probably feel nauseous for several days. How do you feel after a night's rest? Have you recovered a little? Poison Lady twisted her waist and walked in front of Lin Ao, with a blush on her face that had not faded. Yeah, I'm feeling better. What brings you to me so early in the morning? Lin Ao spoke lightly. Poison Lady was not angry at Lin Ao's reaction. She smiled lightly. After clapping his hands, the man came out of Poison Lady's room holding something. He walked up to Poison Lady and respectfully handed her a porcelain bottle. Lin Ao looked at the porcelain bottle, wondering what the Poison Lady wanted to do. She took the porcelain bottle, unsealed it, and poured out a scarlet pill from it. She pinched it gently with her fingers, a cruel smile on her face. Lin Duyu, take this. She put the pill in front of Lin Ao. Lin Ao frowned. He understood Poison Lady's intention. She was going out for a few days and was worried that Lin Ao would be restless here. So he wanted Lin Ao to take a poison pill so that he could control him. You are a smart person, you know that if you don't submit now, then the consequences will be. Poison Lady did not continue speaking. She looked at Lin Ao patiently. She knew that Lin Ao would definitely accept it. In her opinion, Lin Ao's strength was not as good as hers, so if he wanted to survive, he had to obey her. And Lin Ao is definitely not the kind of person who would give up his life easily. So Poison Lady was full of confidence. Lin Ao's expression kept changing, and his pupils were trembling slightly, as if he was making some important decision in his heart. Of course, these were all pretended by Lin Ao. Poison Lady felt more and more at ease, as she had seen these expressions many times. After a long while, Lin Ao took the scarlet pill from her hand and swallowed it in one gulp. You are indeed a smart person. Don't worry, as long as you do what I want, I will give you an antidote every month. It won't have any effect on you on a normal day. The premise is that you are obedient. Poison Lady looked at Lin Ao with great satisfaction. Look, after this night, he should stop trying to hold back. Now that he has come to Rotten City, her territory, who can disobey her orders? Chunhua, take Master Lin out for a stroll and see the unique features of our holy city. Take my jade token with you. The Poison Lady handed a dark green jade token to the hungry girl who could write. Chuyu, go to my room and get some silver. Buy whatever Master Lin wants. The other girl nodded and walked into Poison Lady's room. Lin Ao didn't say a word from beginning to end, just quietly watched Poison Lady's arrangements. She did this in order to further destroy Lin Ao's cognition. This made him even more dependent on her. After all, only she was safe. Under the meaningful gaze of the Poison Lady, Chunhua, Chuyu and Lin Ao walked out of the Poison Lady's mansion. The toxicity of the pill was eliminated by Lin Ao the moment he swallowed it. After he came out, his disguised expression immediately disappeared, and he followed Chunhua Chuyu with a relaxed look. He wanted to see what the special features were. It can make a person's psychological defenses collapse again. Chapter 379 Use the Holy Mark. The two men led Lin Ao walking on the street. When they were 10 meters away from the Poison Lady's residence, the surrounding environment suddenly changed drastically. The buildings appeared extremely dilapidated, the roads were extremely dirty, and all kinds of sticky liquids were scattered in every corner of the road. Lin Ao couldn't help but frown. He actually saw some human organs mixed in it. The pungent stench filled the air, which was unbearable. Lin Ao immediately flew into the air with the two girls. He was absolutely unwilling to let his feet touch the ground even for a moment. They also saw many people in the city, and those people also saw Lin Ao and the other two flying in the air. There was no friendliness in those people's eyes at all, and it looked as if they all had ulterior motives. There are still some storefronts similar to shops in the city. The items for sale are also strange and bizarre, and it is impossible to tell what they are from the outside. Lin Ao took out a notebook and a pen and handed them to Chunhua. Write it down and introduce it to me. Chunhua nodded slightly. What kind of shops are there down there? Lin Ao began to ask questions, and Chunhua immediately started writing quickly in her notebook. The butcher shop not only sells meat from various animals, but also human flesh. The younger the human flesh, the higher the price. Slave trade. We were sold to Poison Lady from there. They have all our information and will hand it over to Poison Lady. In a casino, the scope of gambling is far more than just money. Your own slaves, bodies, lives, anything you can afford can be used as a bet. Restaurant. When writing this, Chunhua's expression suddenly changed, and her fingers began to tremble slightly. Chuyu beside her also showed fear on her face. I once personally brought a little boy here who had committed a crime in the Poison Lady's mansion. Huge tears rolled down Chunhua's eyes, the tip of the pen trembled on the paper, and it involuntarily drew some irregular lines. He never came back. Anyone who made a mistake in the Poison Lady's mansion was either killed on the spot, disposed of by the people in the mansion, or sold to restaurants and entertainment venues. Chunhua took a deep breath. In a pleasure place, you can play with relatively clean women or men. It can satisfy all the customer's wishes, including cruel acts such as torture and killing. Every shop has a powerful person behind the scenes, and these shops must pay taxes to the Poison Lady and several other city lords. Lin Ao stared at the words on the paper, his pupils shrinking slightly. This is truly a horrible place where people eat people. Suddenly, Lin Ao frowned slightly. He just swung his hand vigorously and instantly shot down several hidden weapons that were flying towards him. At this moment, Lin Ao happened to fly to the area around the restaurant. He looked up in the direction of the third floor. I saw a group of people with provocative looks on their faces, staring at Lin Ao and the others. Lin Ao keenly sensed the aura emanating from them, and the one with the highest level among them was at the peak of Junwu. Hey, pretty boy, you're new here. Did you just arrive in the holy city? A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion was holding an unknown piece of meat in his hand and was eating it with relish. He looked at Lin Ao with gloomy and unfriendly eyes. The people standing beside them also stared at them closely with provocation in their eyes. The person holding the piece of meat was the one who just threw the hidden weapon. Old Ken, aren't those two mute women from the Poison Lady's residence? Then this pretty boy might be the Poison Lady's new favorite. A young man nearby was picking his teeth, a mocking look on his face. Yeah, aren't you afraid that this pretty boy will go back and complain, and then the Poison Lady will come out to cause trouble for you, ha 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 ha. The group of people suddenly burst into wild laughter, and Lin Ao came up to them with a smile. What, you want to fight back? Pretty boy, do you think everything will be fine just because you have the Poison Lady protecting you? Don't you even look at where this place is? The man called Old Ken had a ferocious smile on his face. Then he threw the piece of meat in his hand towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao dodged it lightly by slightly turning sideways. Now he could see clearly what it was. It turned out to be a human arm. Lin Ao was just worrying about having no place to vent his frustration, but he didn't expect these people to come to him on their own initiative. Little pretty boy, let me ask you, what does it feel like to be with the Poison Lady? Old Ken has been coveting the Poison Lady for a long time, but unfortunately the Poison Lady just looks down on him, ha 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 ha. After listening to this, Lao Ken cursed with a laugh, and suddenly without warning, he shot another hidden weapon at Lin Ao. Because the distance was very close and the attack was extremely swift, they all thought they would succeed this time. However, the result was that Lin Ao was still standing there unharmed, while the hidden weapon had long been shattered into pieces. Tisk, you do have some skills. Old Ken's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness. The group of people who were originally laughing and joking also stopped smiling, and everyone's eyes were as fierce as poisonous snakes. Chunhua and Chuyu were already used to this, and this was exactly why Lady Du took Lin Ao out with her. Of course, Lin Ao also knew that the Poison Lady just wanted him to see the reality here so that he could completely fall into her arms. Lin Ao and the others looked at each other, and the air seemed to freeze a little. Lao Ken's group also used their strength, and many people came around to watch the situation. Kill him! Lao Ken shouted, and the people inside immediately flew out, surrounding Lin Ao. Holding various weapons in their hands, they started to chop at Lin Ao. Lin Ao pushed Chunhua and Chuyu to a safe place, and he dodged very flexibly. He looked at the group of people and saw the so-called holy patterns everywhere on their exposed skin. Lin Ao gathered some strength and flew to Lao Ken in an instant. He kicked him to the ground with a loud bang. Old Ken vomited blood from the heavy blow, but his eyes became more ferocious. "Let's go together," he shouted angrily. Seeing this, the others increased the strength and speed of their attacks, and various moves came at Lin Ao like a torrential rain. Lin Ao snorted coldly, and his figure was like a ghost, moving freely among the crowd. Every move he made was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, forcing those people to retreat again and again. "This kid Lao Ken is a bit weird," someone exclaimed. But Lin Ao did not give them any chance to breathe. He used his fists and feet together, and each blow accurately hit the enemy's vital points. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly cast a strange spell, and a black light rushed straight towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao dodged to the side, and the light hit the ground, instantly creating a big hole. "Is that all you can do?" Lin Ao taunted. His aura grew stronger, instilling fear in those who besieged him. Old Ken looked at Lin Ao with an ugly expression. "Use the holy mark." Old Ken roared, and the tattoos on the group of people began to exude a hint of dark red power. Chapter 380, The Degree of Change of the Holy Mark. Roar. The eyes of each of them turned scarlet, and the muscles on their bodies became covered with blue veins and began to fluctuate under the stimulation of the dark red energy. Old Ken's body began to twist wildly, his head elongated and became hard like a shell, resembling a giant rhinoceros beetle. A pair of curved horns suddenly grew on its forehead, and its sharp mouthparts were like sharp sickles, flashing with a cold light. His back bulged high, and gave rise to a pair of huge, translucent wings. The wings were covered with strange patterns that looked like twisted blood vessels, as if they were evil talismans from the dark abyss. Those eyes were no longer human eyes, but were composed of countless densely packed compound eyes, each of which flashed with a creepy scarlet light, as if it could see through the fear of the soul. The changes in others are equally chilling. The body of one of them gradually stretched out, like a giant centipede. Countless slender, barbed limbs were wriggling rapidly on the ground, each limb covered with a layer of sticky mucus and emitting a foul odor. Sharp spikes like blades grew on both sides of his body, flashing with a sinister luster as his body moved. His hands turned into huge crab claws, which were covered with serrations and made a heart-pounding friction sound when opening and closing. Another person's body became like a bloated spider, with 8 slender and hairy legs supporting the huge and twisted body, and the hairs on the legs stood upright like steel needles. White spider silk was constantly spurting out from its abdomen. The silk was stained with green venom and dripped onto the ground, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. His face was distorted, his mouth split to his ears, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and black smoke kept spewing out of his mouth. And a row of fish fin-like spikes actually grew on his back, flashing with a faint blue light. What kind of composite monsters are these? Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly, and he further discovered that there was a considerable difference between them and the Poison Lady. Their evolutionary direction cannot present a unified trend at all. As for the Poison Lady, after she used the holy mark, she became closer to human form, and the evolved form was obviously more advanced. However, there has been an improvement in strength. Facing these hideous and terrifying composite monsters, Lin Ao showed no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a confident smile. At this moment they began to attack Lin Ao. Old Ken, who looked like a rhinoceros beetle, pounced first. He flapped his huge wings at an extremely fast speed, and his sharp mouthparts stabbed straight at Lin Ao. Lin Ao dodged the attack easily by moving to the side, and Lao Ken missed. But he did not give up. He flapped his wings again, causing a gust of wind, trying to interfere with Lin Ao's vision. At this time, the monster that looked like a giant centipede also crawled over quickly and swept towards Lin Ao with its limbs covered with barbs. Lin Ao jumped lightly into the air, and the centipede's attack missed, falling to the ground and splashing a cloud of dust. The monster that turned into a spider took the opportunity to spray out white spider silk, trying to restrain Lin Ao. Lin Ao's eyes focused, and a force gathered in his hands, instantly breaking the spider silk. However, Lin Ao did not rush to fight back. He just kept dodging the monsters' attacks, carefully observing their movements and the burst points of their strength, trying to test the strength of their abilities after transformation. Seeing that he could not take the enemy down after a long time of attack, Old Ken roared angrily and launched an even more fierce attack together with other monsters. But Lin Ao was agile and could handle the monsters' siege with ease, as if he was strolling in the garden. He jumped and rolled from time to time, cleverly avoiding fatal attacks time and time again, and at the same time he had a preliminary assessment of the strength of these monsters in his mind. Lin Ao had observed enough and decided not to play with these monsters anymore. His eyes flashed, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. He suddenly appeared in front of Old Ken, so fast that it was almost impossible to see him clearly. Before Lao Ken could react, Lin Ao's fist came whistling towards him with a fierce gust of wind. This punch contained enormous power and hit Lao Ken's hard shell directly. There was a loud bang, and Lao Ken was knocked back by the powerful force and fell heavily to the ground. His wings were broken and his sharp mouthparts were twisted and deformed. He twisted his body in pain but could no longer get up. The centipede-like monster took the opportunity to attack from behind. It quickly squirmed its slender limbs, trying to use its sharp spikes to give Lin Ao a fatal blow. However, Lin Ao seemed to have eyes on his back and suddenly turned around and kicked. The kick was so powerful that it hit the monster's head hard. The monster's head exploded instantly, and green juice splashed everywhere, splashing onto the ground and corroding small holes. Seeing this, the monster that turned into a spider sprayed spider silk even more crazily. The dense spider silk was like a white web, trying to stop Lin Ao's actions. Lin Ao snorted coldly, waved his hands, and a powerful energy burst out from his hands. This force of energy was like a strong wind, instantly cutting off all the spider silk. Then he flew forward at lightning speed. Before the monster could react, Lin Ao had already grabbed its 8 legs. He pulled hard with both hands, and with a horrifying tearing sound, he tore the monster in half. The internal organs and blood were scattered all over the ground, and the scene was extremely bloody. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other monsters fled in all directions. Lin Ao would never give them a chance. He was as fast as lightning and moved freely among the group of monsters. Every attack hits the target accurately, whether it is a fist or a palm, and each blow carries destructive power. Accompanied by screams, the monsters fell one after another. Some were beaten to the point of having their bones broken, while others were directly blasted into meat paste. After a while, these originally arrogant monsters all fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight, leaving only a miserable scene. Lin Ao dusted himself off and looked at the monster corpses all over the ground. He hadn't even used any strength yet, beating them was like playing. Pa 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 pa. There was applause and a man walked out from one side. Lin Ao looked over there. Triangular eyes. The person who came out was the one who appeared with Du Niang and Hongbao that day. Brother, what strength. The man walked over with a smile, and Lin Ao felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at his eyes. It seems that Poison Lady really put a lot of effort into capturing you. Triangle eyes circled around Lin Ao, and then a sinister voice sounded. What is your real purpose? Chapter 381 Jia Ruzhen. Lin Ao's heart sank. He was so engrossed in the game that he didn't even notice Triangle eyes coming towards him. My name is Jia Ruzhen, what should I call you, brother? Jia Ruzhen smiled and stretched out her withered hand to shake hands with Chen Chaosheng. Wait, does anyone in this world shake hands? Is that a formality? Absolutely not. This person must be no simple person. He must have a problem, a big problem. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Jia Ruzhen's outstretched hand calmly, and did not respond immediately. He thought quickly in his mind, trying to find more clues from this sudden action. Lin Ao had a slightly cold expression on his face as he was wary of Jia Ruzhen. Jia Ruzhen's triangular eyes were also staring at Chen Chaosheng like a poisonous snake, but the smile on his face remained. But that smile seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog that was impossible to see through. Chen Chaosheng was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. My name is Lin Duiyu. I wonder what brings you here, brother Jia. His tone was calm, yet filled with caution. Jia Ruzhen laughed, withdrew her hand and said. Brother Lin, don't be nervous. I was just passing by and saw that you seemed to be in some trouble here, so I came to check on you. Lin Ao snorted inwardly, thinking, look at you, jerk. What's your real purpose in asking me this? Why are you just saying this out of the blue? Are you pretending to be profound? But Lin Ao still kept a faint smile on his face and said, so that's how it is. Brother Jia is very polite. At this time, the atmosphere became more and more solemn, and an invisible contest seemed to be quietly unfolding. Brother Lin, I see that with your strength, you shouldn't have fallen to the point of coming to the holy city, right? What do you think? Jia Ruzhen looked at the piles of minced meat on the ground, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Haha, there are always people who are better than you. Lin Ao shrugged, his tone very relaxed. Jia Ruzhen pinched her chin and then looked suddenly at Lin Ao. His eyes turned completely red, and a mental wave attacked Lin Ao. He is familiar with this, and it is very similar to Nankei's ability. Lin Ao instantly acted as if he had a dazed look and was in a trance, as if he was really affected by Jia Ruzhen's mental fluctuations. Seeing this, Jia Ruzhen showed a smug smile on his face and stretched out a snake-like tongue. He thought his plan had succeeded, and he slowly spoke. Tell me quickly, why did you come to the holy city? What is your real name? Lin Ao's voice became slow and dull. My name is Lin Dali, my brother Long Yaran, and I killed a high-ranking official of the Land Kingdom, then we came here to seek refuge together. We were not exiled. Jia Ruzhen looked at the demented Lin Ao. Sure enough, what I thought was right. He was not exiled. And his name is not Lin Duiyu or Lin Dali. He is so handsome that his real name is worse than his pseudonym. Does Poison Lady trust you completely? Jia Ruzhen continued to ask. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he had thought of something interesting. Lin Ao continued to pretend to be dazed and spoke slowly. Not yet completely trusting. Jia Ruzhen narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, this means that the Poison Lady has released him now and is using other means to control him. Did she poison you? Jia Ruzhen spoke slowly and Lin Ao nodded. It was just as he expected. Otherwise, why would the Poison Lady be so confident in letting someone she liked come out? The Poison Lady is still the Poison Lady. Jia Ruzhen smiled sinisterly. What a shame he's mine now. Jia Ruzhen looked at Lin Ao with satisfaction. His eyes gradually became brighter and brighter, and the deep red was like an abyss. Lin Dali, from now on you are mine. You must carry out my mission in secret. You must obey me from now on. Jia Ruzhen's voice became very unreal. Okay, Master Jia. Lin Ao's eyes gradually became empty and lifeless, and he looked very dazed. He nodded slowly and responded to Jia Ruzhen in an unclear tone. After we return, you must speed up the process of gaining her trust. I need you to help me seize the Poison Lady's holy mark. A hint of ferocity and sharpness instantly appeared in Jia Ruzhen's eyes. They had always devoured each other's holy patterns, in order to absorb each other's power. The entire holy city seemed like a place where poisonous insects were raised, full of cruelty and fighting. Okay. Lin Ao continued to respond to Jia Ruzhen woodenly and dully, still appearing to be completely controlled. Okay, ha. Jia Ru laughed heartily with satisfaction, then turned and walked towards where the minced meat was. Jia Ruzhen's tongue actually split into two, and quickly rolled up the pieces of flesh of those who were defeated by Lin Ao on the ground, and swallowed the pieces of flesh into his mouth without hesitation. When Lin Ao saw this scene, he almost vomited on the spot. It was so disgusting that he even licked the ground with a look of unsatisfied satisfaction. Lin Ao was completely speechless. He only saw Jia Ru walking towards Lin Ao again with genuine satisfaction. Lin Ao quickly resumed his controlled appearance. Jia Ruzhen patted Lin Ao's shoulder gently. Find a chance to have Poison Lady take this medicine. Doesn't she like poison? Then give her a powerful one to try, ha. Jia Ruzhen laughed wildly a few times, then withdrew his mental fluctuations and turned to leave. Chunhua and Chuyu, who were hypnotized in the distance, were also released from hypnosis by Jia Ruzhen. Lin Ao looked at Jia Ruzhen's gradually receding back, and his eyes slowly regained clarity. He carefully put the medicine given by Jia Ruzhen into his arms, and then came to Chunhua and Chuyu, and the two slowly woke up. This Jia Ruzhen actually set his sights on the Poison Lady's sacred mark. These people are truly more vicious than the other. Lin Ao kept muttering to himself, and at this time Chunhua and Chuyu had also completely regained consciousness. They looked towards the street and found that there was nothing there. It was even cleaner than before. What had just happened? But these things are not their concern, and they cannot ask. Let's go back, this place is really boring. Lin Ao picked up Chunhua and Chuyu and flew straight towards the Poison Lady's residence. Then his face became extremely gloomy. Lin Ao brought Chunhua and Chuyu and quickly landed in the outer courtyard of the Poison Lady. Then he went straight to his room, obviously in a bad mood. Shortly after Lin Ao left, Poison Lady came out from a corner. A smile appeared on his face. Chapter 382, Endure for one more day. How was it? Did you go through all of them? Poison Lady came slowly to Chunhua and Chuyu. Chunhua and Chuyu immediately bowed to Poison Lady with great respect, and then both knelt on the ground. Ouch, look at my memory, I forgot your tongue is gone, hehehehe. As Poison Lady said this, she looked at the spring flowers and autumn moon and let out bursts of gentle laughter. Both Chunhua and Chuyu were trembling slightly. All right, get out of here. I need to comfort my brother Lin. After sending Chunhua and Chuyu away, Poison Lady walked towards Lin Ao's room with light steps. In fact, Lin Ao had been waiting for the arrival of Poison Lady for a long time. She will definitely come over. While Lin Ao's mood is fluctuating, it is the best time to subdue him. Mr. Lin, why are you back so early? Why don't you take a walk? Experience the unique characteristics of our holy city. The Poison Lady twisted her body and walked in with a charming smile on her face. Lin Ao rolled his eyes speechlessly, thinking to himself, this woman is just being coquettish all the time. Wait until he finds the exact location of the Doom clone, and then he'll see how she continues to flirt. You're asking this question even though you already know the answer. Lin Ao pretended to be angry, and there was a hint of fear in the obvious anger in his eyes. Poison Lady covered her mouth and smiled softly, then sat down opposite Lin Ao slowly. Mr. Lin, you are wrongly blaming me. I am doing this for your own good. Poison Lady personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Lin Ao. This is the survival rule of the holy city. This is its true nature, the survival of the fittest. Poison Lady supported her chin with her hand, looked at Lin Ao, opened her red lips slightly, and then spoke slowly. And I asked you to take the poison because it was actually for your own good. Otherwise, if you wander around in the holy city, your life will be in danger. You know, if anything happens to you, I will be very sad. The Poison Lady looked at Lin Ao with seductive eyes and pretended to be sincere. Lin Ao could only complain silently in his heart, you really can make anything sound exaggerated. Lin Ao snorted coldly, and his eyes became fierce. Do you really think I'll believe your words? You've shown the most vicious nature of women to the fullest. When Poison Lady heard Lin Ao's words, she was not angry. Instead, she looked at Lin Ao coquettishly and said slowly. Oh, Master Lin, why are you so ignorant of my painstaking efforts? It's true that time reveals a person's true character. If we fuck you a few more times, you will understand my heart. As this vicious woman spoke, she actually began to undress again, and the large area of white on her chest appeared again. Lin Ao is a misophobe and doesn't like women who are two-faced. Lin Ao waved his hand impatiently and shrank back. Don't try to play tricks on me. I'm just asking you, when can this poison be solved? We can work together, but I really don't want to do it this way. Poison Lady smiled softly and said coquettishly, after going out like this, his mouth has become much looser. After some time, I'm sure his edges will be completely smoothed out. As for detoxification, of course, as long as Master Lin is obedient, I will naturally detoxify you when the time is right. Lin Ao Cheng pretended to be extremely angry, but he tried hard to suppress his anger. He said seriously, then what exactly do you want me to do? Poison Lady pulled her clothes closer, then stood up and walked slowly. Master Lin, I want you to help me snatch all the holy marks from other people in the holy city. If you succeed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. When that happens, I will do anything Master Lin asks me to do. The Poison Lady stretched out her slender fingers, gently placed them to her lips, licked them lightly, and then her fingers slowly slid down to her chest. Lin Ao felt speechless again, thinking to himself, you have to show off your charm every time you say a few words, what a mess is going on in your head all day long. Just me. Are you kidding me? Lin Ao simply ignored Du Niangzi's actions and continued to talk with her. Mr. Lin, please don't underestimate yourself. I firmly believe in your abilities. The Poison Lady's eyes were as charming as silk, flowing non-stop. Lin Ao said Lin Ao's words, and she flirted with hers. Okay, I promise you, I will do my best to help you take away the holy marks from others. But I hope you can keep your promise and do what you say. Lin Ao gritted his teeth and stared at Poison Lady with an extremely determined gaze. Ha 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 ha, that's inevitable, Master Lin, let's make it a deal. The poison lady let out a series of bell-like laughs, and her plump breasts rose and fell with the shaking of her body. Lin Ao really wanted to throw a punch at this moment. Master Lin, I need to be away for 2 days. Please take this medicine first and wait for my return. After saying this, Poison Lady moved closer to Lin Ao, pressing her plump breasts on the table, and she spoke softly. Lin Ao nodded slightly, took the medicine, and then spoke slowly. All right. Finally, I solemnly remind you that I hope everything you say is true. Otherwise, even if I risk my life, I will definitely make you lose a layer of skin. Lin Ao thought to himself, it's almost time. As long as he can find the clone of Doom, he will immediately raze this terrible place to the ground. Of course, although I'm usually a bit careless and unconcerned about small matters, I still take promises very seriously, and I also respect Master Lin very much. Poison Lady laughed sweetly. Look, I haven't eaten you in the past 2 days. After saying that, Poison Lady twisted her slender waist and left the room. Lin Ao looked at her back and felt extremely helpless in his heart. You wanted to eat me. If it weren't for my quick wit and agility, if you succeeded, I would probably live in your shadow all my life. Lin Ao's fingers tapped the table regularly. Finally the chance has come, Doom clone. Ha ha. Lin Ao used his strength and spread his consciousness to the entire, holy city, but he still couldn't find its location. Then I'll wait a little longer. But now let's go find Aocean and see what's going on over there. Lin Ao saw Poison Lady having fun with the male lover he saw that day. Poison Lady is really anxious. She turns around and starts looking for fun. The key point is that it's okay if you have fun, but can you also call out my alias? Lin Duiyu, Lin Duiyu. Lin Ao took a deep breath. He suppressed his anger and left Poison Lady's residence quietly. Chapter 383 Tracking. Lin Ao arrived above the rotten city. He looked down and the whole picture of the city appeared clearly before his eyes. A thick layer of fog hovered quietly above the city, and the smell emanating from below was extremely unpleasant. Even though Lin Ao was high in the sky, he could still smell the faint and subtle stench. Lin Ao blocked his nasal sensation without hesitation. You, really are rotten. Lin Ao quickly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Long Aocean. Not long after, Long Aocean replied to Lin Ao. Brother Lin, wait for me for a moment. Lin Ao looked at the message, put away his phone, and stayed quietly in the air, waiting patiently. After a while, Long Aocean came to Lin Ao's side, panting. Lin Ao turned his head and looked over, his face full of confusion. What the hell is wrong with you? Were you just doing that kind of thing? Lin Ao distanced himself from Long Aocean with disgust. Long Aocean wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Lin Ao with a confused expression, and then glared at Lin Ao. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? How could I be that kind of person? Besides, you know the situation here, those people sigh. Long Aocean sighed as he spoke, his eyes were very complicated, mixed with a hint of anger. Okay, I was just kidding, so why are you so breathless? Lin Ao looked at Long Aocean, smiled faintly, and stopped teasing him. It's nothing serious, I just killed a few scumbags. You asked me for help, so I took care of those guys quickly. Long Aocean shook his hands and pointed at his sleeves, where there were still some bloodstains. Can't help it. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. This action was really in line with Long Aocean's character. If it wasn't for the purpose of finding the Doom clone, he would have started a bloody massacre long ago. Sigh, I'm really feeling suffocated. Let's put that aside for now. Brother Lin, look at this, rotten city. It's completely decayed and dilapidated. Those inside aren't even worthy of being called human. Long Aocean frowned tightly and looked down. Indeed, this place is in chaos and disorder, with evil running rampant. There is absolutely no order to restrain it. Lin Ao took a deep breath and then spoke. I went out for a walk today. Every corner of this city is filled with disgusting trade. They eat people, and still eat people. It's like eating raw meat and drinking blood, treating people like livestock. Long Aocean nodded with deep feeling and responded. And the so-called ordinary people here are like fish on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Last night, I witnessed a scene that almost made me want to intervene. It turns out this kind of thing happens all the time here. Lin Ao's expression also became serious and solemn, and he spoke slowly. To be honest, this is my first time witnessing what hell on earth is like. The most terrifying thing is that they are all human, and humans are often more terrifying than those monsters and demons. This is truly a great irony. Sigh. Lin Ao looked at the city below and sighed heavily in helplessness. So, today, I couldn't hold it back after all. When I saw several cold corpses being dragged away like pigs and sheep, I could no longer suppress the raging anger in my heart. Long Aotian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned pale and colorless, and his words were full of anger. But it won't be long. Soon we'll be able to unleash our might and do something big. Tomorrow, Poison Lady will go looking for the Doom clone. We'll follow closely then. As long as we can find its trace, it won't be able to escape. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian, and finally a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In just these 2 days, Lin Ao had never experienced such an agonizing moment. Huh, that stubble-faced Hong Bao too. He told me last night that he'd also be going out for 2 days. Bright light flashed in Long Aotian's eyes as he spoke repeatedly. Good, good, finally I can vent the emotions that have been suppressed in my heart for so long. Long Aotian clenched his fists tightly and looked down fiercely. Well, it seems that this gathering was arranged by them all. After they leave tomorrow, we will gather together. I will take you with me. I want to see what that doomed clone is. After Lin Ao and Long Aotian explained some related matters, they parted ways and returned home. Lin Ao returned to the mansion and returned to his room quietly. And the Poison Lady, she was still calling Lin Ao's pseudonym at this time. Lin Ao rolled his eyes and directly put up a layer of soundproofing in the room. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Lin Ao woke up early and made preparations. Not long after, he received a message from Long Aotian saying that Hong Bao had already set off. Lin Ao sensed that Poison Lady was also tidying up her clothes, and guessed that she was about to leave. Okay, let's wait until Poison Lady leaves, then we'll set off. Not long after, there was a knock on Lin Ao's room. Master Lin, are you awake? It's me. As soon as the Poison Lady's coquettish voice appeared, Lin Ao got goosebumps all over his body. Lin Ao immediately opened the door and saw Poison Lady outside, dressed in black. This outfit was the most conservative she had ever worn. What is it? Lin Ao's response was still so cold, and Poison Lady didn't seem surprised. She covered her mouth and chuckled. I'm going out for 2 days. Remember to stay here and wait for me to come back. You'll definitely get some benefits. I guess I can take you there to have the sacred mark engraved next time. Maybe I can even cure your poison in advance. Poison Lady spoke in a coquettish tone. She came here mainly to remind Lin Ao to stay still. Lin Ao didn't reply, but just nodded slightly. The Poison Lady didn't say any more words. As long as her goal was achieved, she twisted her waist and left. When Lin Ao sensed that Poison Lady had arrived outside the city, he did not delay any longer and immediately went to find Long Aotian as agreed, and the two met up. Lin Ao took out the detector made by Li Jing. The light spots on the detector were all moving in one direction, and the largest light spot among them was also moving. Lin Ao thought, could it be that the big spot of light is not the incarnation of bad luck? Lin Ao put the detector back and went over to take a look to find out. The two carefully followed the Poison Lady's trail and followed her into the depths of the forest outside. At the same time, there were 2 more auras and more than 10 auras in front of the Poison Lady. Among them, there are 2 relatively familiar auras, they should be Jia Ruzhen and Hong Bao. They each kept their distance but had the same direction. As we go deeper, the environment becomes more and more eerie and terrifying, filled with a strange atmosphere. Lin Ao and Long Aotian looked at each other and saw vigilance in each other's eyes. Chapter 384 A Strange Place. Wait a minute, there's a special fluctuation. Lin Ao suddenly grabbed Long Aotian who was standing beside him, with a serious expression. He used all his energy and after careful observation, he discovered that there was a red film in front of him. He concentrated deeply and carefully sensed it, confirming that this was the mysterious power of fate. He quickly mobilized his life energy, transformed himself into a red state, and then exerted magical power to completely wrap him and Long Aotian. They slowly came to the border and stood there quietly. Surprisingly, only Lin Ao could see the faint film. Lin Ao cautiously extended a finger to test. The miraculous thing is that the power of destiny in his body and the red power on the film merged perfectly together, and passed through very smoothly. Let's go. Lin Ao spoke slowly, obviously certain that his judgment was correct. Then, the two of them took a step forward without hesitation and successfully passed through without encountering any obstacles. Once you step in, the environment here changes dramatically in an instant. In Lin Ao's eyes, this place became extremely strange. The whole world was covered with red threads, and even the vast sky was tightly covered. Lin Ao frowned tightly and looked around vigilantly, feeling a deep chill slowly rising from his spine. The trees here are tall and twisted, and the red threads are densely intertwined like spider webs. In the dim light, it seemed vague and would wake up at any moment and wrap itself around them tightly. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, and every step made a dull sound, as if the earth was groaning in pain. The air was filled with a strong smell of decay, mixed with the pungent smell of blood and an unknown stench, which made people feel uncomfortable as if their stomachs were churning. Long Aotian unconsciously approached Lin Ao. He frowned and spoke worriedly. "Brother Lin, this place is so weird. It feels extremely dangerous everywhere. I feel uncomfortable all over." Lin Ao turned to look at Long Aotian, only to find that he had been entangled by the invisible silk threads, but fortunately they did not affect Lin Ao in his movements. And those silk threads were successfully isolated by Lin Ao's powerful protective shield. "How can you feel comfortable now that it's like this? If you could see it, you would probably feel even more uncomfortable. Be careful, there's something really weird here, even a little disgusting." Lin Ao looked at some fragments of internal organs thrown casually on the ground not far away, and some red insects were constantly gnawing at them. They continued to move forward, and from time to time they heard strange noises around them, some sounded like sobbing, and some sounded like low laughter. The ground beneath their feet also became extremely soft, as if it would swallow them up mercilessly at any time, as if they were stepping on some soft pieces of meat. "Brother Lin, for some reason, I can't seem to sense Hong Bao's aura at all." Long Aotian frowned tightly. At that moment, he suddenly could no longer feel any trace of Hong Bao's breath. Lin Ao couldn't help but frown, the breath of those people still remained in his perception. Maybe it's because of Lin Ao's special characteristics. Lin Ao turned his gaze to Long Aotian, thinking that he also had his own special characteristics, and this situation really shouldn't be like this. Long Aotian once merged with Nezha, the incarnation of destiny. Even if the destiny energy and fate energy in his body cannot be combined into life energy like Lin Ao, he should also possess these two powers. "Aotian, over the years, ever since you merged with Nezha, have you never noticed the existence of other powers within your body?" Lin Ao could no longer restrain himself and asked this question. Long Aotian's big, Caroline-like eyes blinked quickly, as if he didn't quite understand what Lin Ao said. Lin Ao felt quite helpless. His palm condensed into an energy ball composed purely of the power of destiny, and pushed it in front of Long Aotian. "Ah, is this what you're talking about?" Long Aotian seemed to finally remember something. He slowly closed his eyes, and saw that he was very reluctantly extracting a trace of red energy from his palm. "Okay, stop forcing yourself, I already understand." Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian's constipated expression and knew that the amount of energy stored in his body was probably extremely scarce. No wonder Tianming once said that only Lin Ao could experience such a transformation. "Then just follow me. I can still sense their location." After Lin Ao finished speaking, he walked ahead and led the way. As they continued to go deeper, the rotten smell became stronger and more pungent. Lin Ao and Long Aotian both blocked their noses at the same time, otherwise they would probably vomit if they smelled it again. As we walked, pools of black mucus suddenly appeared in front of us, with wisps of black smoke coming out of them. Lin Ao stopped and carefully observed the movements around him. "Brother Lin, why is it getting more disgusting the further we go in? Have you found the location of the clone?" Long Aotian said in a low voice, looking at his feet with some disgust. Lin Ao shook his head. "It's better to be careful. I'll go over and take a look first." Lin Ao carefully stepped over the pool of mucus. After taking a few steps, he heard Long Aotian's exclamation from behind him. "Brother Lin, be careful." Lin Ao looked back and saw several slender tentacles suddenly extending from the pool of mucus and attacking him quickly. Lin Ao reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side, and the power in his hand surged, turning into a sharp blade and cutting off the tentacles. However, more tentacles stretched out from the mucus and pounced on them with bared fangs and claws. Lin Ao frowned. They could actually avoid Lin Ao's perception. This should be the power of the Destiny clone. No wonder it can always avoid Lin Ao's perception. "Aotian, let's attack together." Upon hearing this, Long Aotian displayed his martial arts and fought side by side with Lin Ao. After a fierce battle, they finally destroyed all the tentacles. Lin Ao looked at the dissipating tentacles. They seemed to be attacking subconsciously, with no murderous intent, only instinct. We can't stay here for long. Let's speed up. As the two continued to move forward, the scene around them became increasingly bizarre and terrifying. The trees along the roadside seemed to have come alive, their branches twisting as if to catch them, and everything here began to subconsciously catch anything that moved. Lin Ao wondered how did Poison Lady and the others get through. Just then, a gust of wind blew past, and bursts of eerie crying were heard in the wind. Long Aotian shuddered. Brother Lin, what the hell is this place? Lin Ao also became confused. I don't know, but the weirder it is, the more it proves that we are on the right track. They quickened their pace, and Lin Ao felt that Du Niang and the others had slowed down, as if they had reached their destination. Lin Ao took out the detector Li Jing gave him. I was stunned when I saw it. Because the whole screen lights up. Chapter 385, Start Fighting. Brother Lin, is there something wrong with this thing? The entire screen is actually lit up. The bright light is so strong that it's almost blinding me. Long Aotian stared at the device in Lin Ao's hand with astonishment on his face. The bright light on the screen shone unscrupulously, making his entire face pale. I have a bold guess, Aotian, do you want to listen to it? Lin Ao had a strange expression on his face. He slowly turned his head and a sinister smile appeared on his face. This action scared Long Aotian so much that he shuddered. What conjecture? Brother Lin, could you please stop scaring me like this? It's really creepy. Long Aotian subconsciously took a step back and forced a smile at the corners of his mouth. Ahem, ever since we broke through that membrane and entered, we've actually been inside the belly of that doomed clone. Everything here is basically an illusion, a pure deception to deceive people. Lin Ao's words made Long Aotian feel a chill down his spine instantly, not because of fear, but because of the nausea coming from under his feet. In my stomach. Brother Lin, this thing is so disgusting, no wonder I've been feeling so uncomfortable. Long Aotian couldn't help but shiver. He exerted a little force with his feet, and saw the ground dent a little, and then quickly bounced back. This really feels like stepping on shit Ru. Long Aotian's expression was filled with extreme disgust. Lin Ao smiled slightly. Now that he knew clearly that it was here, the next thing would be easy. Let's go check on Poison Lady and the others and see what they are doing. Lin Ao no longer hid his tracks. After he finished speaking, he took Long Aotian and flew away. After a long while, when Lin Ao and Long Aotian flew closer, a horrifying scene came into their eyes. I saw Du Niang, Hong Bao, Jia Ruzhen and a dozen others reverently surrounding a huge, shapeless black object. Countless sticky, octopus-like tentacles extended from the surface of the object, closely connected to the holy patterns on their bodies. This black object seemed to be condensed from thick darkness, and its surface was constantly surging, as if it had life. Its texture sometimes resembles rotten flesh, emitting a disgusting stench, sometimes it resembles cold metal, flashing a strange cold light. The object was covered with holes of various sizes, from which black smoke would occasionally spew out. In the smoke, there seemed to be countless distorted faces screaming in pain. Some of the tentacles that stretched out were as thick as tree trunks, covered with protruding blue veins and tumor-like bumps. Some were as thin as hair, but flashed with sharp light, as if they could easily cut human skin. There was an extremely crazy smile on Poison Lady's face, and her eyes were flashing with fanaticism, as if she was in a state of intoxication. The same was true for Hong Bao. His twisted smile was chilling, and his body was still shaking involuntarily, as if he was enjoying this weird moment to the fullest. The others all looked obsessed and crazy. They actively responded to the tentacles, letting them wrap around their bodies, muttering to themselves as if they were receiving mysterious instructions. In the center of this black mass, there seemed to be a bottomless black hole, from which a chilling low humming sound could be heard continuously. The voice seemed to come from the depths of the Nine Netherworld, carrying with it endless resentment and curses. The surrounding air was filled with an evil aura, as if an invisible dark force was quietly spreading. Lin Ao and Long Aotian were stunned by the horrifying and weird scene before them. Long Aotian covered his mouth and felt like vomiting. Just as Long Aotian covered his mouth and his stomach was churning, the strange black object seemed to have noticed his movements. In an instant, the tentacles that were originally wriggling slowly suddenly became manic and attacked Long Aotian like lightning. The thick tentacles cut through the air with a whistling sound, stirring up a suffocating fishy wind. Oh my god. It stinks. I think those things are so dirty. Long Aoshin widened his eyes in horror and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Just as the tentacle was about to touch his body, Lin Ao suddenly pulled him away, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. However, the black object did not give up. More tentacles stretched out from all directions, interweaving into a terrifying attack net. They stabbed at Lin Ao and Long Aoshin like sharp swords. Wherever they passed, the air was torn apart, making sharp hissing sounds. Lin Ao quickly gathered his energy into a sword and unleashed fierce sword moves, trying to cut off the approaching tentacles. But every time one tentacle was cut off, more would come, as if endless. Aoshin, be careful. Lin Ao shouted loudly. Looking at those dense tentacles, his scalp went numb and he even had claustrophobia. Long Aoshin was furious. He suppressed his extreme nausea and rushed towards the black object with all his strength. Each punch was accompanied by a whistling sound and hit the monster solidly. Bang, bang, bang. But the black object didn't seem to be affected too much, it just trembled slightly, which made Long Aoshin feel very disgusted. At this moment, Poison Lady and the others who had been reverently surrounding the black object suddenly moved. The Poison Lady's body instantly transformed into a black poisonous moth covered in fur. When its wings flapped, black poisonous powder was released, making a rustling sound. Hong Bao turned into a giant scorpion with a human face, with its tail raised high, flashing with deadly cold light. Jia Ruzhen turned into a monster with a human body and a snake head, covered with scales, spitting out his tongue and making a hissing sound. The others also underwent mutations. Some turned into ferocious spiders, and some became weird centipedes. They had different shapes, but all exuded an evil aura. They roared strangely in unison and rushed towards Lin Ao and Long Aoshin. Seeing this, Lin Ao shouted, Aoshin, be careful. After they transformed using the sacred marks, their strength has greatly increased. Long Aoshin was shocked, but it was too late to retreat. The poisonous moth transformed by the Poison Lady swooped down, and poisonous powder filled the air. Long Aoshin quickly held his breath to dodge, and a wall of air appeared in front of him, blocking the invasion of the poisonous powder. The scorpion that Hong Bao transformed into swung its huge claws, making a cracking sound, and went straight for his legs. Damn it! Long Aoshin cursed and swung his fist again to meet the people rushing towards him. Lin Ao also took action at this time. He first took out the signal blocker that Li Jing gave him. He didn't know whether the Doom clone had that kind of instant information transmission trick, but he still had to be on guard. Then Lin Ao immediately used all his strength to activate his life energy, and terrifying power erupted around him. With a wave of his hand, he repelled all the dozen or so people led by Poison Lady. Long Aoshin paused for a moment, then attacked the disgusting clone of Doom. Chapter 386, Twisted and Disgusting. Little guy, don't think I'm the same Long Aoshin as before. I've shown my true abilities. Seeing that Lin Ao had already taken action, Long Aoshin no longer showed any courtesy. After all, facing more than 10 people in the Xuanwu realm, he still felt some pressure in his heart. He did not hesitate to raise his own strength to its peak state. Open your eyes and watch. I, Long Aoshin, use the pure attack. Long Aoshin displayed his signature smile, and with a wild smile he rushed towards the dozen or so monster-like opponents. Lin Ao glanced at Long Aoshin, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. He knew very well that Long Aoshin would not easily encounter an accident because his strength had long surpassed the superficial realm. After all, Long Aoshin is also a person who is favored by fate and destiny. Although the amount of power he obtains is smaller, it is enough to make him stand on a different level from others and look down on them. I don't think this thing of yours looks like the real one, does it? Lin Ao came in front of the monster, and dozens of thorny tongues spewed out of his bloody mouth. HMPH, regardless of whether you are the real one or not, let me see what tricks you have. Lin Ao shouted loudly, swung the sword in his hand, and a sharp sword energy slashed towards the monster's tongue. The monster's tongue twisted flexibly, avoiding the sword energy and launching a more fierce attack on Lin Ao. On Long Aoshin's side, he rushed into the group of monsters on Poison Lady's side like a tiger. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch he threw was packed with violent force, knocking the monsters back repeatedly, and the more he punched, the more excited he became. You guys think you can stop me? Long Aoshan roared, emitting a powerful aura. The poisonous moth transformed by the poison lady flapped its wings and sprayed out a stream of black venom. Long Aoshan dodged to the side, and the venom fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound and emitting a puff of green smoke. The scorpion that Hong Bao transformed into stabbed him fiercely with its tail. Long Aoshan grabbed it, swung it hard, and threw it out. The giant snake transformed by Jia Ruzhen took the opportunity to wrap around Long Aoshan's legs. His eyes widened and he shouted, "Let me go." The power in his body exploded, directly shaking the big snake away. The battle between Lin Ao and the monster also entered a white-hot stage. The monster's tongue kept attacking, and Lin Ao dodged left and right, looking for the monster's flaws. Now, Lin Ao seized the opportunity and stabbed the monster's eye with a sword. The monster howled in pain and its entire body began to tremble violently. However, just when Lin Ao thought that the disgusting thing was injured, he didn't expect that the thing suddenly grew more eyes in other parts of its body, and the number continued to increase. "Oh my god, you came here just to disgust me." Lin Ao watched the monster grow new eyes continuously, and suddenly a strong sense of discomfort surged in his heart. However, he had no intention of retreating. He looked closely into the monster's body and unexpectedly found a human figure inside. Then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint smile. Then he flew forward again. At this moment, the fighting situation became more and more intense. This disgusting space began to undergo creepy changes. The space seemed to be shrinking quietly, constantly squeezing the range within which Lin Ao and the monster could move. A sticky, foul-smelling liquid began to slowly seep from the ground. The liquid seemed to have life, flowing slowly. Once they touched the corners of Lin Ao's clothes, they would instantly corrode small holes one after another. The ground became softer and softer, as if stepping on a pile of rotten internal organs, and every step would cause one to sink deeply. The entire space was like an enormous internal organ, surrounded by purple meridians, which were constantly beating and contracting. What was even more terrifying was that many mouths began to appear on the ground one after another. They opened and closed, making a crunching sound that made one's scalp tingle, as if they were eager to completely devour Lin Ao and Long Aoshan. "Brother Lin, are we really inside that thing's belly? Oh my god." At this time, Long Aoshan had successfully killed several mutant monsters. The bodies of those monsters were instantly swallowed by the mouth on the ground. Lin Ao actually discovered this situation. It can be said that he had noticed it a long time ago and had a way to deal with it. "Wait a moment, I'll fix it right away." Lin Ao turned around and responded to Long Aoshan. At this moment, the monster took advantage of Lin Ao's distraction and attacked again. Its eyes shot out strange and eerie rays of light, and Lin Ao quickly turned around and waved the sword in his hand to block it. "Damn it, are you trying to sneak attack me?" Lin Ao couldn't help cursing. Feeling that he had tested enough, he concentrated all his energy and started to get serious. He immediately launched an attack. Lin Ao's figure flashed. He moved like a ghost, dodging the monster's light attacks. At the same time, the long sword in his hand, which was condensed with life energy, swung out sword flowers and stabbed towards the monster's weak point. Each sword contains his powerful strength. The sword wind whistles, and draws rays of light in the air. The monster roared angrily, and its eyes shone brighter, trying to block Lin Ao's attack. But Lin Ao's speed was getting faster and faster, and his figure was moving around the monster like a phantom. Puff! Finally, Lin Ao's sword pierced directly into the monster's head. However, the monster did not fall down, but struggled even more frantically. Its tentacles waved wildly, distorting the surrounding space. Lin Ao gritted his teeth, increased his strength again, and began to stir the sword on the monster's head. The life energy also penetrated directly into the monster's body through the sword in his hand. Ouch! The monster let out a shrill scream, and its movements became slow. At this time, the contraction of space became more intense, and the mouth on the ground opened and closed more frantically. Taking advantage of the monster's weakness, Lin Ao suddenly drew out his sword, jumped high, gathered all his strength into the sword, and then chopped it down fiercely. "Break it for me!" With his roar, a powerful sword energy slashed straight towards the monster. Under this powerful attack, the monster finally couldn't hold on. Its body began to crack and turned into a ball of black smoke. His vitality is a bit too strong. Lin Ao also discovered something new. This monster seemed to be able to resist the power of destiny very well. It seemed that it had specially selected this aspect of resistance. Fortunately, life energy is a combination of two forces. Lin Ao looked at the fog, and his life energy turned into a giant net that quickly caught people in one direction. Want to escape? Chapter 387 Leaving. I saw a huge net curtain carefully woven by life energy, completely covering a black figure. Waves of intense dark red light continuously emanated from his body. The guys led by Poison Lady suddenly rushed towards Lin Ao like crazy, regardless of everything. He kept making creepy screams from his mouth, and his face was extremely distorted and terrifying. Where are you going? Have you asked me? At this time, Long Aocean was already injured, but fortunately, they were all minor injuries. He roared angrily, and his strength was instantly concentrated in his legs. He attacked Du Niang and Hong Bao at an astonishing speed. However, they simply ignored Long Aocean's attack and rushed straight towards Lin Ao without hesitation. Shish, it's already this late, and you're still thinking of struggling. Lin Ao's eyes lit up as he looked at the Doom clone. The red lines connecting Poison Lady and the others appeared in his eyes. His strength turned into a long blade, and without hesitation he cut off all the red lines connecting Poison Lady and the others. At that moment, all of them, including Poison Lady, instantly lost consciousness and fell straight down from midair. Long Aocean looked at the falling Poison Lady and the others in astonishment. The incident happened too suddenly and Long Aocean was unable to react. Then Long Aocean flew to Lin Ao's side, his breath seemed a little disordered. Obviously, Long Aocean had vented a lot of anger this time. Although he looked tired, there was still a hint of excitement on his face. Brother Lin, is that guy the Doom clone? He looks pitch black. He's a black man with a black heart. Afterwards, Long Aocean and Lin Ao walked down together, staring at the black shadow in the net. This isn't his true form yet. This is just his core, soul, right? I don't know what his true form looks like. We're still inside it. Lin Ao tightened the net, and the twisted black shadow let out a series of sharp screams. Oh my god, its sound is really unpleasant. It makes my scalp tingle. Brother Lin, what should we do next? Should we just kill it? Lin Ao frowned slightly and spoke after thinking for a moment. Don't rush to destroy it yet. Maybe we can get some useful information from it and figure out what this doomed clone is all about. Long Aocean nodded slightly. That's fine, but this guy looks sinister at first glance. We must not let him get away. At this moment, the black shadow was struggling with all its might in the net, and the dark red light became stronger and stronger, as if it was making a final desperate resistance. Lin Ao couldn't help but snort coldly, and quickly formed seals with his hands, further enhancing the power of the net curtain. The black shadow was burned by the powerful force contained in the net curtain. HMPH, stop struggling in vain. You will never be able to escape. The screams of the black shadow became more shrill and sharp, making people's ears buzz as if they were about to lose their hearing. Brother Lin, this guy's voice is really annoying me. Find a way to make him shut up. Long Aocean covered his ears and said, indeed, the sound made by this thing can really disturb people's mind. Lin Ao also gradually felt a little irritated. Lin Ao then added another layer of thick energy shield on the outside to act as a soundproof barrier, and the sound of the black shadow was instantly suppressed. Wait a while and see if you can dig something useful out of its mouth. Lin Ao stared at the black shadow closely. The two looked at each other. Lin Ao was suddenly startled. He saw a hint of mockery in the black shadow's eyes. Long Aocean happened to come forward at this particular moment, fully prepared, intending to launch an interrogation in his unique Aocean style. If you know what's good for you, just tell the truth. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Before Long Aocean could finish his words, he suddenly felt himself being pulled backwards rapidly by a powerful force. Huh. Long Aocean hurriedly looked back and found that it was Lin Ao who was pulling him back. Even the people led by Du Niang were being pulled by Lin Ao in the same way. Brother Lin, what happened? Long Aocean still looked confused at this time. Look around carefully. Upon hearing this, Long Aocean looked around and saw that the space inside the body of Doom was shrinking at a terrifying speed. The walls around them seemed to come alive, pressing towards them like the mouth of a ferocious beast. The already violent energy was now like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, running wildly. Rays of light like electric currents flashed in the air, making crackling sounds, as if they would explode at any time. Lin Ao's face was solemn. He increased the strength in his hands and dragged everyone back rapidly. Faster, faster. Lin Ao shouted loudly. The black shadow laughed wildly in the net, and the hatred in his eyes seemed to be able to turn into substance. You can't escape. You will all become my nourishment, ha 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 ha. Its voice echoed in the shrinking space, making people feel creepy. As Lin Ao and the others moved, the space shrank faster and faster, and the road ahead became narrower and narrower. Lin Ao led a group of people to dodge left and right, avoiding the chaotic energy. The falling pieces of meat would cause corrosiveness if they touched them. As for Poison Lady and the others, Lin Ao was the only one who cared so much about them. He had a purpose in dragging them out. Aoshin, be careful. Lin Ao's eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly pushed Long Aoshin aside to avoid a sudden powerful energy wave. Then Lin Ao pulled Long Aoshin towards the border again, and Long Aoshin was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Lin, this isn't a solution. This thing is going crazy. How long until we get to the exit? Stop talking nonsense and follow me. Lin Ao glared at Long Aoshin and increased his speed again. At this moment, the black shadow behind him laughed more and more wildly. Ha ha ha, die, all of you. The space was shrinking, and the surrounding flesh walls extended countless flesh buds in 360 degrees, trying to entangle Lin Ao and the others. Lin Ao slashed forward with a sword energy of life force, and a huge crescent moon emerged, destroying everything in its path. Silly thing, if you weren't useful, would you still be able to laugh? Lin Ao turned around and looked at the black shadow still trapped in the net. Finally, just when they were about to be swallowed by space, Lin Ao saw the boundary wall. Break it for me, he shouted, and the blade of light cut through directly, making a large gap. Then Lin Ao dragged them straight through. The long-lost fresh air made Lin Ao and Long Aoshin breathe a sigh of relief. Ah! Shortly after they came out, a roar came from behind. Chapter 388. Keep an eye on. Lin Ao threw Poison Lady and her men to the ground without hesitation. They turned around and looked behind them almost at the same time, only to see an oversized flesh cocoon covered with protruding blue veins. Oh my god, is this the true form of that thing? It's simply a giant maggot. Long Aoshin stared at the huge monster. He was completely stunned by the shock and couldn't recover for a long time. They saw its muscles wriggling at an extremely fast speed, and a creepy and terrifying face suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ao and the others. Ah, who the hell are you? His voice sounded like it had been thrashed through a meat grinder. It was not only unpleasant to the ear, but also extremely harsh. Lin Ao did not make any response, but just looked at him indifferently. Aoshin, go open the door and take those people back to the rotten city and keep them under guard. This thing will explode soon. Go back and wait for me first. Lin Ao gave Long Aoshin instructions in an orderly manner. Long Aoshin seemed to have imagined the disgusting scene of the explosion, and his whole body shuddered involuntarily. Long Aoshin responded quickly. Okay, Brother Lin, then you better be careful. After saying that, he quickly ran to Poison Lady and the others, gathered his strength to grab them, took out a device to create a door, and threw them all through. Brother Lin, be careful. Long Aoshin gave Lin Ao some instructions again and then he stepped over. Then the door disappeared without a trace. Lin Ao stood there quietly, staring at the huge cocoon. The terrifying face on the cocoon became more and more distorted, and strange noises kept coming out of its mouth. Come on, use whatever means you have. Lin Ao shouted. At this time, the cocoon's movement became faster and faster, and the veins on its surface bulged, as if it would burst at any time. Lin Ao formed seals with his hands and exuded a powerful aura, preparing to deal with the impending explosion. Lin Ao felt the strong pressure from the surroundings, and the air around him became heavy. In that instant, the huge flesh cocoon burst out with a devastating force. Boom! There was a loud bang, as if to tear the entire space apart. The powerful shock wave spread wildly around the meat cocoon, raising everything to the ground wherever it went. Minced meat and blood splattered everywhere like a rainstorm, splashing onto the ground with a pa-pa sound. The ground was lifted up, huge rocks were blown into the sky, and then turned into countless fragments that fell down. Smoke and dust billowed, covering the sky and the sun, and the whole world seemed to have fallen into a doomsday scene. The place where Lin Ao was located was instantly swallowed up by the light of the explosion and disappeared without a trace. After a long time, everything gradually calmed down. Amidst the thick smoke, a small dark red insect was seen twisting its body in the ruins. It was wriggling on the ground. On the worm was a purple human face. It looked very weak at the moment, but there was a hideous smile on its face. There was dead silence all around. The insect made a faint, squeaking sound. There was nothing around, and there was no trace of Lin Ao. Hey. There was a hint of madness in the eyes of the insect. The insect's body began to twist violently, making a strange, crunching sound. Gradually, its shape changed. It grew bigger and turned into a thin man. The man was about 1.85 meters tall, but so thin that he looked like a skeleton covered with skin. His skin had a sickly paleness, as if it had not seen the sun for a long time. The hair is sparse and messy, hanging on the scalp like dead grass. His eyes were deeply sunken, with dark blue shadows around his eye sockets, and there was an indescribable sinisterness in his eyes. His cheekbones were prominent, his cheeks were sunken, and his lips were chapped in a bloodless gray. He was wearing a tattered black robe that hung loosely on his body and swayed with his movements, making him look even more emaciated. Despite being so thin, he exuded an evil and dangerous aura. Ha, they're all dead, all dead. Could he be the Lin Ao that my original body mentioned? Ha. He laughed maniacally, his voice hoarse and raspy. Lin Ao. Ha, I killed him. Ha. It's really like a blessing in disguise. Ha. I saw the clone of Doom staggering a few steps, laughing wildly as he walked. Tisk, where are you going? So this is your real body. It doesn't look that good. Suddenly, Lin Ao's voice appeared above the head of the Doom clone. His pupils shrank slightly, and he raised his hands. His arms turned into long strips of flesh with sharp teeth and pounced towards Lin Ao in the air. Lin Ao's figure flashed and he moved to high altitude in an instant, like a flash of lightning across the sky, easily avoiding the tall and thin man's crazy attack. Why are you so anxious? Lin Ao sneered, his voice cold and his eyes full of disdain. I saw him standing tall and straight, floating in the sky, with his clothes fluttering in the wind, as if he were an immortal descending to the earth. Seeing that his attack missed, the Doom clone became even more crazy. Ah, damn you. The body of the Doom clone began to undergo more drastic changes. Its bones creaked like fried beans, its muscles twisted and swelled, and its black robe was torn, revealing a body covered with blue veins and black spots. I'm going to kill you. The Doom clone roared, his eyes turned blood red, and black mist spewed out of his mouth. The mist spread, carrying a pungent fishy smell. Lin Ao remained calm. A light flashed between his hands, and a golden light condensed in his palms. The light became stronger and stronger, as if a scorching sun was about to explode. He wanted to test again whether the attack unleashed by the energy of destiny had little effect on the clone of Doom. Lin Ao suddenly shot the light at the clone of Doom. The light was like a laser, instantly cutting through the void. The tall and thin man did not dodge or evade, but took the blow head on, leaving a shallow wound on his body. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes and it seemed to be true. Then Lin Ao used his life energy and attacked that position again. Suddenly, a charred wound appeared on the body of the Doom clone, and black smoke was curling from the wound. With this comparison, it seems that these clones of misfortune are really the nemesis of destiny. The attack hit him and was obviously weakened a lot. Just when Lin Ao was stunned, the clone of Doom pounced towards Lin Ao madly, leaving deep footprints on the ground with every step. Lin Ao nimbly dodged the attacks of the Doom clone in the air, his figure as erratic as a ghost. Sometimes he teleported to the left, sometimes he dodged to the right, and the attacks of the Doom clone couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. From time to time, Lin Ao would launch an attack. He would lightly tap his finger and a stream of energy would shoot out, forcing the tall and thin man to retreat repeatedly. Every attack was perfect, accurately hitting the weak spots of the Doom clone. Lin Ao looked at him contemptuously, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a sarcastic smile. The Doom clone grew increasingly furious, his attacks becoming disorganized, waving his arms wildly like a wild beast out of control. Lin Ao seized the opportunity and flew down, his speed as fast as a meteor. The moment he approached the Doom clone, he suddenly kicked the tall and thin man in the chest. This kick contained powerful force. The tall and thin man was kicked to the ground like a cannonball, creating a big hole and raising dust. Lin Ao dusted off his body, and a huge net once again wrapped up the body of the Doom clone. The experiment is over, and it's time to end it. He walked over, mobilizing all his energy, and was in a completely different state from before. Under the influence of Lin Ao's aura, the Doom clone actually showed fear in his eyes. Ho ho. He was panting and backing away on the ground, trying to escape from Lin Ao's range, but unfortunately, with the huge net there, it was impossible for him to escape. I guess your other brothers and sisters are also like this, with weird and disgusting abilities. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and the giant net turned into a brilliant flame. I saw the gorgeous flames burning fiercely on the clone of Doom, instantly engulfing his entire body. In the flames, the Doom clone let out a shrill scream, the sound resounding through the sky, but it could not change his fate. Lin Ao watched all this with an expressionless face. As time went on, the Doom clone's struggles gradually weakened, and his body began to char and crumble in the flames. The sound of crackling continued to be heard, as if it was the last wail of the incarnation of Doom. Finally, the flames gradually died down, and the Doom clone was burned to ashes, leaving only a charred mark in its place, as if no life had ever existed there. The surroundings returned to calm, only the smell of burning still lingered in the air, witnessing the fierce battle that had just taken place. Lin Ao let out a sigh, turned around and prepared to leave this place. But he paused again, took out the small coffin given by Li Jing, and when he opened the small coffin, a powerful invisible suction force suddenly appeared. A dark red light spot was directly sucked in by him. Oh my god, fortunately, I was careful. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes. These things really had many tricks. He put away the small coffin, opened the door, and returned to the rotten city. Chapter 389, Recovering the Body. Lin Ao walked out slowly and came to the Poison Lady's residence with steady steps. He immediately saw Long Aotian leisurely sipping tea in the yard, while next to him lay the unconscious Poison Lady, Hongbao and others. Hey, Brother Lin, you're back so soon. Where's that disgusting thing? Have you cleaned it up? As soon as Long Aotian saw Lin Ao, he immediately stood up and walked over quickly. Done. Lin Ao smiled lightly, looking relaxed. The process was a little tortuous, but overall it went smoothly. It did take some time and effort. Long Aotian nodded slightly, glanced at the unconscious people, and then asked. Then what should we do with them? Why bring them back? Wouldn't it be better to let them die where they are? Oh, by the way, I crippled all the thugs in this mansion when I came here. Lin Ao smiled and nodded, then he walked over to Poison Lady and the others and slowly spoke. The people here need an outlet to vent their emotions. I mean the real people here. Otherwise, how can they return to normal society? They need to get revenge and take revenge. They need to vent their emotions. After saying this, Lin Ao concentrated on spreading his aura outward and carefully sensed the specific situation of the rotten city. And Long Aotian seemed to have suddenly figured out some key points, and nodded seriously. Aotian, prepare to seal off the entire rotten city. Go back and get Li Jing over here. Lin Ao slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Long Aotian nodded, then opened the door again and left the yard. Lin Ao's lips trembled slightly. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the yard. Chunhua and Chuyu were walking slowly towards them. When they walked into the yard, they were shocked. They had just heard the voice transmission and thought it was just an illusion. They walked over with full of doubts. As a result, what they saw before their eyes made their originally lifeless and dull pupils reveal a hint of deep shock. They walked in with a tentative attitude. Isn't this an illusion? They looked at the unconscious Poison Lady and those notorious overlords in the rotten city. They were all unconscious in this yard. Could this be something that the man in front of me, whom I have only known for a few days, would do? Come here, I'll heal you first. Lin Ao gazed at Chunhua and Chuyu with tenderness in his eyes. They walked over in a daze, and healed their body. Hadn't we already treated all their internal injuries? Even though they had been beaten up in the past few days, their physical condition had never been better than it was now. Could it be that what he said was? Chunhua and Chuyu couldn't help but tremble slightly. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They stood there blankly, staring at Lin Ao in a daze. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come here. Lin Ao smiled softly, then he walked straight towards them. Forget it, just stand still and close your eyes. When Lin Ao's gentle voice came, Chunhua and Chuyu closed their eyes nervously. Lin Ao used his life energy. He took Chunhua and Chuyu's hands, and the life energy slowly flowed from their palms into their bodies. Well, the internal injuries have been healed. This time, the only external injuries left are your scars and tongue. Lin Ao's words caused Chunhua and Chuyu's bodies to tremble noticeably. They reacted physically after hearing the word, tongue. Relax, it will be fine soon. Lin Ao was fully focused, and his life energy was like a gurgling stream, continuously pouring into the bodies of Chunhua and Chuyu. Gradually, the shocking scars on their bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye and became as smooth as jade. And the tongue that had been cruelly cut off also grew again under the magical creation of life energy. After a long while, Lin Ao finally let them go. Their eyelashes were trembling slightly, revealing their inner unrest. Okay, you can open your eyes and talk. Lin Ao smiled brightly. Chunhua and Chuyu Qingwen slowly opened their eyes and began to carefully feel the wonderful changes in their bodies. In an instant, tears burst out uncontrollably like a dam breaking. Wow, nah. Because they hadn't spoken for such a long time, the two of them were not quite used to it and couldn't pronounce a single word normally. But this does not affect the joy in their hearts. After babbling for a long time, Chunhua and Chuyu were finally able to speak. We really fully recovered. I still can't believe this is true. Chunhua's voice was trembling, and her excitement made it almost impossible for her to speak complete sentences smoothly. This is real, it's absolutely real, this isn't a fantasy at all. If this is truly a dream, I'd rather never wake up from it in my lifetime. Chuyu's tears were pouring out, she was sobbing and couldn't hold back her tears at all. The impact this time was too great for them, even greater than the impact when their tongues were cut off. They looked at Lin Ao, their eyes filled with endless gratitude and disbelief. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Chunhua choked with sobs and wanted to kneel down to express her gratitude. The same is true for Chuyu. Don't be so generous. You must live a good life from now on. This is the best way to thank me. After this is over, I will bring all the people here back to Land Country and start a new life. Lin Ao quickly reached out to support them. Chunhua and Chuyu hugged each other tightly, crying tears of joy. They had never dared to hope that they would one day regain their bodies and return to their country. We will definitely live a good life to repay your great kindness. Chuyu wiped away her tears and spoke in a firm tone, and Chunhua also nodded heavily. Lin Ao looked at them quietly with a smile on his face, and a sense of relief arose in his heart. Go get a basin of cold water and wake them all up. Lin Ao pointed with a smile, and Chunhua and Chuyu turned their heads to look. They had just forgotten the situation here because of their joy. When they saw Du Niang's face again, they still showed a look of fear. Then a raging rage rose in his eyes, completely dispelling the hint of fear. The two men then walked to the next door and came in carrying 2 large buckets of cold water. Chapter 390 Tremble. Lin Ao's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Chunhua Chuyu and said, "Wake these people up by pouring cold water on them." Upon hearing this, Chunhua and Chuyu's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Looking at the unconscious Du Niang and others, a hint of hesitation and fear flashed in their eyes. Lin Ao meant to let them take the first step and not live in the shadow of this group of people forever. At this moment, Chunhua and Chuyu recalled the domineering and cruelty of the Poison Lady, the ruthlessness of Hong Bao, and the various evil deeds of that group of people. They hung over their hearts like a shadow. Recalling those painful days of bullying and torture, the unspeakable grievances and grief instantly flooded my heart. Sister, take action. We don't have to be afraid of them anymore. Chunhua gritted her teeth and her eyes became firm. She glanced at Lin Ao and then said to Chuyu, "Okay sister, I'm ready." Chuyu nodded heavily, took a deep breath, and held the edge of the bucket tightly with both hands. The two sisters looked at each other, as if they gained endless courage from each other's eyes. Wow! Chunhua was the first to pour the cold water in the bucket at the Poison Lady. Wow! Chuyu then splashed water on Hong Bao and others. The cold water splashed on the faces and bodies of the unconscious people. Their bodies twitched involuntarily and they slowly opened their eyes. Poison Lady was still a little confused when she woke up. When she saw Lin Ao and Chunhua Chuyu clearly in front of her, she was about to explode when she suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. She remembered that she was still receiving the baptism of the saint, so how come he suddenly appeared in her own mansion? What exactly happened during this period? Hong Bao and the others also looked confused and had not yet figured out the situation. But what was surprising was that this group of people did not show even a trace of panic. Instead, they were all extremely calm and focused on observing the specific situation around them. Lin Ao thought to himself, these people are indeed a group of cruel and ruthless people. They can still observe so calmly in such a critical moment. Chunhua and Chuyu couldn't help but take a step back when they saw that they had all woken up. They stared at them straight, slowly trying to let the fear in their hearts gradually dissipate. At this time, Poison Lady also saw Lin Ao standing aside with a smile on his face. I saw her narrowing her eyes slightly. Hey, young master, what's going on? How did we get back to my mansion? Why are you tying me up? Are you planning to do something exciting? The Poison Lady's voice was still full of charm, without any sign of panic. She was probably still thinking that Lin Ao had been poisoned by her, so she acted so fearless. At this time, Jia Ruzhen was also staring at Lin Ao, with a meaningful smile on his lips. He thought that Lin Ao had followed his hypnotic instructions and tied up these people. In order to allow him to absorb the holy patterns of all of them, he also acted fearless. But he was also very puzzled as to why they suddenly appeared here. I think Lin Ao should give him a reasonable explanation later. He is full of confidence in the power of his holy pattern. Now it is indeed his turn to take control of the situation. Lin Duyu, why don't you come over here quickly and untie me? Jia Ruzhen spoke in an extremely arrogant manner, his playful eyes sweeping around the people around him. There's absolutely no need to pretend anymore. Come here and untie me. After hearing what Ruo really said, Du Niangzi, Hongbao and the others were all shocked. Everyone's expression began to become serious, even Poison Lady was no exception. Haha Lin Duyu, you must not forget the poison in your body. Poison Lady spoke in a sinister voice, her eyes fixed on Lin Ao. Hey, I thought it was nothing, Lin Duyu, give her the bottle of medicine I gave you. I want to see if she can still fight poison with poison, ha 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 ha. Jia Ruzhen spoke with a tone full of sarcasm, as if he had already taken control of the entire situation and was undoubtedly the winner. When Poison Lady heard this, she was shocked again. She turned to look at Lin Ao, trying to activate the power of the holy mark. Others had the same idea. Then they were completely panicked because their holy patterns did not produce even the slightest reaction. Not only the holy mark, but his original power also had no reaction at all. Now everyone's expressions became extremely bad. Jia Ruzhen also wanted to activate the power of the holy mark. His expression became the same as theirs for a moment. This holy mark could be said to be an important thing for them to survive here. Lin Duyu, what happened during that time? You have to explain it to me first. Jia Ruzhen's voice trembled a little. Could it be that the power of his holy mark had disappeared, and Lin Ao's hypnosis had also disappeared? Lin Duyu, if you let me go, I will give you the antidote. I will keep my word. The Poison Lady also spoke in panic, saying that the power of the holy mark had disappeared, and if the hypnosis was really there, it would also disappear, but the poison she had asked him to eat would not. Thinking of this, Poison Lady felt a little more at ease. Have you said enough? Lin Ao's cold voice sounded. You are such a hopeless bunch. Don't you want to know how you ended up here? Why did your powers disappear? Where is your saint? Lin Ao asked a series of questions, which brought them back to the real issues. And you, those poisons of yours have no effect on me at all. And you, trying to hypnotize people. This little trick is not even as good as Nan K's. And you just wait for the upcoming judgment. Lin Ao's words were like thunder, striking the minds of the group of people. Spring flowers, autumn moon. Lin Ao looked to the side and saw that the two girls had stopped trembling and were staring at the Poison Lady. Sir, my real name is Fu Chunhong. Chunhua responded and bowed to Lin Ao. Sir, my name is Zhang Yue. Chu Yu also bowed to Lin Ao. Lin Ao smiled gently. It turned out that these were their real names. Chunhong, Yue, gather all the servants in the mansion. Have them tie up those thugs as well. My brothers have beaten them to a pulp. Lin Ao gave an order, and Chunhong and Yue immediately went out. Lin Duyu, what do you want to do? You can tell us whatever your purpose is. As long as we can satisfy you, we can agree to it. Poison Lady's voice finally returned to normal. This was the most normal tone I had heard from her in all these days. Lin Ao smiled faintly and did not reply because it was not his job. They wanted to see what they wanted to do with the people they kidnapped from this rotten city. At this moment, a door suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Chapter 391, Blocking the Rotten City, Number 1 can escape. Brother Lin, we are here. Along with the shout, as soon as the door opened, Long Aotian's energetic voice came in. As soon as Long Aotian stepped out of the door, Li Jing's graceful figure came clearly into everyone's sight. Behind them, the Prince of Hong State, Ji Chunggong, led a group of royal guards and walked over with great momentum and majesty. Ji Chunggong was wearing an extremely gorgeous brocade robe with an exquisite jade belt tightly tied around his waist. However, his eyes were full of respect when he looked at Lin Ao. This was his first real contact with Lin Ao, and he came here to assist under Ji Chungxian's arrangement. Senior Lin, I have long heard of your great name. It is truly a great honor to be able to see you today. Ji Chunggong bowed slightly and spoke solemnly. Lin Ao nodded slightly. Your Highness is too polite. I would be grateful for your help. Ji Chunggong waved his hands hurriedly. Senior Lin, please don't say that. It's my honor to serve you, Ji Chunggong. Lin Ao smiled faintly and turned his gaze to Li Jing. Li Jing, I plan to seal off Rotten City. Don't kill those who resist, and rescue all those who were trafficked here. Lin Ao glanced at Du Niang and the others who dared not say a word, and they all shuddered involuntarily. Afterwards, he recounted the entire cause and effect of the incident in detail, covering the various evil deeds of Poison Lady and others as well as the current situation. Ji Chunggong frowned tightly, walked quickly to Lin Ao, and knelt down on one knee. Senior Lin Ao, these people are extremely evil and ruthless. They are unworthy of being human. I will lead my men out immediately. Ji Chunggong and the royal guards behind him all looked extremely angry, and their rage urgently needed an outlet. Long Aotian also echoed, Brother Lin, I will go with them. I have been patient for a long time. Li Jing's face was also gloomy, and he took out a huge device from his arms. Li Jing activated the device, and a ball instantly flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, an extremely huge light curtain tightly covered the entire, rotten city. Now, no one can escape. There was a hint of coldness in Li Jing's eyes. He took out several tablets and handed them to Long Aotian and Ji Chunggong. All living things will be clearly marked on it. You can follow the light spots displayed on it to find people easily. Long Aotian and Ji Chungyun took the things and set off immediately without hesitation. The equipment worn by the guards were spell weapons that had been improved by Li Jing. Even when facing masters of the Xuanwu realm, they were not afraid at all due to their large number of people. A group of people set out with great fanfare and grandeur. Li Jing, most people have various health problems. Are there any treatment devices? Although my life energy has the ability to heal, with so many people, it would probably take a very long time. Lin Ao turned his gaze towards Chunhong and Yue, who were slowly approaching with a group of people from the Duniangzi residence. After a careful count, there were dozens of people, each with different physical defects. The group of people looked at Lin Ao and the others with fear in their hearts, their bodies trembling constantly and their eyes dodging left and right. Yes, I have previously created a cell repair device that can repair the human body at the cellular level. As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, dozens of instruments that looked like an aircraft cabin were neatly arranged in the yard. Li Jing, this object is truly sci-fi. Lin Ao looked at these fantasy props that originally only existed in movies, and now appeared before his eyes in reality. He was really shocked by Li Jing's ability. However, you are required to provide the power, but it doesn't actually require much. As long as these beads are fully charged with energy, they will function normally for 10 days. This is the result of my careful optimization. Li Jing placed dozens of crystal clear beads neatly on the box, and then handed it to Lin Ao. Lin Ao immediately activated his life energy, and the powerful force quickly entered the inside of the bead. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from the inside of the bead. Before long, all the beads were fully saturated, and Li Jing carefully installed them one by one into the central groove of the cabin. As the beads were perfectly embedded, the entire cabin instantly flashed with a dazzling light. Alright, let's get them all in there. For a broken hand like that, it'll probably take 20 minutes to repair. The others will only take about 5 minutes. After Li Jing completed all the installation work, Lin Ao walked up to those people. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Even though Chunhong and Yue had explained the situation, they still didn't dare to believe it easily. Hurry up and repair your bodies, otherwise, you won't have enough strength to take revenge. Lin Ao's tone was particularly gentle, and he pointed at the dozens of people who were lying on the ground with the Poison Lady. These people were all the culprits who had cruelly abused them. When those people looked over, their bodies were still trembling instinctively. They gritted their teeth and remained silent for a long time. Unexpectedly, the first person to stand up was the man who was toyed with by the Poison Lady that day. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resentment, and glared at Poison Lady fiercely. Then he knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to Lin Ao and Li Jing. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. From now on, my life belongs to you. The man used all his strength and kowtowed several times. His forehead was broken and bleeding, but Lin Ao did not stop him. He accepted the gratitude calmly. Then, the man walked into the cabin closest to him. After the glass door closed, the cabin was immediately filled with a light green liquid. Instead of drowning, he looked very comfortable and enjoying himself. Following the first person's brave entry, the second and third followed. Like the man, all of them knelt down and kowtowed to express their gratitude before entering the cabin. At this moment, the rotten city suddenly became very lively. Various shouts and screams came one after another, and at the same time, deafening explosions rang out one after another. I saw several people flying into the sky being knocked down by the spell shells. Chapter 392, Revenge. Li Jing also did not stop in the yard. He pulled one of the people from the Poison Lady's side over. He carefully examined the holy pattern on the back of the man's neck. The man was so frightened by Li Jing that he dared not move at all. Li Jing held the instrument and devoted himself to the research. He injected some specific drugs into the man, causing him to fall into a coma instantly. Then he brought out an operating table. Placed the man on it steadily. He pulled out the scalpel and gently cut the surrounding skin, and bright red blood began to flow slowly. Li Jing put on a special pair of glasses to observe. This action caused a look of fear to appear in the eyes of Poison Lady and the others. Is that all it takes to scare you? You don't know the pain of some things until they happen to you, right? Look at the people in those dozens of pods. Their plight is hundreds of times more miserable than this person's. Li Jing's cold voice was heard, and with one knife, the man's holy pattern was successfully cut off by Li Jing. Those people are usually high and mighty, but once they lose any abilities, they will also become ordinary people. Emotions such as fear, terror, cowardice, etc. will suddenly fill their hearts because the gap is too big. Then, in front of the Poison Lady, he injected a special drug and completely dissected the man. The more he studied it, the more he became obsessed with it. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. He ordered Chunhong and Yuaa to bring a screen to separate Li Jing's side. Benefactor, we want to go and take a look. An inexplicable emotion appeared in Chunhong and Yua's eyes, similar to excitement, or like some emotion had been vented. Lin Ao nodded in agreement, and they immediately walked quickly to the back of the screen. Li Jing looked at the two girls, threw two pairs of glasses to them, and asked them to put them on. After a long while, Li Jing's voice came from behind the screen. This is the heart, the most important organ in the human body. Li Jing explained every structure of the human body in detail to Chunhong and Yuaa as if he was teaching. You see, this holy pattern is a tool for trapping mutant cells. Once the appropriate energy is injected, those mutant cells will spread throughout the body, temporarily altering their genes and causing a mutation. Well, cells, press the button on the right side of your glasses to magnify these. See, these are cells. If you die these and then zoom in, you'll see these are chromosomes, which contain genetic sequences. Suddenly, Li Jing seemed to have released the man from anesthesia, and a shrill scream rang out. And this is a scream. Puff puff, puff. Lin Ao almost choked at this sudden turn of events. Is this Li Jing's humor? When the pain reaches its limit, the muscles will spasm, you see. This is the brain, which controls every part of our body. Pain is also sensed from here. If you want to increase his pain, you can do this. Chunhong and Yuaa seemed to be listening very carefully, and the shadows behind the screen kept nodding. Lin Ao looked at them helplessly. There was actually such a situation of on-the-spot teaching. One dared to teach, the other dared to learn. Li Jing didn't care whether they understood or not, and kept explaining. Chunhong and Yuaa didn't know whether they understood or not, and kept nodding. Lin Ao followed them. About half an hour later, those who were in the cabin came out one after another, and each of them seemed to have a brand new look. All damage has been repaired. Li Jing's instrument is extremely powerful. Can it really cure any disease? This is really too beyond common sense. At this moment, those people seemed to be reborn. Everyone's eyes were full of spirit again, completely different from the lifeless and gloomy look before. We bow once again to express our gratitude to you, Lord. A group of people stood together, their movements in unison, and they all knelt down to thank Lin Ao. Lin Ao looked at them with a smile and nodded. Live well in the future. After a while, Long Aoshan and Ji Chunggong tied up and dragged a large group of people over. Behind him followed a group of ragged people, each of them was pale and thin, with a mutilated body, some of them were still oozing blood. The tragic scene was shocking. Long Aoshan, Ji Chunggong and the guards all had very gloomy expressions, as if they were shrouded in a thick layer of haze. There was no longer the ease and carefreeness in their eyes, but instead deep anger and pain. This incident will be remembered by them for the rest of their lives. Long Aoshan clenched his teeth, the muscles on his cheeks were tense with anger, and his eyes were filled with rage, as if he wanted to burn those tied-up villains to ashes. Ji Chunggong clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulged, his breathing was rapid and heavy, and every breath seemed to be suppressing the surging grief and anger in his heart. The guards all had solemn expressions, their eyes filled with pity for the tragic scene before them and hatred for the evildoers. They gripped their weapons so tightly that their knuckles turned white from the exertion. Long Aoshan spoke in a low and hoarse voice, filled with endless anger. Brother Lin, these are innocent people captured by these people from all over the place. They are being tortured to this extent. It's totally inhumane. Ji Chunggong continued. Such evil deeds are beyond the reach of justice. If I don't severely punish these evildoers, I, Ji Chunggong, will be unworthy of being a human being. The eyes of the people who followed were filled with hatred and fear. Their bodies were shaking, and some were unable to stand due to pain, so they could only lean on each other for support. Their eyes revealed confusion about the future and painful memories of past suffering. When Lin Ao saw this scene, he took a deep breath. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the anger in his heart was still ignited in an instant. His eyes became cold and sharp, as if they could penetrate the souls of those evil people. He took another deep breath, trying to keep himself calm, and said, "First, take the injured civilians into the medical cabin and treat them." Those who had been cured took the initiative to step forward, and everyone took action, carefully supporting the injured. Some comforted them softly, and some explained things to them. And they are the ones who can empathize the most. The whole yard was filled with a tense and sad atmosphere, which seemed particularly depressing. Lin Ao looked at the tied-up villains and said in a cold voice, "The crimes you have committed are unforgivable. You will be punished accordingly." Some of the villains lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into Lin Ao's gaze that was full of majesty and anger. Some of them remained stubborn and shouted threats without repentance. They thought that Poison Lady and Hong Bao, the backbone of the team, had gone out, and Lin Ao and his men took advantage of the absence of the top fighters in the rotten city to launch a surprise attack. He was still thinking that once Poison Lady and the others came back, Lin Ao and his group would surely be dead. Lin Ao smiled coldly, gathered his strength, and threw all of Poison Lady's men in front of them. Everyone turned pale when they saw the figures of Poison Lady and the others. "I won't do anything. Once those people are healed, you guys can leave it to them to deal with." Lin Ao smiled coldly and returned to the yard. For some people who had not yet entered the medical cabin, Chunhong and Yue also helped them with simple bandaging with the help of Li Jing's other equipment. "Brother Lin, I couldn't help but kill so many. Senior Lin, I couldn't help myself either. Will this affect your plans?" Lin Ao looked at Long Aoshan and Ji Chungxian and waved. "Leaving these behind is enough for them to vent their anger. Only after they've taken revenge can they return to society normally. The main leaders are all here, so it won't be a problem." Lin Ao rubbed his brows. When he saw those children, he felt upset as a father of many children. "Go set up the execution ground and make everyone the executioner. Li Jing, maintain their vital signs and make sure they remain conscious." Long Aoshan, Ji Chungyun and Li Jing all nodded. At this moment, Lin Ao's phone rang. I found out that the caller was Xiaoju. Lin Ao quickly walked aside and answered the phone. Chapter 393. It's okay. Xiaoju, what happened? After Lin Ao answered Xiaoju's call, he immediately asked anxiously. "Lin Ao, ahem, we encountered other clones of destiny." Xiaoju's tone was extremely strange. At first glance, it didn't seem like anything serious, but from the meaning implied in his words, one could clearly sense that something had happened. Did he lose the fight? Lin Ao thought to himself, this shouldn't happen. How could we lose? After all, we have Nezha, Li Jing's equipment, Xiaoju, Nan Ke, Mingwu and the others. We didn't lose, it's just a little weird we ran into a bad guy, and she started to get entangled with Lin Yi, and things are getting more and more outrageous. Lin Ao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He couldn't help but remember Mingwu once said that Lin Yi's marriage was coming. Could it be death? Ah, tell me more specifically. Lin Ao rubbed his eyebrows gently. When it came to his children's emotional issues, the person he was least worried about was Lin Yi, because Lin Yi always acted as if he was completely uninterested in things like love. He was like a stone. Lin Ao even worried that his child might have that special tendency. Things are a little outrageous, just listen to me slowly. Xiaozhou's tone seemed to reveal a deep sense of fatigue. Currently, Lin Yi and Lin Yuan's teams have each led their armies to attack those 4 countries simultaneously. The progress has been extremely smooth. Whether it's Li Jing's equipment or their own military strength, we haven't needed any help at all. The armies of those countries have been defeated one after another. Lin Yi's greatest achievement was capturing 5 cities of the Yu Kingdom in a single day. After seeing Lin Yi's outstanding performance, Lin Yuan also began to exert his strength and also achieved the feat of capturing 5 cities of the Yang Kingdom in a row. In fact, everything was going very smoothly at first. But just the day before yesterday, the state of Chu received requests for help from several other countries. So, all the Destiny clones were finally dispatched together. Lin Ao did not interrupt and continued to listen quietly. Lin Yi faced Ming Lu and Ming Ba, while Lin Yuan faced Ming Qi and Lin Feng. As for Lin Yi, due to the unique ability of Ming Ba, it seems to be the power of luck, which continuously amplifies the power of destiny. Fortunately, she can only affect herself. When she walks on the battlefield, all attacks and traps are ineffective against her, and they are all avoided by various accidents. So she's been helping the Moon Nation guys eliminate the traps we've set, and then she's been using her abilities to muddy the waters on the battlefield. Sometimes she even walks right in front of you, which is just annoying, because she can dodge other people's attacks with a little luck and not take damage. Lin Ao's mouth twitched when he heard this. This is really a shame. This ability is too disgusting. Is it the Max and Pro version of Destiny Child? Among the brothers, only Lin Yi has the ability to restrain Fate 8. His life energy is more intense than others, so he can ignore Fate 8's a blessing of luck. And Fate 8 even challenges him face to face. If Lin Yi gets angry, he will just slap him. Xiaozhou's tone became increasingly strange. She paused for a moment before speaking slowly. That slap actually made Mingba cry. Since that day, Mingba has been pestering Lin Yi non-stop. Lin Ao's expression also turned strange. Lin Yi is really a real man. He should be ruthless to his enemies. What happened next? After Mingba started crying, did they fight for 300 rounds? As Lin Ao listened, he suddenly became interested. Why did he feel that there was a strong sense of melodrama in the text? What happened next? Ming Ba directly confronted Lin Yi. Wherever Lin Yi went, Ming Ba followed. The others were helpless against her, so Lin Yi simply chased Ming Ba and beat her up. Ming Ba just harassed her and didn't confront her head on. Anyway, Ming Ba was like a piece of shitty plaster that just wouldn't go away, clinging to Lin Yi. Then Lin Qian came up with a stupid idea. He said women are most afraid of men taking advantage of them, and that if Lin Yi kissed her a few times, she'd be scared and run away. Lin Qian. Lin Yi actually believed it. I believe it. Did you really kiss? He took a chance and kissed. Then what? Then the whole situation got completely out of control. After hearing this, Lin Ao almost wanted to press Ren Zhang to perform first aid. How do you completely lose control? Lin Ao rubbed his temple vigorously and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Qian, Lin Qian, you are so smart. And Lin Yi, you are also very smart. You two brothers, you really make me proud. In just one day they kissed dozens of times on the battlefield. At first, each kiss would automatically cause the life force to disappear for an hour, then it became half an hour, and now it's only 10 minutes. Lin Ao really started pressing the Ren Zhang point at this time. Lin Qian was the one who started the commotion, shouting, "Sister-in-law." Just shouting, "Sister-in-law," would calm them down for a while. Now they're charging forward while shouting, "Sister-in-law." After hearing this, Lin Ao's forehead was almost covered with sweat. This scene is so weird to the extreme. In fact, we are about to capture another city. Well, this way of fighting is totally unheard of. What about Minglu? Isn't he with Mingba? How could he watch his own become so stupid? The following words really made Lin Ao deeply feel what extreme weirdness meant. Minglu received the notice, but he tried to stop Ming Ba, but was subdued by Ming Ba and Lin Yi and captured alive. Now Nan Ke and Neja are guarding him. The amount of information was indeed quite overwhelming, and Lin Ao felt that his brain was a little confused for a while. By the way, what about Wanqing and the others? Can they bear it? Lin Ao remembered that Jiyu Wanqing and the others had gone there. They should not allow Lin Yi and the others to do such a reckless thing. Ahem, I don't know what Mingwu said to Wanqing and the others, now they are all discussing how to recruit Mingba to join them. Lin Ao took a deep breath. I only heard about it from Lin Yuan and went to the scene to find out it was true. Lin Ao hung up the phone and punched the sky. The dark clouds above the rotten city were blown away by his punch. The sky is clear and the sun shines for thousands of miles. It's okay, it's okay. Chapter 394, Rebirth. Lin Ao squatted quietly aside, thinking about life silently from beginning to end. This situation continued until Long Aocean and the others returned. Long Aocean looked at Lin Ao, who seemed to be standing aside with a very gloomy aura, with full of doubts, and then walked over. Brother Lin, the venue has been set up and we can start. What are you doing squatting here? Are you in a hurry? Long Aocean patted Lin Ao's shoulder gently, and was shocked when he saw his broken face. Oh my god, Brother Lin, what on earth are you doing? It was indeed the first time that Long Aocean saw Lin Ao with such an expression and in such a state. Ah, oh, you're back. Okay, let's get started. Lin Ao seemed a little dazed and stood up sleepily. His mind was full of the incident with Lin Yi. Brother Lin, what happened? Tell me what happened. It makes me feel like I'm being scratched by a cat. Looking at his unusual behavior, Long Aocean became more and more confused. If Long Xiaotian were a sister of the same generation as Feng Qiwu, what would you do? Lin Ao's sudden words stunned Long Aocean for a moment. Long Aocean seemed to be confused. He slowly stretched out his fingers and began to break them one by one. My son is in love, and the person he likes is my wife's sister of the same generation. After Long Aocean bent his fingers, he finally understood the situation, and a very strange expression appeared on his face. So my wife calls her sister. She calls me dad, huh? Long Aocean raised his head and looked at Lin Ao, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. Why does this kind of thing feel so exciting? Long Aocean didn't know where his thoughts drifted to, and his eyes became more and more outrageous. Bang! Lin Ao mercilessly slapped Long Aocean. Get out! Get down to business. I have a lot of things to deal with. Lin Ao walked towards Li Jing with a little anger. Brother Lin, which son is this of yours? Long Aocean followed closely behind him, still asking questions relentlessly. Seeing that Lin Ao ignored him, he began to analyze on his own. Is it Lin Qian? He's the most mischievous, so it's not surprising that he would do something like this. Or is it Lin Wei? But Lin Wei is a bit honest and simple-minded, so he's probably not a good match. Although Lin Yang is lively and cheerful, I remember Xiaotian said he only likes little sisters. Long Aocean seemed to have transformed into a great detective, analyzing the personalities of Lin Ao's sons in an orderly manner. Lin Xiao isn't right either. He's a bit timid and cowardly. It can't be Lin Yi. That guy is like a stone, smelly and hard. I even suspect he likes men. Ahem, could it be your illegitimate child, Brother Lin? Lin Ao couldn't help but roll his eyes after listening to Long Aocean's analysis. That stone like Lin Yi has blossomed and it's a really big one. As for Li Jing, he was still concentrating on studying the holy pattern, while Chunhong and Yue stood side by side beside him, watching with great interest and fascination. Lin Ao, I plan to take these two little girls back home as my students. I find they are quite talented. Li Jing stared at the holy pattern in her hand and suddenly spoke. Lin Ao looked at him in surprise. Li Jing actually had the idea of accepting a disciple. Since Li Jing had this idea, Chunhong and Yue must have talent in this area. This made Lin Ao think of his disciple. Then Lin Ao turned his gaze to Chunhong and Yue who were still standing there in a daze. Chunhong and Yue reacted quickly and knelt on the ground excitedly. Chunhong, meet the master. Yue, meet the master. Both of their bodies were trembling slightly at this moment. Lin Ao stared at the two people kneeling on the ground. The moment they knelt, two soft cushions appeared under their knees. Lin Ao couldn't help but feel a little funny. He saw Li Jing standing there with a grim expression and nodded slightly with an indifferent look. Are you starting to pamper me now? Congratulations. Now it's time to settle accounts with those people. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ao's face. He looked at those people in the room who had completed treatment, thinking about finishing things here quickly so that he could go over and talk to Lin Yi. Brother Lin, you haven't told me yet which son is yours. Can you please stop hanging me up? Bang. Let's go. Get them all out. Lin Ao rubbed his fists lightly, gave an order, and then walked out. Chunhong and Yuei immediately took their people and followed Lin Ao out. I saw Ji Chunggong commanding the soldiers outside. Senior Lin, it's done. As soon as Ji Chunggong saw Lin Ao slowly walking out, he immediately walked forward quickly. Lin Ao turned his gaze to the people who were tightly tied up on the street, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly. I also fed them some softening powder to prevent them from struggling or resisting. This way, we can ensure that nothing goes wrong. Lin Ao nodded slightly again, having to admit that Ji Chunggong had indeed considered everything very carefully. Then, a group of people came out of the house. When they saw the people on the execution platform, extreme hatred and anger instantly appeared in their eyes. Li Jing also came to the front of the group of people and took out a special instrument. This instrument was specially used to maintain their vital signs and keep them awake. When everything was ready, Lin Ao walked steadily to the front. At this moment, you are all free. When this is over, we will take you back and start a new life. Before you go back, if you have any grudges, take them and avenge them. Lin Ao's words were extremely straightforward, without any fancy embellishments. The people in the audience all knelt on the ground. Almost everyone was crying and kept thanking Lin Ao, Ji Chengxian, Long Aoshan and others. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tragic. The soldiers couldn't help but clench their fists when they recalled the miserable conditions in those areas just now. There were also many people who were so badly injured that they were barely hanging on by a thread, and they prayed to the soldiers to give them a ride. Seeing these people, the soldiers held back their tears and helped them end their miserable lives. Warriors of the Hong Nation, step out. Swish. The soldiers of Hong Kingdom stood up in unison. Lend them the weapons you have. Base. All the soldiers drew their swords or knives in an orderly manner. They walked into the crowd, smiled kindly and handed over their weapons. If you don't understand how to operate it, I can help you. One of the soldiers handed the sword in his hand to a girl. The girl covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her face. She reached out to take the dagger. She bowed deeply to the soldiers, then walked towards Xingtai tremblingly. The soldier helped watch from the side. Ah! The first scream rang out, piercing the sky and announcing that the rotten city would no longer exist. Chunhong and Yuei also walked towards the poison lady with the special weapons given by Li Jing. No, no, please, let me go, let me go. Poison lady was already terrified to the extreme, her expression was out of control, and her tears and snot were mixed together. There were also yellow and white things left on the ground below. Li Jing brought Chunhong and Yuei to her, pointed at a place, and spoke blankly. A poke here will cause extreme pain, but not fatal. Poison lady looked at the people in front of her with rapid breathing. This time she also felt the fear that Chunhong and Yuei had felt that day. Puff. Quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, Chunhong followed Li Jing's instructions and accurately stabbed the poison lady's body. Ah ah ah! Screams echoed through the sky. But the screams of these people sounded like the most beautiful music to their ears. Some people who came out knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, continuing to vent their emotions. Announcing their new students. Chapter 395 He alas dare not love you. Kill. Rush. A burst of shouting and killing sounds came from the battlefield, and soldiers on both sides fought. On the battlefield, the air was filled with smoke and the war drums beat like thunder, shaking the sky. A group of soldiers clad in black armor rushed forward like a surging black tide. Their faces were stern, their eyes burning with the flames of war, and they held spears like a forest in their hands, stabbing straight at the enemy. The soldiers on the other side were wearing red armor and were not willing to be outdone. They roared, and the sound seemed to break through the clouds. They brandished the swords in their hands, shining with cold light, like balls of blazing flames rushing towards the black waves. The soldiers of both sides engaged in close combat, the sound of metal clashing was endless, and sparks flew everywhere. Spears and swords intertwined, and sword shadows and axe lights flashed. Bombardier! Fire! A cold voice sounded, and a row of soldiers stood out from the back, holding long-barreled round cannons and with complex spells engraved on their bodies. As the spell lit up blue light, bursts of deafening cannon fire rang out. Bang bang, bang! Shells flashing with blue light shot towards the red armored soldiers. The shells rained down on the red armored soldiers, and the powerful impact caused them to fall to the ground. Although they tried their best to hold up the spell energy shield, it was shattered under the intensive artillery fire. Screams rang out one after another, and the battlefield was a tragic scene. Just when the red armored soldiers were in dire straits, a graceful figure in red appeared on the battlefield like lightning. She has a light figure and long flowing hair, like a fairy descending to earth. She was just standing on the battlefield, doing nothing. Those originally powerful shells suddenly became inexplicably ineffective and fell to the ground with a dull sound. The soldiers on both sides were stunned by this sudden change, and the battlefield was silent for a while. The red soldiers were encouraged, and whenever the Lord showed up and disrupted the situation, the battle became difficult to continue. The black team was extremely speechless, thinking to themselves, here they come again, to cause trouble again. Brothers, it's our turn. Let's finish this battle quickly and head straight to the Moon Nation's capital. We absolutely cannot fall behind Lin Ao. A handsome young man stepped forward, his expression extremely serious, his eyes fixed on the woman in red. Brother Qian, are we still going to use the old method? But the old method can only work for an hour. Lin Ao, who was standing next to Lin Qian, raised his own questions. I've thought of another way this time. Come closer and listen closely. Lin Qian raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, which made Lin Ao and the others feel a chill on their backs. They had no idea what evil plan Lin Qian was planning. They simultaneously turned their eyes to Lin Yi on the other side of the battlefield and couldn't help but worry about their brother. Several people were discussing something furtively in low voices. As for Lin Yi, he was only wearing ordinary soldier armor, and his team had already attacked the west gate of the city. Today he deliberately did not go with Lin Qian and the others, disguising himself to avoid death. Not seeing Mingba's figure made him feel particularly relieved. Achoo! Lin Yi sneezed for no apparent reason. He hadn't sneezed in years, so why did he sneeze today? Humph! It must be Lin Yuan who is talking about me. No, I have to take over the Moon Kingdom quickly and can't let Lin Yuan get ahead. Brother Qian this. After hearing this, Lin Yang's whole state became extremely bad. He regretted that he had just leaned over to listen. After this incident, wouldn't Lin Yi beat them to death? If Dad knew about this. When Lin Yang recalled the belt, he couldn't help but shiver all over. What are you afraid of? Lin Xiao is solely responsible for the Yi Kingdom. Without anyone interfering, we'll be able to successfully take it down in 2 days. Lin Qian hugged Lin Yang and Lin Wei and put his hands on their shoulders. If we continue to delay, Chu will continue to send more people, and we will have to spend a lot of energy on it. Speed is of the essence in war. By then, we will be far behind Lin Yuan in terms of time. Besides, Amnesia has been left behind by Lin Yuan to help. Are you willing to let Lin Yuan and the others gain the upper hand? Lin Yang and Lin Wei shook their heads repeatedly. This was their only chance to surpass Lin Yuan and the others. From childhood to adulthood, the men in the Lin family have been dominated by them, so they have to win at least once. Isn't that right? Amnesia is the incarnation of destiny, but my sister-in-law isn't. When Lin Qian said this, the three brothers finally reached a consensus. Their eyes lit up and they looked at the woman in red in the venue. Since my sister-in-law is so beautiful, it's not a disadvantage for my brother. Don't you think so? Yes. Sister-in-law is so capable, she's a perfect match for big brother. Isn't she? Yes. In that case, shouldn't we younger brothers help out our big brother? Yes. Let's go greet my sister-in-law. Go. The three of them looked at each other, then flew into the air and flew towards Mingba. Sister-in-law. Lin Qian took the lead, and Lin Yang and Lin Wei followed suit, shouting with great enthusiasm. When Mingba heard the voice, a smile appeared on her lips, but she quickly suppressed it. Why are you still yelling at me? Where's Lin Yi? Where are the others? Mingba glanced at Lin Qian and the others, but found that there was no sign of Lin Yi. Is he avoiding me on purpose? Mingba suddenly became a little angry and his brows were about to frown. Haha, sister-in-law, don't be angry, come over here, we have something to tell you. Lin Qian made an invitation and looked at them suspiciously, but she still wanted to know about Lin Yi, so she nodded in agreement. After all, no one except Lin Yi could cause her any harm. When the soldiers of both sides on the battlefield saw that their lives were gone, shouts of killing rang out again, but it was only the morale of the Hong Kingdom's side that was boosted, while the Yu Kingdom's group had bitter faces and went on anyway. Tell me, what happened? Where did Lin Yi go? Ming Ba and Lin Qian and others came to the rear of Hong State. Alas, sister-in-law, don't be anxious. My eldest brother doesn't dare to see you. Lin Qian sighed, his face full of embarrassment and pain. What do you mean? Why doesn't he dare to see me? He just scolded me yesterday, humph. He still doesn't dare to see me. What else is he afraid of? Mingba spoke angrily, but Lin Qian's next words left Mingba speechless. My eldest brother, there is one thing I dare not do. Mingba looked at Lin Qian in confusion, waiting for his next words. He didn't dare to love you. Chapter 396, the main attack is more ruthless than the other. Lin Qian's words were like a thunderclap, which made Mingba stunned on the spot. What did you say? Mingba's face was full of disbelief, she even began to suspect that she was hallucinating. Sister-in-law, please listen to me carefully. You know my brother's temper very well. We are all worried about him. Lin Qian shook his head and sighed, while Lin Yang and Lin Wei also showed a heavy look in their eyes one after another. Ming Ba was completely attracted by his words. How should I say it? Don't take your time. Hurry up and tell me. Ming Ba looked anxious, her ears were a little red, and Lin Qian gave her a subtle smile. The fish was hooked. After the battle last night, my brother drank with us. As the saying goes, truth comes out when drunk, and he said a lot of things from the heart. Lin Qian immediately got into the mood, and Ming Ba immediately shut up and waited for Lin Qian to continue. He said that you are the most special woman he has ever met. It's like fate. Every time you meet, his heart can't help but want to get closer to you. Hearing this, Mingba's heartbeat kept accelerating. No wonder Lin Yi chased me and beat me, no wonder he kissed me, no wonder. Lin Qian secretly glanced at Mingba and winked at Lin Yang. Yes, sister-in-law, my brother said that for the first time he understood what it meant to be moved, what it meant to miss someone, what it meant to love but not be able to. Lin Yang followed up Lin Qian's words with an even more sighing tone, which was very insightful. Why can't I get the love I want? Ming Ba opened her mouth blankly, and just as she finished asking, Lin Wei immediately took over the conversation. Sister-in-law, we are enemies after all. My brother, no matter how much he likes you, will only bury his love for you deep in his heart. Lin Hui's words made Ming Ba's eyes reveal a hint of sadness. Alas, sister-in-law, my brother is not here today, mainly because he doesn't dare to meet you. He is afraid that he will get deeper and deeper into trouble. Lin Qian sighed deeply. Where is he now? I want to go find him, I want. Mingba's words came to an abrupt end. What was she going to do? Mingba's mind was also a little confused at this moment. Sister-in-law, calling you sister-in-law proves that we recognize you, because only you can break into my brother's heart. For so many years, he hasn't even held a girl's hand, and yet today, he actually dared to kiss you in public. It shows that my brother's love for you has reached the point where he can no longer control himself. Lin Qian's expression suddenly became serious. He winked, and Lin Yang and Lin Wei also became solemn. They stood up at the same time, and when Mingba came to his senses, he was startled by their actions. Sister-in-law, if you don't have that kind of intention towards my brother, please let my brother go. Please, sister-in-law, let my brother go. Let my brother go. The three brothers spoke one by one, their expressions filled with sorrow, and bowed slightly to Mingba, as if they couldn't bear to see their brother get hurt. Mingba's whole body trembled after hearing this. She was confused. She probably thought her feelings towards Lin Yi were just amusing before, because it was the first time someone could walk around in her world without restraint. He actually chased her and beat her. Then Lin Yi's kiss completely disrupted Mingba's heart. It was her first time to experience this kind of feeling. In a state of confusion, she gradually lost herself in the calls of sister-in-law from Lin Qian and the others, and acted according to her own will. She tasted the joy, the sweetness, and the longing. Every time she returned to the rear, she hoped that tomorrow's war would come earlier so that she could see Lin Yi. After hearing what Lin Qian and the others said today, Mingba kept asking himself in his heart, am I really moved? Do I like Lin Yi? The idea that was originally wavering finally became firm after Lin Qian and the others' final bow. You get up first. Mingba seemed to have figured something out, and she gave a faint smile. Sister-in-law, my brother can't go on like this. If he loses you one day, or if you become enemies again, he will collapse. A glimmer of light appeared in the corner of Lin Qian's eyes. Lin Yang and Lin Wei turned their heads away, their shoulders trembling slightly. Mingba was moved by the brotherhood between them. Okay, did I say I don't like your brother? Mingba answered softly, somewhat shyly. Sister-in-law really? Lin Qian looked at Mingba in surprise. Where is your brother? I'm going to find him. After Mingba finished speaking, she was about to turn around and fly away, but Lin Qian quickly called her back. Sister-in-law, my brother made up his mind last night to stop getting entangled with you. He wants to cut off all ties with you and love you. He wants to live in the most beautiful memories of you for the rest of his life because he knows that there will be no good ending for you, you know. So he definitely won't be in a good mood when he sees you right now. He'll definitely pretend to be furious and say some cruel words. After hearing Lin Qian's words, Lin Yang and Lin Wei secretly gave him a thumbs up. It has to be Brother Qian. When he said this, he must have felt very sad, so sister-in-law, please don't be angry. He doesn't know that we told you the truth, so you must not tell him what we said to you. Lin Qian's face was full of the love of his elder brother, and Mingba was once again moved by the love between the brothers. Doesn't he know about Destiny 2, Destiny 3, and Destiny 4? They can all come to your side, so why can't I? What a fool. Mingba's mind was full of Lin Yi, and she even snorted when she thought of his appearance. Sister-in-law, you mean you're not afraid of fate, in the Chu state? This time Lin Qian was really surprised, it was a success. This really makes today's conversation worthwhile. What am I afraid of? If 2 or 3 lives are possible, why can't I? Anyway, I've had enough of that place. Tell me where your brother is and I'll go find him. Mingba has really made up his mind this time, and the more he talks about it, the more feasible it seems. Oh, my brother is at the West Gate, pretending to be an ordinary soldier, deliberately making it difficult for you to find him. Upon hearing this, Mingba immediately took off into the air. Sister-in-law, please don't be angry with my brother no matter how harsh he says, he doesn't mean it, he must be hurting more than you are. Lin Qian shouted towards the sky, and Mingba nodded when he heard it. She turned around and smiled sweetly, Lin Yi, I'm here. Brother Qian, awesome, tonight's level 2 operation is the key. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yang gave Lin Qian a thumbs up. Second level action. When did there become a second level action? Lin Wei tilted his head in confusion. You're stupid. My sister-in-law will definitely pester my brother to come here tonight. Let's make it a done deal tonight. Then my brother and sister-in-law will be together. Lin Yang's words shocked Lin Qian and Lin Wei. Lin Qian felt that his younger brother was awesome. He had never thought of this. The main hits are more fierce than each other. Oh, how do you cook it? A gentle voice sounded, and the 3 people's eyes slowly widened, revealing a look of horror. Chapter 397, Heaven's Secret. The wind is strong, retreat. Lin Qian shouted at the top of his lungs. This voice seemed to throw a bomb of energy into the peaceful scene. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to run away as if his butt was on fire. It looked just like a mouse being chased by a cat and running around all over the place. Lin Yang and Lin Wei did not dare to delay for even a moment. At this moment, these 2 guys seemed to have their little universe exploded, and their power instantly exploded. They didn't care about anything and followed Lin Qian to escape separately. That speed is even faster than a missile. Hey, you 3 little bastards. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you're already trying to learn how to make a fait accompli. You really are my good sons. Lin Ao was so angry that he puffed his beard and glared, looking like an angry lion. His eyes narrowed slowly, and 3 golden leather belts seemed to come alive, flying out from his body with a whoosh. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing, as if the Flash was running on the track. Lin Qian, Lin Yang and Lin Wei had not escaped far when they were caught up by the belt. In an instant, they were tied up tightly, like 3 tightly wrapped dumplings. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them flew back to Lin Ao like kites being pulled by a string, led by belts. These 3 guys all had sad faces at this time, and their expressions were as tragic as they could be. They felt like the end of the world was coming and the sky was about to fall. It's over now, Dad will definitely not forgive us easily. Lin Qian lowered his head and muttered softly. Dad, we really know we are wrong. Please forgive us this time. Lin Yang's face was filled with regret, and Lin Wei looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears, looking at Lin Ao pitifully. Lin Ao slowly sat down on the chair and tapped it rhythmically. "Oh, you actually know you're wrong. Who is it that rashly kissed Lin Yi?" Lin Ao pulled his three sons in front of him. "Lin Qian. Lin Qian." Lin Yong and Lin Wei said in unison. Lin Qian glanced at the two of them and was secretly angry in his heart. Damn it, they actually identified him first. Now he can't frame others. However, after this incident, he remembered these two lovely brothers deeply in his heart. Oh, then who was so rash as to call her sister-in-law? Lin Ao asked again. Lin Qian. Lin Qian. Lin Ao looked at Lin Qian, only to see him with a wry smile on his face. Lin Ao got angry when he saw him like that. Just now, the rice has been cooked. Lin Ao continued to look at Lin Qian. Dad, this wasn't my idea. Lin Yong got here first. It's none of my business. Lin Qian immediately denied it. If he endured it any longer, Lin Ao might whip him with his belt. Dad, this is all because of Lin Qian's influence on me. I'm a pure and innocent boy but the people around me woo-woo-woo. Lin Yang's words made Lin Ao and the other two brothers stunned. Well, you've even mastered Green Arrow's skills. Lin Ao tapped the chair lightly again, and a golden halo spread out. At this moment, several more leather belts were added, and they whipped with a snapping sound. 3 shrill screams were heard one after another. Lin Ao simply created a soundproofing shield to block out the sight and hearing. He took a deep breath, opened a door, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Ming Wu. Hey, Master Lin Ao, you're back. When Ming Wu saw Lin Ao, he immediately went up to him with a big smile on his face. Is it because of young Master Lin's matter? Ming Wu's words made Lin Ao's mouth twitch a few times. After listening to him finish speaking that day, he applauded and praised him, saying that the stone had finally blossomed. However, the result was that this boy's marriage was actually a doppelganger of destiny. Ming Wu, is there any way to prevent this situation? If I personally intervene, can I sever this marriage? What will the impact be? Lin Ao looked at Ming Wu and went straight to the key to the whole thing. Master Lin, I have also changed my name to Tianji. From now on, you can call me Old Man Tianji. Ming Wu stroked his beard and seemed very satisfied with the name. Okay, I get it, Tianji. Lin Ao nodded. What he was worried about now was his son's affairs. As for what you said about severing the marriage, let me do the math. After Tianji finished speaking, a chessboard immediately condensed. He was tainted with a trace of Lin Ao's aura, turned into a white piece, and fell into the chessboard. As Tianji made his moves one after another, it was dazzling. A lifetime of solitude or a lifetime of solitude, this isn't right. Tianji shook his head. No matter how the chessboard evolved, in the end it was the only white piece left on the board, looking particularly lonely. Lin Ao also understood what Tianji meant. He frowned and sighed. Okay, forget it, I understand. I'm leaving now. Lin Ao stayed with him for a short while and then left immediately. Tianji pinched his beard and looked at the closed door with a smile. Tianji, is this the way out you're looking for them? Not long after Lin Ao left, Nan Ke walked out from the side. Haha, Miss Nan Ke, you're here. Tianji looked at Nan Ke and was not surprised. Tianji, what is your real purpose in coming to Lin Ao? Nan Ke looked at Tianji closely. He used to calculate everything about heaven and earth, and he had his own plans for every step. When she learned that her fate was crazy, she planned to leave, and Tianji would definitely figure it out himself. So it was not surprising that Tianji appeared on Lin Ao's side, but rather it was expected. However, she discovered that Tianji intended to pull all the Destiny clones into Lin Ao's camp. Why? Haha, what purpose could it have? To save myself and my companions, that's all. Tianji brought a cup of tea and sat on the chair. Nan Ke also sat down. But she still looked at Tianji suspiciously. I figured out something incredible, but I can't tell you. Tianji pretended to be profound and said something ambiguous. Although we are called avatars of destiny, we are actually independent individuals with our own destiny. Everything we did before violated certain rules and will be retaliated against sooner or later. Destiny 1 is the beginning. Do you know why? Tianji took a sip of tea and looked at Nan Ke. Nan Ke frowned and thought for a while. Because he has been helping Destiny to advance Xiao Fan and the others' affairs in the human world. Nan Ke seemed to have thought of something, her eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at Tianji. Tianji stroked his beard with a smile. This is one of them. Chapter 398 Lin Qian told me everything. What about the second one? Nankei couldn't wait to ask eagerly. Tianji was not in a hurry. He took another sip of tea leisurely and then spoke slowly. Secondly, Mingyi was so stubbornly clinging to the arrangements of fate that he completely forgot the meaning of his own existence. Sigh. Tianji sighed deeply, and then continued to speak. At that time, we were all hiding in the mortal world. To prevent any unexpected events, we didn't participate much. He was the one pushing Xiao Fan and the others around. At that time, he had completely lost his ability to judge for himself and became an unwavering executor of fate. Tianji wrote 9 numbers neatly on the table, representing their 9 clones. Those of us who are the incarnations of fate, while each with a specific mission, must not be completely controlled by fate. We must strive to find our own path, otherwise, sooner or later, like Fate 1, we will suffer the cruel backlash of fate. Any act of recklessly tampering with fate will trigger backlash, which means being wiped out by some invisible force in this world, and even fate itself will be powerless to resist. Tianji crossed out Mingyi on the table without hesitation, and then erased all the other numbers without hesitation. And Ming-Er is truly blessed. Back then, it could be said that she stumbled upon her destiny by accident. Tianji smiled slightly, then took out a chessboard. I gained great inspiration from her, and I am certain that Lin Ao is the person I have been looking for. He is more than just a simple variable. Tianji picked up a white chess piece and placed it neatly on the chessboard. He will become the flag bearer who controls the overall situation, and what he will have to face is fate, but fate is. When Tianji said this, an intriguing and meaningful smile appeared on his face. Instead, it became the most important chess piece in his hand. Bang! Another chess piece fell steadily, and then the situation on the chessboard changed dramatically, and white chess pieces covered the entire chessboard. Nankei stared at the chessboard, nodded slightly, and seemed to be thinking about something. So you pulled all the Fate clones to Lin Ao's camp just to break free from Fate's control. So that we can all survive on this chessboard. Tianji smiled mysteriously. No, Lord Lin Ao, there are many variables in his body. He was not completely controlled by fate from the beginning. He had a period of independent consciousness in each world line. Although this was partly due to fate, from that moment on, it meant that he had already broken free from the constraints of fate. Tianji took a sip of tea, an expression of intoxication and enjoyment appeared on his face, and then he continued to tell the story. Now, Lord Lin Ao has great potential to change the situation. He has become the chess master. Gathering the clones of fate in his camp is not to escape fate, but to seek a chance of survival for ourselves in this chaotic situation. In the end, we will definitely need everyone's help. Remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Tianji's words made Nankei fall into deep thought. After a moment, she looked at Tianji again. Gather the strength of the 8 of us. Tianji just smiled without saying anything, gently put down the teacup, and slowly stood up. It's not 8 people, it's 9 people. Mingyi has already contributed a bit. After saying that, Tianji turned and left, leaving Nankei standing there alone for a long time. At this time, Lin Ao had already returned to the tent behind Hongguo. He stepped over the barrier and was about to step into the tent. Lin Qian, Lin Yang and Lin Wei, who were sitting on chairs, heard the noise. In an instant, they were terrified and looked at each other. Oh my God! Dad's back! How come he's here so soon? The 3 of them instantly exploded like a small universe and moved extremely quickly. While screaming in pain, they exerted their strength to transform into belts and then whipped themselves hard. Oh, Dad, please let us go. We know we were wrong. Oh, yes, Dad, we were wrong. Poochie cough, ouch, Dad, I was wrong, haha, ouch it hurts. When Lin Wei saw the 2 brothers deliberately pretended painful expressions, he felt as if his funny bone had been tickled. He could hardly contain his laughter and almost laughed out loud. Immediately afterwards, Lin Qian and Lin Yang glared at him fiercely, and Lin Wei finally calmed down and joined the group of people crying out in pain. Stop pretending. Lin Ao walked in and saw that little bastard. He didn't expect that his strength improved so quickly after they came here. Although he didn't use his full strength, he performed very well in being able to dissolve his power. Lin Ao calmed down immediately. When the 3 heard Lin Ao's words, they immediately shut up and looked at Lin Ao with a smile on their faces. All right, calm down. Lin Ao looked at them unhappily, and then the belts on Lin Qian and the others disappeared. Two of the three ran over to pat their shoulders, and one ran to serve tea. Extremely diligent. You can't do anything so reckless in the future, understand? You dare to play with my feelings. I'll go down and arrange some ruhuas for you to have some fun. Lin Ao's words made the three of them's hair stand on end, and they felt a little scared when they thought of that scene. Dad, we don't dare anymore. I saw that big brother and that woman seemed to really make eye contact. Lin Qian spoke more and more quietly. Speaking of Lin Yi, Lin Ao hadn't seen him yet. By the way, where's your older brother? When Lin Qian heard Lin Ao's question, he was slightly stunned. It was over. It seemed that his father was completely unaware of the fact that he had fooled his way through life. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Qian and the other two, and a chill enveloped them again. Lin Yi. A soft voice interrupted Lin Yi's fight. No, it's a flat push. His rhythm was disrupted. Lin Yi trembled all over, immediately pulled off his helmet, and quietly slipped away in a random direction. The soldiers around were used to it and continued to do what they were supposed to do. Lin Yi's feet moved like the wind and he quickly slipped from the front line to the back. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sinister voice sounded, scaring him again. Lin Yi. Ming Ba was standing in front of Lin Yi with a gentle smile on her face. Today her tone was more gentle than ever before. Lin Yi's heart sank. She must be up to something. What are you planning? Ming Ba, I told you, from now on we won't interfere with each other. It was my fault that I kissed you, but Lin Qian said that adults should be open and honest. Lin Yi looked at Ming Ba cautiously, his face full of vigilance. Yeah, I know. Ming Ba's tone was still so gentle. Lin Yi looked at her in confusion. Did she know? Since you know this, then leave here. I don't want to see you again. If you keep pestering me, you'll be in trouble when my father comes. Do you understand? Lin Yi continued. Are you worried about me? Ming Ba took a few steps forward and got closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Wasn't that a threat just now? Why should I worry about you? Roll. Lin Yi was speechless. Lin Yi, let me ask you, do you dream about me every night? Ming Ba suddenly spoke, and Lin Yi thought, how did you know? It was all a nightmare. But sometimes I would randomly insert some dreams that he should have at his age. Suddenly, the roots of Lin Yi's ears turned red, and his eyes lit up. Are you trying to escape from me? Ming Ba spoke again, and this time Lin Yi didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. I really want to avoid her. Don't you want to see me? Lin Yi nodded again, yes. I just don't want to see you. But now, in Ming Ba's eyes, all of Lin Yi's rejections were just a cover-up. Are you in love with me? Lin Yi nodded again, that's not right. What the hell is going on? Lin Yi immediately shook his head. I didn't. Before Lin Yi could finish his words, Ming Ba had disappeared from his sight. A burst of fragrance filled his nose, and he saw Ming Ba's slender fingers were already against Lin Yi's mouth. You don't have to say anything more, I know everything, Lin Qian told me everything. Lin Yi was confused. Chapter 399A Big Drama. Lin Qian, Lin Qian, I really don't know what to say to you. Looking at the scene below, Lin Ao's head was buzzing. Hey, Dad, I just saw that they were interested in each other. Lin Qian stayed beside Lin Ao with his head lowered, while Lin Xian and Lin Wei beside him did not dare to speak at all. Since Tianji has said so well, let Dad help you open your mind. After Lin Ao finished speaking, an aura of doom clone surged from his body, and this aura made Lin Qian and others beside him tremble with fear. Dad, what are you doing? Lin Qian swallowed, looked at Lin Ao who was beside him with a dark red aura, and shrank his neck. HMPH, what are you looking at? Go back to where you were and continue to lead the war. Leave this to me. Lin Ao glared at the three Lin Qian brothers, and the three of them immediately left happily. That's perfect. Let me see how your fate clones react to your misfortune clones. Lin Ao flew into the air, and the dark red power on his body was just a simulation. He thought for a moment, took out the small wooden coffin that imprisoned the Doom clone, and directly drew out some of the power of the real Doom clone from it. He tried to absorb it and found it went very smoothly. It was filled with violent negative energy. Lin Ao wrapped it up with his life energy, and then the life energy seemed to completely decompose it. Suddenly, a suffocating force burst out from Lin Ao. This time it was not a simulation, but a transformation. This power interesting. Lin Ao's eyes also turned dark red. He used this power to distort his face and change his height and body shape. The condensed power transformed into various strange-shaped insects in his palms. It's interesting, but a little bit disgusting. After Lin Ao dispersed the insects, he looked at Lin Yi and Ming Ba below. The two sides were still pulling each other, one kept refusing, and the other listened to his constant refusals but felt sweet in his heart. The scene looked very strange. Boom! A violent roar sounded from the air, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, the whole space changed, and dark red clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled. Lin Yi, step back. Mingba's face turned serious. What do you mean? I'm a man and I need you to stand in front of me. Go away. Lin Yi directly pulled the life eight behind him, and the soldiers on both sides also looked up at the sky at this time. A strong sense of oppression made it difficult for both parties to breathe. The dark red clouds in the sky grew darker and darker, as if they could fall down at any time. A black shadow slowly descended from the dark clouds. It was Lin Ao disguised as the incarnation of doom. He exuded a chilling aura of tyranny, as if he were a demon from hell. Those strange-looking insects that appeared and disappeared around him added a bit of horror to the atmosphere. Lin Yi's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. He had never seen such a strange power, but it had the familiar red energy of destiny. My lord, Master Chu asked you to kill Lin Yi and the others, why haven't you done it yet? Lin Ao deliberately lowered his voice and let out a sinister roar. The soldiers on both sides were trembling with fear, and some even wanted to run away. But under this powerful feeling of oppression, they couldn't move at all. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand in front. Mingba, your old acquaintance. Are you here to kill me? Lin Yi looked at Mingba, who also had a gloomy face. I don't know him, but his power is very similar to ours, and he knows Chu Tian and also knows the content of the mission. Fate 8 had no idea about the details of the Doom's clone, but she keenly sensed from that power the same characteristics as her own, which meant that this person was also created by the destiny itself. Then he's on your side. Why don't you leave here? Do you want to join forces with him to kill me? Lin Yi turned his gaze to Ming Ba. His tone was a little cold, but Ming Ba didn't care about it. It's already come to this, and you're still pretending and talking about whether to kill or not. Be good, let's get along well from now on, okay? Ming Ba looked at Lin Yi with affection, and Lin Yi's brain seemed to have come to a standstill for a moment. What on earth did this mean? This woman was really very weird today. No matter who you are, if you want to take my life, just come at me. I, Lin Yi, am not afraid at all. Lin Yi no longer paid attention to Mingba, stepped forward, and stared at Lin Ao in the air without blinking, not caring what Mingba meant. On the contrary, it seems that they will not attack together. Ming Ba looked at Lin Yi's brave and fearless back, and a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart, as if Lin Yi was protecting her. Then Ming Ba planned to rush to Lin Yi again. I've already told you to get out of my way. Don't get in my way. Lin Yi once again pulled the life eight behind him. Oh. Ming Ba curled up delicately behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought it was a misunderstanding, but he was too lazy to pay attention. Lin Ao witnessed the interaction between the two of them and chuckled in his heart. He deliberately released an even more powerful aura, causing the ground to begin shaking violently. Damn it! Answer me, are you planning on being a traitor? And that brat over there, do you even know what it means to overestimate your own abilities? Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the battlefield. The soldiers on both sides had their heads buzzing from Lin Ao's laughter. Who are you, and why do you know my mission? Did the real one send you? Ming Ba, who was behind Lin Yi, questioned Lin Ao in the air. Me? I wonder if you know the power of bad luck. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that fate had indeed kept this matter a secret and he had never heard of the existence of the Doom clone. But whether you know it or not, I order you to join me in killing Lin Yi. Lin Ao's cold voice suddenly rang out. Hundreds of threads of destiny emanated from him and merged into the bodies of the Moon Kingdom's soldiers. Ming Ba felt the power emitted by Lin Ao, and her face was full of shock, because the violent power flew past her face. Lin Yi, run away. Ming Ba felt a terrifying feeling from this power, an insurmountable sense of powerlessness. She pulled Lin Yi up and prepared to escape. Lin Yi shook her hand off. Escape? Why should I escape? If I escape, what will happen to my soldiers? As the commander of an army, how can I escape from the battlefield? I still have brothers here, I don't believe we can't defeat him. Lin Yi immediately sent a message to Lin Qian and Lin Wei. Lin Qian and Lin Wei, who were hiding nearby, couldn't help but feel a toothache. Chapter 400, Bitterness Before Sweetness. You little brat, why don't you reply? I'll take this great opportunity to examine your true strength. Lin Ao's voice transmission rang clearly in the ears of the three Lin Qian brothers. Lin Ao actually knew it a long time ago that they would definitely not obey and go back. Since the situation is already like this, let's just bring all of this together and treat it as a severe test. But I have to warn you in advance, if you dare show any flaws, I won't just give you a belt afterwards. Lin Ao's extremely cold voice continued to come. Lin Qian and the other two shuddered violently in an instant. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to Lin Xiao's place. I'm suffering so much here. Lin Hui's face was filled with sorrow and he looked extremely depressed. On Lin Xiao's side, he was yawning boredly while cleaning up the battlefield. Without Ming Lu's hindrance, he and the Hong soldiers were making very smooth progress. In the end, the Yang kingdom was officially taken down. On Lin Qian's side, the three of them mustered up their courage and showed up. Stop nagging. Perform well and show your true abilities. Otherwise, Dad will definitely not let us off later. Lin Qian looked at his two younger brothers helplessly. After all, the most important thing is that if he doesn't do it well, he will be the one who suffers the most afterwards. After all, he is the one who does the most fancy things on a daily basis. New. Lin Xian and Lin Wei nodded. Brother, sister-in-law, we are here. We are here to help you. Lin Qian flew out from the crowd, followed by Lin Xian. I, Lin Xian, am here. Who dares to hurt my brother and sister-in-law? Lin Xian followed closely behind, and the last one to appear was Lin Wei. Tisk, you old thief, do you think we brothers are easy to bully? Brother and sister-in-law, let's join forces to capture this old thief alive and let him clearly understand the dangers of society. Lin Qian and Lin Xian, who were in midair, almost fell to the ground when they heard Lin Hui's words. Are you completely letting yourself go? Or are you completely letting yourself go? Wasn't he looking so sad just now? How come he's so energetic now? Huh? You are really going to hurt us badly. HMPH. Old scoundrel, my brothers are right. Do you really think that having a strong aura means being powerful? Who can't pretend to have a strong aura? When Lin Yi saw Lin Qian and the others coming, his confidence instantly increased. After saying this, Lin Yi's momentum continued to rise, directly competing with Lin Ao's momentum. Lin Qian and Lin Xian kept shaking their heads and their hearts. I didn't say that. Lin Wei said that. They noticed that Lin Ao's aura became stronger after hearing their calls. It's over now, I can only wait to be beaten. Lin Xian and Lin Wei had exactly the same thoughts. At this time, the atmosphere on the battlefield was extremely tense. Lin Ao's powerful aura enveloped everyone like a mountain, but Lin Yi faced it fearlessly. The three brothers Lin Qian, Lin Xian, and Lin Wei stood aside, feeling uneasy. They wondered if their father would really do this. Lin Ao looked at Lin Yi's stubborn look and secretly laughed in his heart. As expected, he was the eldest son of the Lin family and he was quite responsible. He decided to put more pressure on them, so his aura surged again, and dark red light flickered around him, as if it could swallow everyone up at any time. Humph, you ignorant brat, today I will let you see my true power. Lin Ao's voice rang in everyone's ears like a muffled thunder. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. The aura on his body was also rising, and Ming Ba also came out at this time, wrapped in red power, forming a blood-colored armor attached to his body. Seeing this, the three Lin Qian brothers had no choice but to go ahead. They all released their strength, ready to fight Lin Ao together with Lin Yi. I'll go first, and you guys follow. Let's see if my innate power is effective on him. Ming Ba immediately flew forward. Small heart. Lin Yi was about to stop him, but it was too late. Ming Ba had already rushed out. However, Lin Yi subconsciously cared about Ming Ba. Brother, let's go. Our sister-in-law has already rushed over. Let's go together. We can't let this old thief succeed. Lin Wei shouted. Lin Qian and Lin Xian have already given up, let them do whatever they want. That's right, brother. When we brothers are united, we can break any obstacle. Lin Qian immediately followed suit. Although Lin Xian was filled with fear, he still mustered up the courage to shout loudly. Brother and sister-in-law, we can definitely defeat him. That damn old thief. After witnessing their reactions, Lin Ao felt quite satisfied. Next, he should take it seriously. The soldiers below who were invaded by the energy of doom also gradually began to mutate. A group of terrifying monsters pounced towards Lin Qian and his friends. The three Lin Qian brothers were instantly entangled by a group of mutated monsters. These monsters had different shapes, some had sharp claws, and some spewed venom from their mouths, making them difficult to guard against. Lin Qian and the others initially thought that this was just a test and tried their best to control their strength, but as the monsters' attacks became more and more fierce, they gradually became really angry. "Get out of here, you damn monster!" Lin Qian roared, wielding the weapon in his hand with great force, and repelled the monsters that pounced on him one by one. Lin Xian and Lin Wei were not to be outdone. They used their own unique skills and engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters. However, these monsters seemed endless, becoming more and more perverted and powerful. At the same time, Lin Ao personally called Lin Yi and Ming Ba. Lin Yi and Ming Ba stood side by side, looking at Lin Ao warily. Lin Ao exuded a powerful aura, and the dark red light made people shudder. "You too, take my attack if you can." As Lin Ao spoke, he condensed a powerful ball of energy in his hand and threw it towards Lin Yi and Ming Ba. Ming Ba suddenly pulled Lin Yi behind him and stood in front of him. "Don't move. Let me see if my ability works." The 8 jade fingers of life pressed against Lin Yi's forehead, but this time Lin Yi did not refute or say anything. "You're still flirting when you're about to die." Lin Ao's cold voice sounded. The energy ball showed no sign of changing its trajectory. Lin Yi grabbed his life and dodged quickly. The energy ball hit the ground with a huge explosion. "Don't try. It seems his ability can restrain yours just like mine." Lin Yi's face darkened. The attack just now was obviously a test, but the destructive power was astonishing. The strength of this old thief was too terrifying. At this moment, Ming Ba was in Lin Yi's arms, his heart beating a little faster. Lin Ao sneered and launched another attack. The attack intensified again, and suddenly countless tentacles flew out from behind him. This energy is really disgusting. Lin Ao himself also despises him very much, but one can tell at first glance that he is a villain. Now it's time for the real stuff. Bitterness before sweetness. Chapter 401, What a Sin. The tentacles behind Lin Ao were like dancing giant pythons, twisting in the air and emitting a disgusting evil aura. Those tentacles were covered with strange patterns and flashed with dark red light, like the touch of a demon from the abyss. The tentacles attacked Lin Yi and Ming Ba at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Lin Yi held on tightly to his life and kept dodging the attacks of the tentacles, but the number of tentacles was too large and they gradually fell into a desperate situation. "Humph, you have no chance of winning against my power." Lin Ao's voice was like a roar from hell, full of coldness and cruelty. Lin Yi and Ming Ba's expressions became increasingly solemn, they felt unprecedented pressure. Ming Ba tried to use her ability again, but under Lin Ao's suppression, she could not exert her power at all. "What should I do? We seem to be stuck in a dead end. My power is completely useless. It's like I'm naturally restrained." There was a hint of despair in Ming Ba's voice. "Old thief, isn't she your companion? Let her go, then come at me if you dare." Lin Yi gritted his teeth, but his eyes were full of determination. "Lin Yi, what do you mean? Since I've already taken action, I'm yours. I'm no longer in the same group with them. Don't even think about leaving me this time." Ming Ba held Lin Yi's hand tightly and refused to let go. Lin Yi turned around and looked at Ming Ba with a stubborn look on his face. "You better leave now. Nothing's going to happen to me here. My mothers are probably already here. If they see you then, they'll kill you too." Lin Yi made up an excuse casually, but Ming Ba remained silent, refused to let go, and still looked at Lin Yi stubbornly. "I won't let go even if I die. If we can really get out of this situation, I'll apologize to the mothers." Lin Yi's mouth twitched when he heard Ming Ba's words. It was so smooth that he even called his mother. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth twitched a little. Thinking of the look on Xiaozhou's face when she called him, "Little Mom," it was really. "That's enough. You guys are still thinking about romance at this hour. You two are such a crazy couple. You don't even take me seriously, do you?" Lin Ao took a deep breath and continued his attack, not giving them a chance to breathe. The tentacles' attacks became more and more fierce, and huge holes were smashed into the ground. The surrounding soldiers were frightened by this terrifying force and fled in all directions. Lin Yi and Ming Ba were forced into a corner with nowhere to escape. The tentacles were like a huge net, surrounding them tightly. Lin Ao walked over slowly with a smug smile on his face. It's over. Lin Ao raised his hand, ready to give them the final blow. A cruel smile appeared on Lin Ao's lips, and a sharp tentacle turned into a blade and stabbed Lin Yi. Its speed is incredibly fast. At this critical moment, just when the sharp tentacle was about to pierce Lin Yi, Ming Ba suddenly pushed Lin Yi away and faced the fatal blow himself. Lin Ao did not slow down because of this, but instead sped up a bit. But as for the angle, he will definitely choose carefully. He accepts Ming Ba and also accepts this daughter-in-law. How can he let her really worry about her life? Puff! The tentacles pierced through Mingba's body. She spat out blood, but a relieved smile appeared on her face. She turned her head to look at Lin Yi, stretched out her hand and touched Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at Ming Ba in disbelief. He took the initiative to walk forward tremblingly and stretched out his head. Lin Yi, let's see you downstairs. Mingba's voice was weak, and her eyes were full of Lin Yi. She didn't know why she was so impulsive, but she didn't regret it. This was the first thing she did for herself in her life. Lin Yi's eyes widened. Mingba's hands dropped limply. As he watched Mingba slowly fall, an indescribable grief and anger surged in his heart. No! Lin Yi let out a heart-wrenching roar. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes turned into pure gold, and a powerful force burst out from his body. The air around seemed to be distorted by this force. Lin Ao was also stunned by this sudden change. He didn't expect that Lin Yi would burst out with such powerful strength at this moment. He took a look and saw that the power of destiny of the Moon Country was pouring into Lin Yi's body from all directions. Lin Yi's aura continued to rise, his hair flying in the wind like an angry god of war. He stared at Lin Ao, his eyes filled with hatred. You deserve to die. You old thief. You deserve to die. Lin Yi roared, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Lin Ao in an instant. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Lin Ao with endless anger, and circles of golden patterns vibrated from his fist. Lin Ao quickly raised his tentacles to resist, but Lin Yi's strength was too strong and the tentacles were broken in an instant. Tisk! Such a strong power of destiny can actually suppress the power of misfortune that restrains it. It seems that Lin Yi has made great progress this time. Lin Ao was knocked back by this punch. It was good, this attack was at least from the middle stage of Xuanwu. Lin Yi did not stop attacking. He continued to attack Lin Ao like a madman. Lin Ao was defeated step by step under Lin Yi's attack, and he created an appearance of being defeated. You're addicted to fighting, brat. Looks like he's seen through his own heart. Lin Ao looked at Lin Yi and saw that he had completely lost his mind at this time. His little universe really exploded because of his beloved. At this moment, Lin Yi had only one thought in his mind, which was to avenge Ming Ba. His attacks became more and more fierce, and Lin Ao gradually became unable to resist. Now that the goal has been achieved, Lin Ao feels it is time to retreat. Lin Xian and his team were almost done fighting. So, Lin Ao took advantage of the gap in Lin Yi's attack and quickly turned around and fled. Lin Yi looked at Lin Ao's fleeing back, roared angrily, and wanted to chase him, but his body suddenly softened and he fell to the ground. His eyes were still shining with golden light, but his consciousness was gradually becoming blurred. He fell beside the dead body. At the moment before he fell into a coma, Lin Yi tightly grasped Mingba's hand and silently swore in his heart that he would avenge Mingba. Lin Qian and his men were panting. The Yu Kingdom soldiers had long lost their courage, and they all suffered heavy casualties when fighting with those mutant soldiers. Dad, he's really cruel. After Lin Qian killed the last mutant soldier, he almost collapsed to the ground. Alas, I have no strength left. If you keep hitting me, I'm sure I'll faint. Lin Xian and Lin Wei also sat on the ground. Who told you to sit down? Why don't you go see your elder brother and sister-in-law and find someone to treat them? Lin Ao's voice suddenly exploded in their ears, and the three of them immediately stood up in fright. Okay, Dad. The three of them walked over happily and looked at the unfortunate Mandarin ducks on the ground. What a sin. For the first time, Lin Qian regretted meddling in other people's affairs. Chapter 402. You are so good, Lin Ao. Lin Qian and the other three walked to Lin Yi and Ming Ba, and seeing them unconscious, they sighed helplessly. Then they quickly found a large stretcher and carefully placed the two people on it. I let you hug each other as much as you want, but it's hard for us to do the hard labor here. Lin Qian rolled his eyes as he looked at the two people who were unconscious but still refused to let go. Then he hurriedly called the soldiers to carry them back to the barracks in the rear. Lin Ao was watching them from a distance. He knew in his heart that after this incident, the relationship between Lin Yi and Ming Ba was confirmed. This really breaks the heart of this old father. Brother Lin, you rushed back in such a hurry just to deal with these things. Just behind Lin Ao, a door suddenly appeared, and Long Aotian slowly walked out from inside the door. How is the situation? Have the people in the rotten city been properly resettled? Lin Ao asked slowly. How can I not have them properly resettled? Otherwise, how could I have come here? Ji Chungyun and Ji Chunggong have completely accepted the Land Kingdom. Ji Chungyun even granted them a piece of land for them to start their lives anew. Long Aotian paused and continued speaking. Chunhong and Yuaa are currently with Li Jing. Li Jing and the others are still staying there. Li Jing said that he can still study the remaining energy in the rotten city. After listening to Long Aotian's report, Lin Ao nodded slightly. He still had to return to Land Country later to pick up Nara. Okay, I understand. Go and have some fun. Nothing important has happened recently. Nezha is with Yuener, and Feng Qiwu is there too. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Long Aotian gently hit Lin Ao's shoulder. Okay, Nezha is pregnant, I'm going to go see her. After saying that, Long Aotian opened the door and left. Lin Ao arrived at the rear of the Hong Kingdom military camp, where chaos had already broken out. Ji Yu Wanqing and the others were even more worried. When they saw the miserable appearance of Lin Yi and Ming Ba, they all showed sad expressions. Kaianer, what exactly happened? Luo Yanran looked at Lin Qian, who was covered in wounds, and asked. Although Lin Qian looked miserable, his injuries were actually only minor. Lin Qian felt uncomfortable. He was wondering whether he should tell his mothers about what his father had done. Stop talking nonsense, you little brat. At this moment, Lin Ao's voice appeared again. Okay, he knew what to do. Mom, we encountered a powerful weirdo. He had a strange aura. I heard him say he was some kind of force of doom. He also wanted my sister-in-law to help him kill my brother, but she refused. Then they started fighting that old villain, and in the end, my sister-in-law blocked the fatal blow for my brother. That's how it ended. I don't know the details anymore. We're still fighting the monsters that old villain created. Lin Qian briefly recounted the incident. He didn't dare say too much because the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. If the old thief knew that he was exposed, he would be in trouble. Sha Qianj and Aragaki Yui heard similar things from Lin Xian and Lin Wei. What does that person look like? Ji Yu Wanqing's voice was cold and murderous. Lin Qian felt a chill. Dad, you are hurting me. Wanqing's mother is so angry, if she knew the truth we would all be in tatters. Lin Qian suppressed the fear in his heart and spoke slowly. That old thief looks very strange. I know he's quite old. He was sent by Chu Tian. His ability is also very disgusting. He has tentacles all over his body and can turn people into a bunch of disgusting monsters. Lin Qian told the truth, because Lin Ao's appearance had indeed changed at that time. Only then did Lin Qian remember that the ability Lin Ao used at that time was indeed disgusting. Where did he get it from? This thing shouldn't be hereditary, right? Lin Qian shuddered as he thought about it. After listening to Lin Qian's narration, Ji Yu Wanqing frowned and the murderous intent in her eyes became stronger. Chu Tian actually sent such an evil person. It seems that fate has played some weird things again. It seems that they are also starting to get anxious. Ji Yu Wanqing frowned, her face looking very gloomy. Lin Ao, who was secretly watching the show from the side, shrank his neck when he saw Ji Yu Wanqing's expression. He'll explain it later. If he tells it now, Ji Yu Wanqing will probably enforce the family rules. Just then, Xiaoju walked out from inside. How are Yer and Mingba doing now? Do we need to go back and ask for help from Lord Tianming? Ji Yu Wanqing looked at Xiaoju with an anxious look on her face. Don't worry, the situation has stabilized. Yer is unconscious due to exhaustion. He overused his potential. Although Mingba's body was pierced, our destiny clones are in good physical condition. The wounds are not fatal and have avoided vital parts. We are very lucky. After Xiaoju finished speaking, Ji Yu Wanqing and Sha Qianj breathed a sigh of relief. But it will take some time for them to wake up. Take good care of them during this time, and they will recover soon. After Xiaoju finished speaking, she looked in a certain direction, as if she had noticed something. Everyone nodded when they heard Xiaozhou's words. Then Ji Wanqing took out her phone. Xiaozhou narrowed his eyes, looked at the empty space in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Hey, Lin Ao, something happened to your son and daughter-in-law. Sure enough, Ji Wanqing dialed Lin Ao's number. She had to tell him about such a big thing. What? Which old thief dared to hurt my son and my daughter-in-law? Lin Ao's loud voice came from the phone, and Lin Qian and others on the side rolled their eyes. Xiaozhou also noticed the expressions of Lin Qian and the others, and he already understood everything in his mind. It should be the doomed clone you were looking for. He attacked Yer and the others. Wait a minute, how did you know that man was an old thief? And how did you know about Lin Yi and Ming Ba? Ji Wanqing suddenly frowned, and Lin Ao on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. Did he fight with you? Ah, right, we've fought before. Xiaozhou told me about Yer and Mingba. The conversation between the two of them made the three Lin Qian brothers break out in cold sweats. Please, Dad, give us some help, or you won't be the one to be exposed. Lin Ao also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, Wanqing is still so sensitive that he almost couldn't respond. Well, have you dealt with things over there? Ji Wanqing spoke immediately, and suddenly Lin Ao's voice sounded from the door. I'm done. Where's Yer? Lin Ao appeared at the door, looking worried. When Ji Wanqing saw Lin Ao, she immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. When she learned that Lin Yi was in trouble, she was really scared. Now that she saw Lin Ao appear here, she finally felt relieved. It's okay, I'm back. Lin Ao continued to comfort Ji Wanqing. Xiaozhou showed an intriguing smile, and there was a hint of coldness in the smile. Normally I don't even want to beat these brats, you're such a good guy, Lin Ao. Chapter 403 Lin Ao, come out for a moment. After Lin Ao comforted Ji Wanqing and the others, he walked steadily to the ward where Lin Yi and Mingba were staying. He narrowed his eyes slightly, mobilized his life energy, and carefully checked their physical conditions. Under the gentle nourishment of life energy, the wounds on Mingba's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ji Wanqing and the others finally let go of the worries they had been holding. Okay, I've cured them all, you don't have to worry. Lin Qian, come here, I'll help you with the treatment too. Lin Ao showed a kind smile on his face and looked at the three Lin Qian brothers gently. Lin Qian and the other three trembled slightly, forced a smile on their faces, and slowly followed Lin Ao to another room. Ji Wanqing and the others stayed quietly by Lin Yi's side, waiting for them to wake up with great anticipation. Dad. Lin Qian's voice trembled slightly, and his body became a little stiff as he looked at the smiling Lin Ao. At this moment, his heart was filled with anxiety, fearing that his father would come to settle the score with them again. Kaianer, Shaner, Weier. Lin Ao called out their names softly. Hearing Lin Ao's cordial greeting, the three of them became even more flustered. In their opinion, at this time, their father would rather call them by their full names, which would make them feel more at ease than such a familiar name. This matter is known to heaven and earth, and to you and me. So don't tell anyone and make the mothers worry, okay? Lin Ao waved his hand, and a stream of life energy instantly shot out, tightly enveloping the three of them. Lin Qian and the other two nodded frantically like chickens pecking at rice. They just wanted Lin Ao to end this conversation quickly, fearing that Lin Ao's recovery would instantly turn into depression. Okay, you are all my good children. If you meet a girl you like in the future, I, the old thief, can still help you. Lin Ao patted the three of them on the shoulders with a smile, then left the room leisurely. Lin Qian and the others were really shocked when they heard Lin Ao's last words. It seemed that Dad really took this matter to heart. The three of them felt like they were exhausted. Brother Qian, let's not mess around anymore, or we'll be in big trouble. I don't want to see what my dad is capable of. Lin Wei said dejectedly, his face full of relief at surviving the disaster. It's you, why don't you just call me, old thief? Lin Xian glanced at Lin Wei unhappily. I was thinking of several nicknames: monster, she-male, bitch, deadbeat, dog, and old thief. What do you think you'd choose? Lin Wei muttered softly. Lin Qian slapped him on the head and said with a look of disappointment. Can't the word, bitch, be changed to, thief? Or just say nothing at all? Why do you have to give it a nickname? The three brothers were arguing with each other in the room about nicknames. Lin Ao walked outside at this time, and Ji Wanqing happened to come towards him. There was a look of worry on her face and her eyes were full of concern. Lin Ao, the Doom clone has already taken the initiative to attack. What are your plans? Hearing Ji Wanqing's words, Lin Ao gently took her hand, asked her to sit down, and comforted her softly. Don't worry, Aoshin and I have already eliminated one, and the rest are no threat. I have already figured out their general abilities, and they should be similar. And I will help them avenge those who attacked Yer and the others. Don't worry. Lin Ao's eyes were firm and confident, as if all difficulties could be easily resolved in front of him. He held Ji Wanqing's hand tightly, giving her endless warmth and strength. Ji Wanqing looked at Lin Ao, and her worries were slightly relieved. She knew that as long as Lin Ao was there, everything would be fine. Okay, I understand. If there's anything you need us to do, remember to tell us. Ji Wanqing's slender fingers gently stroked Lin Ao's cheek, and a look of deep affection slowly appeared on her face. They have indeed experienced too many ups and downs in their life. One trouble after another has made Ji Wanqing deeply realize the impermanence and tricks of fate. I heard from Xiaoju that you're very optimistic about Lin Yi and Mingba. You even consider Mingba your daughter-in-law. Lin Ao looked at Ji Wanqing in front of him with gentle eyes, his eyes full of tenderness. I was a little against it at first. After all, Mingba and Xiaoju are of the same generation and Yer is our child. It always feels a bit awkward. Ji Wanqing spoke slowly. But Tianji came to me one day and told me that if Lin Yi missed Fate 8, he would die alone, and Tianji had already calculated that he and Fate 8 were destined to have such experiences and entanglements. He even deduced it for us right in front of us. Ji Wanqing leaned in Lin Ao's arms, and the two of them chatted about family matters, as if it had been a long time since they had been able to stop and enjoy this moment of tranquility and warmth. I was skeptical at first, but then I carefully observed Mingba's behavior and found that she was just a little girl who didn't understand the world. I thought it would be better to let Lin Yi and her try it out. If what Tianji said is true, then Yer will have a hard time in the future. Lin Ao also remembered what Tianji said, and that's why Lin Ao wanted to bring them together. After all, he didn't want his son to end up alone. But I always feel that Tianji seemed to do it on purpose. It was he who helped Lin Yi overcome the obstacles in his love life one by one. Besides, the Destiny Avatar has a unique ability. Maybe she can really become Lin Yi's good wife. Just like Xiaoju is so caring to you. Hearing Ji Wanqing's words, Lin Ao nodded slightly. It seemed that Ji Wanqing was much more open-minded and broad-minded than him as a father in this regard. Where's the princess of Lan Country? Has she been brought back? Why haven't I seen her? Suddenly, Ji Wanqing's words made Lin Ao stunned. He almost forgot about this matter again. I forgot. I heard that something happened to Lin Yi, and I was worried. I'll go pick her up in a while. Ji Wanqing slapped Lin Ao in annoyance. Okay, go do your thing. I'll take care of Lin Yi and the others here. Ji Wanqing let go of Lin Ao and prepared to go into the house to continue visiting Lin Yi. Wanqing, if Mingba decides to be with Lin Yi after she wakes up, you can bring her to Lord Tianming. Lord Tianming will handle it properly. Ji Wanqing nodded, but judging from Mingba's expression this time, she probably had already made her choice. Lin Ao then went to have a brief reunion with Sha Qianj, Luo Yanran and Aragaki Yui. Lin Ao, come out for a moment, I have something to tell you. At this time, Xiaoju's gentle voice sounded. Lin Ao, Sha Qianj and the others kissed goodbye one by one and followed Xiaoju out. Chapter 404 Dark Pupa. Go over there are fewer people. I have something to tell you. Xiaoju's eyes were as gentle as water, and there was a hint of mystery in her eyes as she looked at Lin Ao. Then, lightly, she turned and led the way. Lin Ao's eyes turned slightly, and he couldn't help but speculate in his heart. It seems that Xiaoju hasn't seen me for too long. Could it be that he wants to play something exciting? The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and he followed Xiaoju with a hint of anticipation. When they reached an empty area, there was silence all around except for the sound of the breeze blowing gently. Lin Ao's lips curled up into a wicked smile, his eyes full of passion. Xiaoju, give me a hug. He warmly embraced Xiaoju from behind, feeling her warmth and softness. However, the next second, Lin Ao's expression instantly became complicated, with emotions such as tenderness, surprise, doubt, and fright intertwined. Bang! A loud noise came from the ground. It turned out that Lin Ao was behind Xiaoju and was suddenly hugged and thrown by Xiaoju. Lin Ao had never expected Xiaozhu to have such a reaction. He lay on the ground in a mess, with a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't understand why the warm hug he had been expecting turned out like this. Xiaozhu stood aside, with her arms folded across her chest, a hint of anger and pride in her eyes. She looked at Lin Ao quietly, her eyes slightly narrowed. Lin Ao stared at Xiaozhu with wide eyes, his mind full of question marks. Xiaozhu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so passionate, all of a sudden? Lin Aogong just stood up when he suddenly found that the environment around him had changed drastically. He found himself in a hot desert, with nothing around him and an extremely huge sun hanging in the sky. The hot breath hit him in the face, and the sand under his feet was so hot that he felt as if he was in a huge furnace. No need to think, this is Xiaozhu using her ability. Xiaozhu, let's talk nicely. How did I offend you? Lin Ao spoke helplessly, but he was very calm. In fact, he could now directly crack Xiaozhu's ability, but he still asked patiently. He wondered if Xiaozhu was in a bad mood because she was pregnant. Lin Ao's voice echoed in the hot desert, but he did not get an immediate response from Xiaozhu. He looked at the endless desert around him, and a sense of helplessness welled up in his heart again. The hot environment made him feel a little anxious, but he tried to stay calm. Xiaozhu, please stop making trouble, okay? No matter where I did wrong, if you tell me, I will change, isn't that okay? Lin Ao spoke again, with a hint of doting in his tone. He really didn't understand why Xiaozhu was suddenly so angry. He thought he hadn't done anything excessive. Lin Ao began to recall every little detail recently, trying to find out how he might have made Xiaozhu angry. Was he too busy lately and neglected Xiaozhu's feelings? Or did he say something he shouldn't have? Various possible reasons kept flashing through his mind, but he still couldn't find a definite answer. Just as Lin Ao was lost in thought, Xiaozhu finally made a move. The sand in front of him turned into the appearance of Xiaozhu. She raised her chin slightly, and there was still a hint of anger in her eyes. Think carefully about what you have done recently. Xiaozhu's voice sounded from the man's mouth, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Ao frowned and thought seriously about Xiaozhu's words. He has indeed been quite busy recently, dealing with various things, but he has not forgotten to care about Xiaozhu. Could it be that he didn't do well enough in some detail? He tried hard to recall his words and actions, hoping to find the reason that made Xiaozhu angry. Because I took Nora in. Lin Ao spoke tentatively, and Xiaozhu rolled his eyes. Isn't what you've collected enough? Do I need to be angry with you over this? I really can't think of it. Lin Ao finally chose to give up. He thought of many possibilities in his mind, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure it out. Life ate in. Xiaozhu opened his mouth to try to express himself, but halfway through his words, Lin Ao couldn't help but exclaim. Because of fate. Is it because you feel a little uncomfortable just thinking about her calling you stepmother? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lin Ao laughed wildly, and Xiaozhu's mood instantly turned bad. Although this situation was indeed a bit awkward, it was not the real reason why she was angry. Xiaozhu waved his hand lightly, and the illusion began to change immediately. The sand began to flow like a river. The ground where Lin Ao was standing became extremely unstable. In desperation, he had to leap into the sky. Unexpectedly, the sun in the sky was getting closer and closer to Lin Ao, and the scorching sun made him sweat all over. It's because you hurt Lin Yi and the others, and deceived us. When Lin Ao heard Xiaozhu's words, he froze in place instantly. Ah, you know. How did you know? Lin Ao's eyes were a little evasive, thinking that it must be those three bastards of Lin Qian who betrayed him. I've watched them grow up, and I couldn't bear to hit them. Yet you resorted to such violent means. What would you do if something really happened to Lin Yi? What about Wanqing? Xiaozhu looked at Lin Ao angrily. Lin Ao scratched his head awkwardly. He broke Xiaozhu's illusion with ease. Looking at the angry beauty in front of him, Lin Ao walked over and hugged her in his arms with heartache. Okay, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I just wanted to improve their relationship. And by the way, I just wanted to assess their strength. Lin Ao said this awkwardly, and Xiaozhu turned his head away, still looking angry. You should apologize to He Wanqing and the others. Xiaozhu slapped Lin Ao a few times in annoyance. This happened suddenly. Tell Wanqing and the others well, maybe later. I'll explain it to them later. Lin Ao swallowed his saliva. If he went to tell Yu Wanqing and the others at this time, he would be in big trouble. Next time you do these things, tell us in advance. Fate matters already make everyone nervous, and you still do this. Xiaozhu looked at Lin Ao with resentment. Lin Ao smiled bitterly and nodded. I didn't think twice. There won't be a next time, there won't be a next time. As Lin Ao spoke, he kissed Xiaozhu on the forehead. Xiaozhu didn't dodge this time. How are you feeling lately? Have the kids been naughty? Lin Ao gently stroked Xiaozhu's belly. Xiaozhu gave Lin Ao a reproachful look. It's only been a few months, how could it happen so quickly? After Xiaozhu finished speaking, she and Lin Ao touched their slightly bulging bellies, and a feeling of happiness arose in their hearts. Lin Ao, we have to take control of our own lives. For the sake of our children, we have to fight for it. Xiaozhu suddenly sighed. Lin Ao paused and took a deep breath. Yes. In the imperial city of Land Kingdom, Nara cooperated with Ji Chengxian and others to formally hand over Land Kingdom to Hong Kingdom, and the voices of opposition, big and small, were, gently, extinguished. A golden, transparent beam of light shot straight into the sky and flew towards Hongguo. Tianming in the courtyard put down the iPad in his hand and looked up at the sky. The Great Hall of Chu State. Bang! A loud bang echoed in the Chu State Hall. The dragon throne was smashed directly by Chu Tian. Pass the order. The Chu army will march out immediately. Send out the dark pupa if necessary. Chapter 405. Capture Lin Ao for me. The atmosphere in the Chu State Hall was tense and solemn. As the loud noise echoed, everyone's heart was startled. A young man with a cold face, exuding an aura that makes people unable to look directly at him. Chu Tian's face was filled with anger, and the smashed dragon throne seemed to symbolize his raging rage at the moment. Pass the order. The Chu army will march out immediately. Send out the dark pupa if necessary. Chu Tian's voice resounded in the hall like thunder, full of majesty and determination. The ministers looked at each other in confusion, knowing full well that this order meant that a huge storm was about to hit the state of Chu. Dark pupa is the most mysterious and powerful force in the state of Chu. Once it is deployed, it will definitely cause an uproar. The messenger hurriedly took the order and left, and the entire Chu hall fell into silence. Withdraw from the court. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he turned and left the hall. Chu Tian walked quickly to the inner hall and closed the door. His eyes fell on the landscape painting hanging in the room. The mountains and rivers in the painting were magnificent, shrouded in clouds and mist, as if hiding endless mysteries. And in this picturesque beauty, there is a red flower of the other shore, on which a red line is faintly visible. Chu Tian stared at the red line with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He slowly stretched out his hand and touched the scroll, and immediately felt a powerful force pulling him in. There was a flash of light before his eyes, and Chu Tian found himself in a strange space. There was nothingness and darkness all around, with only the landscape painting suspended in the air, with the red line flickering with mysterious light. You're here. An ethereal voice sounded, as if coming from the distant sky. Chu Tian looked around but couldn't see anyone. A red light slowly fell from the sky, like scattered petals. The red petals condensed into a figure in red, with her back to Chu Tian. Her back is already beautiful. Chu Tian knelt down fanatically in front of the red-clothed figure, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, his body trembling slightly, as if he was facing the Supreme Being. The red light gradually faded, and the figure in red stood there quietly, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. After a moment, the figure in red slowly turned around. Chu Tian raised his head in anticipation, only to see the woman in front of him with such a beautiful face that he would go crazy at first sight. Chu Tian's heart was suddenly shocked, but it was a pity that the Lord of Destiny was actually a girl. I saw that Destiny's eyes were blood red, like burning flames, full of danger and mystery. His hair was also blood red, like flowing blood, which looked particularly dazzling in this empty darkness. Fate's eyes were full of indifference and ruthlessness, as if everything in the world was as insignificant as dust in her eyes. Chu Tian stared at Fate blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Destiny looked at Chu Tian quietly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. What did you call me for? Her voice was cold and ethereal, as if it came from the underworld. Chu Tian came back to his senses, hurriedly lowered his head again, and said respectfully. Sir, the 5 surrounding countries have almost all been conquered by the Hong Kingdom. It has been determined that the mandate of heaven has arrived. Lin Ao must be here too. I think they are the driving force behind the Hong Kingdom's sudden attack on the 5 surrounding countries. Destiny narrowed his eyes slightly, and a blood-red light flickered in them. Ha 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 ha, destiny, destiny. Ha 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 ha. The two words, fate, heaven, destiny, suddenly laughed crazily. Fate's crazy laughter kept echoing in this empty and dark space, piercing the silence like a sharp blade. The light in those blood-red eyes flickered wildly, as if the burning flames were about to get out of control and burn everything to ashes. Her red hair danced wildly like surging waves of blood, and every strand seemed to release endless madness and destruction. Destiny, destiny, you're here, you're back after all, ha 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 ha, you're mine, you can't escape, you're mine, mine, mine. The voice of fate was sharp and shrill, like a curse coming from the depths of hell. Her body trembled slightly, and powerful power waves spread out like a surging tide, causing the entire space to tremble. Chu Tian looked at the fate that had fallen into madness in horror, and an indescribable fear surged in his heart. He had never seen such a terrible scene. The crazy look of fate was like a demon from the abyss that could swallow him at any time. He subconsciously wanted to step back, but found that his body seemed to be frozen and he couldn't move at all. Chu Tian. Destiny suddenly turned around and looked at Chu Tian, his blood-red eyes filled with madness and determination. Go capture Lin Ao for me. This chess piece surprised me. Let me have a proper meeting with him, ha 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 ha. Fate's laughter became more and more crazy, and the terrifying aura made Chu Tian almost breathless. Facing this crazy existence, he felt unprecedented helplessness and fear. Suddenly, fate withdrew all his momentum and seemed like a completely different person. The fact that he has come this far shows just how much fate favors him. Fate smiled indifferently, which was beautiful, but that smile made people feel suffocatingly cold. Lin Ao. Destiny put her hands behind her back and turned around. Chu Tian felt a strong sense of oppression disappear in an instant and his body relaxed, but the fear in his heart did not completely dissipate. He quickly responded respectfully. Yes, sir. After saying that, he slowly stood up, but did not dare to look directly at his fate. He just lowered his head slightly. Chu Tian felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly turned around and walked in the direction he came from. His steps seemed quite hurried, and a vague feeling of uneasiness emerged in his heart. It is not an easy task to capture Lin Ao. Lin Ao's strength should not be underestimated, and he has the strong support of destiny behind him. However, the order given by fate this time seemed to lack its usual calmness compared to the past. However, he had no choice but to resolutely carry out the orders given by fate. When Chu Tian's figure completely disappeared in the endless darkness, fate once again fell into deep silence. There was an extremely complex light flashing in her eyes, which contained an almost insane element, a chilling indifference, jealousy that was difficult to conceal, and a trace of confusion that was extremely difficult to detect. She seemed to be recalling something, and also seemed to be planning something carefully. No one can know what this mysterious and extremely powerful being is thinking in his heart at this moment. Suddenly, she hummed a confusing song softly into the dark space. Fate moves quietly, and gradually, the steps become more and more consistent. In this dark space, she was like a bright and dazzling light, dressed in red and dancing gracefully. Chapter 406. Dear Cousin. Lin Ao had been staying by Lin Yi's side for the past few days. Lin Yi and Ming Ba had also regained consciousness. However, some things did make him feel embarrassed. After Lin Yi woke up, he kept cursing a certain old thief, and told Lin Ao to be careful, saying that he would get rid of this old thief with his own hands in the future. Lin Ao almost took action again. Isn't this patricide? You're so angry right after waking up, kid. You keep calling me an old thief. Who made you so weak? Lin Ao frowned and looked at Lin Yi unhappily, while the three brothers Lin Qian, Lin Xian and Lin Wei beside him kept sighing in their hearts. My dad is really good at pretending. His acting skills are unmatched. Calling him an old thief is being polite. That bastard, that green-haired turtle, that despicable villain. He's caused us so much trouble, I will never let him go. Lin Yi said this angrily, and Lin Ao's mouth twitched uncontrollably when he heard it. The three Lin Qian brothers could not bear it anymore. When they saw Lin Ao's expression, they almost laughed out loud. It was so magical that I could be scolded by my son in person and not be able to refute him. Lin Qian and the others also gave Lin Yi a thumbs up in their hearts. He really deserves to be the eldest son of the Lin family. Awesome. Alright, stop swearing all the time. Calm down first, and we'll talk again after you've fully recovered. You've just woken up, so don't be too impulsive. Lin Ao quickly interrupted him to stop him from continuing, otherwise, he was really worried that he would not be able to control himself and would even curse out words like, green-haired turtle. If it weren't for the fact that he was his son and if it weren't for the guilt he felt, Lin Yi would probably have been unconscious again for as long as half a year. Although Lin Yi was still muttering to himself, he knew in his heart that his current condition was not suitable for seeking revenge. He turned his head to look at the patient lying in the bed next to him, his eyes full of tenderness. Ming Ba was also looking at him, and the atmosphere between the two of them gradually became strange and subtle. After this incident, Lin Yi seemed to have his Ren and Du meridians opened up, and his attitude towards life and death was completely different from before. Lin Ao looked at them and rolled his eyes speechlessly. If it weren't for me helping them, how could you be where you are today? And progress so quickly? You, such a rebellious son, actually cursed me so harshly. This time, Lin Ao truly experienced what it felt like to eat other people's dog food. And she's eating her own son's dog food. Xiao Ba, this is my dad, hurry up and call me dad. Lin Yi held Mingba's hand tightly, his tone soft and gentle, and Mingba's face was full of shyness. Dad. When Lin Ao heard Mingba's call, he really couldn't stand it. Rest well and enjoy yourselves. I still have some matters to attend to. Once you have recovered, we can discuss together what actions we should take next. Having said these words, he left the room. Lin Yi and Ming Ba looked at each other, and they just stared at each other quietly for a long time, and then they both showed an extremely sweet smile at the same time. Lin Qian, Lin Xian and Lin Wei could no longer hold on at this moment and rushed out of the room as if they were escaping. This is so disgusting and disgusting. Brother Qian, you shouldn't have thought of bringing them together in the first place. As soon as Lin Qian and Lin Xian came out, they started retching violently. Lin Wei, who was standing aside, was staring blankly at the sky. Minglu seems to be a girl too. I want to live a life like Brother Yi. Lin Wei muttered to himself, and then a strong light appeared in his eyes. When Lin Qian and Lin Xian heard Lin Hui's words, they almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Don't overthink it. You can't be so careless about love. Besides, not everyone can be as lucky as Lin Yi. Lin Qian patted Lin Hui's head helplessly and said that Lin Hui's train of thought sometimes really went off track, and some things would surprise them. That's right, don't mess around, or you'll be in trouble. Lin Xian also echoed, but Lin Wei did not agree. His eyes were extremely firm and he spoke with certainty. I don't care. I will do my best to fight for my own happiness. What Brother Yi can do, I can do too. Lin Qian and Lin Xian looked at each other and clearly saw helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew very well that Lin Wei was a stubborn person who seemed foolish on weekdays. He would probably not turn back until he got his head broken and bloodied. Lin Qian and Lin Xian both showed a sly smile on their faces, thinking that there were more fun things to do. Hey. The two of them looked at the silly Lin Wei and suddenly put their hands on his shoulders. What's wrong? Lin Wei looked at Lin Qian and Lin Xian with confusion. Brother, if anything happens to you, the brothers will definitely support you. Let's go and see what Minglu looks like. We didn't get a clear look when the eldest brother and his wife imprisoned her. Lin Qian smiled faintly, and Lin Xian echoed him. Lin Wei suddenly felt a little shy. He felt as if he was going on a blind date and felt inexplicably nervous. He just suddenly felt envious of having someone he liked. If one's mate selection criteria are aligned with Lin Yi's, then it would have to be at least Destiny Clone, but now only Destiny Lu is left. Lin Wei also began to look forward to his first meeting with Ming Lu. At the same time, after Lin Ao left the room, he felt a little complicated. On the one hand, he was pleased that the relationship between Lin Yi and Ming Ba had made some progress, but on the other hand, he felt helpless about Lin Yi's scolding of him. Alas, the child has really grown up. However, Wanqing and the others must not know about this matter. After Lin Ao returned, he spent quite a long time with Jiyu Wanqing and the others. Come to think of it, it's time to go check on Lin Yuan. Otherwise, if those girls get jealous, it will be hard for Lin Ao, the old father, to cope with it. So he asked Xiaoju to accompany him to Lin Yuan. At this moment, the four-nation war is almost coming to an end. As long as it is not the Doom clone or Chu Tien himself who takes action, these countries will definitely be conquered smoothly. And this time, Lin Ao's main purpose was to meet Lin Feng. How unexpected. He was also brought here, and willingly leaning over becoming Chu Tien's favored concubine. Lin Ao felt extremely shocked just by thinking about it. My dear cousin, what would you do when you see Sophia? Chapter 407 Compensation. Lin Ao brought Xiaoju to where Lin Yuan was, but the battle on their side was still at a stalemate. Ming Qi and Lin Feng were in charge of this task, however, at this moment Lin Ao was still unclear about their exact location. When they arrived, Lin Yuan and others were gathered together to discuss the next strategic deployment. As soon as they saw Lin Ao coming, everyone felt instantly delighted. Dad, Dad, Dad! Lin Yuan, Lin Zan and Lin Shu, the three daughters, immediately ran and threw themselves into Lin Ao's arms. Lin Ao, Joanna, Qin Yun, Lu Mengan and Lu Nian also walked over. Lin Ao hugged them affectionately one by one. Lin Ao looked at the people in front of him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He gently patted the heads of Lin Yuan and other daughters, and then looked at Joanna and others lovingly. How's the war going? Lin Ao asked with concern. The situation is still at a stalemate. Ming Qi and Lin Feng are nowhere to be found. Their presence is crucial to the current situation. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, and a heroic aura naturally emanated from her body. During this period of time, Lin Yuan has matured a lot, and the decisions he made are significantly different from before. In fact, these children of Lin Ao have basically undergone a lot of changes. The war has prompted them to mature faster and grow up. Lin Ao nodded and asked after thinking for a moment. Have you figured out Ming Qi and Lin Feng's strengths? Lin Yuan walked out with a frown on her face. She pinched her chin with her hand, as if she was thinking about something seriously. Lin Ao did not disturb her and waited patiently for her subsequent answer. Ming Qi's ability is probably to manipulate the weather, or more precisely, to manipulate nature. Lin Yuan walked back and forth as she spoke. Seeing his daughter like this, Lin Ao truly felt that she had really grown up. During our offensive, our army encountered two unexpected thunderstorms. We were on the verge of victory, but the bad weather ruined our golden opportunity. Lin Yuan became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he stomped his feet in anger. Another time, we encountered a tornado and an earthquake, both of which happened on our side, while the enemy country was completely unscathed. It took me several days to capture a small city. It really pissed me off. Lin Yuan looked really angry, as if he was being teased by God, and felt extremely aggrieved inside. As for Nezha, he can even charge around in a humanoid Gundam without any problem. Lin Ao patted Lin Yuan's head gently, trying to comfort her. Aunt Nezha went to assist Lin Yu and Lin Lan. I don't know why the people of Shangguo have seen a drastic change in the physical fitness of their soldiers since Lin Feng appeared. Lin Ao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Did Lin Feng see Sophia? Lin Yuan shook his head and spoke. Probably not. The mothers have been staying behind the battle lines. We are the ones who are on the front lines. They probably don't recognize us and think we are just female generals from the Han Kingdom. After hearing this, Lin Ao nodded. He let go of Lin Yuan and walked towards Joanna and the others. He and Joanna hugged each other affectionately one by one. Lu Nian pinched Lin Ao's waist hard and glared at him fiercely. Lin Ao looked at her blankly. You're so good, Lin Ao. You've been away for so long, and now you've brought another sister back. I've been waiting for more than 20 years. How much longer do you want me to wait? As Lu Nian spoke, his eyes gradually turned red. Lin Ao took a look and thought, oh no, he really hadn't considered this situation. Joanna, Lu Mengan and others also glared at Lin Ao fiercely. They had been complaining about Lin Ao here for a long time. Lin Yuan and the others covered their mouths and chuckled secretly. Lin Yuan waved her hand gently, and the others tactfully left the tent, leaving a separate space for Lin Ao and the mothers. Hey, Nian Nian, I was wrong. I didn't. Oh, how can you not be angry? Don't cry. I was wrong. Are you taking it out on me by hitting me? Lin Ao's words caused everyone in the tent to roll their eyes. With your body like this, no one can hurt you. Snort. Lu Nian turned her head and secretly winked at Joanna and the others. Joanna and Qin Yun almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This was a solution they had already discussed long ago, and of course Xiaoju also offered a lot of suggestions. By the way, is Yer okay over there? Joanna asked worriedly, and Lin Ao waved his hand. It's okay, it's good. Now he has found his soulmate. Lin Ao's words stunned Joanna and the others. Xiaoju rolled his eyes at Lin Ao with dissatisfaction on his face, then pulled Joanna, Qin Yun, and Lu Mengan aside and explained the situation to them personally. Nian Nian, Lin Ao called out to Lun Yen in a gentle voice, but Lun Yen still did not respond. Lin Ao leaned his head over and gently rubbed Lun Yen's beautiful face with the tip of the pen. A unique fragrance belonging to Lun Yen lingered around Lin Ao's nose, making him feel itchy. Lun Yen, feeling a bit angry, hit Lin Ao hard several times. "You have to make it up to me." Lun Yen finally opened her mouth to speak. Lin Ao looked at her in surprise and joy, and at the same time, he felt relieved. Okay, I'll do whatever you want." Lin Ao agreed without hesitation. He was worried that if he was too slow, Lun Yen would change his mind again. Lun Yen's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Ao's answer. Joanna and Qin Yun looked at each other and left the tent quietly. Xiaoju also set up a barrier for their tent. They smiled at each other and came to Lin Yuan's tent. "Oh, looks like my cousin's status is about to be officially upgraded." Lin Shu spoke in a teasing tone. Lu Mengan glared at her daughter unhappily, and Lin Shu stuck out his tongue mischievously. The women in the tent all laughed out loud. "Xiaoju, I just noticed that you looked a little strange. Could the doomed clone be Lin Ao in disguise?" Joanna's words made everyone present pause. Well, Xiaoju's reaction has already given the answer. If Wanqing knew about this, Lin Ao would be in big trouble. If she wasn't there, Wanqing would have figured it out too. With those three idiots, what else could they possibly hide? After Joanna finished speaking, Qin Yun and Lu Mengan finally reacted. What? Lin Yuan and the others still didn't know what had happened, but they seemed to know something extraordinary. They all looked at Xiaoju with gossip. Xiaoju sighed helplessly. The full moon was in the sky, and both tents were very lively. Chapter 408 My Unique Coming of Age Ceremony. On this quiet and peaceful night, the watery moonlight gently falls on the vast earth. Like a layer of gauze, it covers the entire camp with a mysterious and charming color. Although both tents were bustling with activity, the atmospheres were vastly different. In the tent where Lin Ao was, Lun Yen's fair face was flushed, and her eyes were not only filled with shyness but also full of anticipation. She had waited for this night for more than 20 years, and finally she could completely become Lin Ao's. Lin Ao gazed at her tenderly, his heart filled with endless tenderness. Recalling every bit of their past experiences, Lin Ao couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions at this moment. The naive little girl back then has now grown into a graceful young lady with an impeccable appearance and figure. And what he didn't expect was that he actually became her prey. Whenever Lin Ao thought of this, he felt helpless and funny. "Nian Nian, how do you expect me to compensate you?" Lin Ao asked softly. Lun Yen, who was held in his arms, raised her head. Her pretty face was like a beautiful flower in bud, and her eyes were as bright as a clear spring. Lun Yen bit her rosy lips lightly, leaning on Lin Ao's shoulder and thinking seriously for a while. "Tonight I want my own coming-of-age ceremony, the coming-of-age ceremony I've been looking forward to. Uncle Lin Ao." Lun Yen's voice was soft and gentle. This last call made Lin Ao's body shudder violently, as if he was instantly injected with infinite energy. Lun Yen held Lin Ao's waist tightly, and feeling Lin Ao's reaction, she pursed her lips and smiled softly, encompassing all kinds of charm. Her soft little hand gently stroked Lin Ao's back. Lu Niantu leaned on Lin Ao's shoulder and gently stroked Lin Ao's neck. Her cherry-like soft lips opened slightly, and her warm breath gently brushed Lin Ao's neck. Lin Ao slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Okay, I will use my hands to make your dream come true." Then Lin Ao decisively picked up Lun Yen horizontally. "Ah!" Lun Yen exclaimed, and wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Ao's neck. She looked up at Lin Ao, and her restless heart could no longer bear it. She took the initiative to offer him a sweet kiss. This kiss is like mellow wine sliding down the throat, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. After a long time, the two separated their lips, each breathing heavily. Lun Yen raised her left hand and stretched it gracefully behind her head, and her jade-like fingers gently pulled out the hairpin. At that moment, it seemed as if time had stood still, and 3,000 black hairs cascaded down like an ink river flowing in the night, each strand emitting a mysterious and charming aura. The long, silky hair seemed to be able to entangle people's hearts, making them intoxicated in this endless tenderness and beauty. Lun Yen just looked at Lin Ao quietly. She was like a goddess walking out of a painting, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Lin Ao was completely stunned. Lun Yen's face was full of shyness. She did not interrupt Lin Ao. Her beauty was just for him to see carefully at this moment. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Then, he snapped his fingers decisively, and a brand new large bed instantly appeared in the tent. This was what he took out from the Destiny space. Ever since Destiny disappeared, that place had been filled with a lot of things piled up in a disorderly manner by Lin Ao. Then, he gently placed Lun Yen on the bed. Lun Yen held Lin Ao's neck tightly and was unwilling to let go because she felt uneasy and was afraid that if she let go, Lin Ao would suddenly disappear without a trace again. Nyen Nyen, don't worry, tonight belongs completely to the two of us. No one will come to disturb us, and I will definitely not leave. Lin Ao keenly noticed that Lun Yen seemed a little nervous, so he hurriedly spoke to comfort her. Lun Yen looked at Lin Ao, smiled sweetly, and then released her hands from around his neck. Help me. Untie it. Lun Yen's cheeks flushed red. She slowly turned her head to the side, and her eyes saw the flowing light under the light. Lin Ao stared at Lun Yen at this moment, and felt his heart beating faster and faster. Lin Ao's gaze was fixed on Lun Yen. Her stunning beauty and shy expression made him feel as if he was in a dreamlike and wonderful world. Lin Ao became nervous for a rare moment. With his hands trembling, he slowly reached out to Lun Yen's clothes. Every subtle movement was filled with endless tenderness and care. As her clothes were gradually undone, Lun Yen's skin, as smooth and flawless as white jade, gradually emerged. Under the reflection of the bright moonlight, it exuded an enchanting luster. The slender waist is like a willow in the wind, and the plump buttocks are like flowers in the moon. I saw Lun Yen closing her eyes gently, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, just like the light wings of a butterfly, extraordinarily beautiful and touching. Lin Ao's breathing became more and more rapid, and his eyes were filled with deep love and strong desire. He gently held Lun Yen in his arms, feeling her warmth and softness with his heart. It is true that when she is dressed, her body is as willow-like, and when she is undressed, her muscles are as thick as a hill. Love me, okay. On this quiet and peaceful night, their two hearts were closely connected, as if everything in the world had become unimportant. Inside the tent, the air was filled with the scent of love. The soft moonlight poured down on them through the gaps in the tent, adding a touch of romance and mystery to their love. They were immersed in each other's world, enjoying this incredibly beautiful moment to the fullest, as if time had stopped and was forever frozen in this moment. The next morning, Lin Ao woke up slowly. He looked around and found that Lun Yen was gone. Last night, under Lun Yen's coaxing, Lin Ao healed her body at least 10 times. She seemed to want to make up for all those years. Fortunately, Lin Ao was in very good health, and in the end, the little girl was so tired that she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Ao put away his things, stretched and then walked out of the tent. He found that there was a barrier set up by Xiao Ju outside, which was really thoughtful. No wonder he didn't hear any noise outside. Lin Ao lightly tapped and the barrier shattered. Then a fierce shout and cry of killing sounded in front. It seemed that today's battle had begun again. Awake. I see that Lun Yen is very energetic. It seems that she has been nourishing herself a lot last night. Xiaoju came over from the side, accompanied by Joanna, Qinyun and others. I'll help you guys out tonight too. Lin Ao looked at them and teased them, causing several of them to blush. Nian Nian went to the battlefield with Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Ao asked and Xiaoju nodded. At this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Lin Ao exerted his strength, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and he saw a large amount of destiny power in the sky. It seems that this is really Mingqi's ability. He is the only one left among the clones of destiny, so let the family be reunited. I'll go meet him. Lin Ao said hello to Xiaoju and the others, and immediately disappeared from the spot. Chapter 409, Excited Long Shoutian. Tisk. Here we go again. Another localized thunderstorm in our area. This is too disgusting. Lin Yuan looked at the dense dark clouds and the occasional lightning in the sky, his face gloomy, and his mood instantly became extremely bad. Every time a war breaks out, they will inevitably encounter various severe weather conditions, which undoubtedly adds great difficulty to the attack. Plus, he always hides in the background, never even showing his face. From what I can see, his only real special ability is probably pretty strong, and his personal combat power is probably average. He's such a coward. Lin Zan and Lin Shu were also complaining while looking forward. How about I find a chance to sneak in and see where he's hiding? Long Shoutian on the side stared at Lin Yuan with concern. Several times he had the idea of going deep into the enemy camp to see if he could help Lin Yuan eliminate this big trouble that made her unable to sleep and eat. However, every time such thoughts were firmly rejected by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said that the most taboo thing in a large-scale battle is personal heroism, and it is estimated that she will still refuse at this time. Don't take any risks. If there are other experts hiding in the enemy camp, it will be extremely difficult for you to escape unscathed. If you are captured by mistake, we will be in a very passive situation. As expected, Lin Yuan immediately shook his head after hearing Long Xiaotian's proposal. What she was most worried about was such a situation, which would force her into a dilemma. Xiaotian, don't be impulsive. Listen to Yuan. Feng Qiwu, who happened to be passing by, heard about it and tried to persuade Long Xiaotian to give up the idea. She is in charge of managing the medical team here. They come from Feng Yuan and have provided great assistance to Lin Yuan in medical care. Mom, I understand. Although Long Xiaotian was extremely worried about Lin Yuan, he still listened to her words very much. He moved to one side, adjusted his armor, and prepared to lead his soldiers into battle. Lin Ao was watching them from above, and when he saw that Long Xiaotian had not inherited Long Aotian's impulsive temperament, he couldn't help but feel relieved. At least this child is quite obedient. If Lin Yuan says to go east, he will never go west. If Lin Yuan says to go west, he will never go east. In this way, his daughter will never be wronged if she marries him. For some unknown reason, Long Xiaotian gained a point in Lin Ao's heart. If he knew about this, he would probably jump up with excitement. Let me see which annoying guy is making my precious daughter frown. Lin Ao slowly floated down from the sky, and Lin Yuan and others looked at him in surprise. Dad, you're here. Are you going to look for him? Lin Zan looked at Lin Ao excitedly. Dad, help me beat him up. He's so annoying. Lin Shu also shouted loudly. Dad, don't beat him to death. Bring him alive to me. I still have a big debt to settle with him. Lin Yuan also waved his fist angrily. You cough, Uncle Ao. Long Xiaotian also greeted him warmly. After hearing this, Lin Yuan rolled her eyes at the naive Long Xiaotian in a reproachful manner, thinking to herself, why didn't you just call him father-in-law? Look how timid he is. Lin Ao nodded slightly after hearing this. He patted Long Xiaotian's shoulder lightly, which scared Long Xiaotian. He didn't shout out, so he shouldn't get beaten, right? Protect Yuan well. Lin Ao's concise and clear words made Long Xiaotian's face flush with excitement. Uncle, I understand. I swear, I won't let Yuan lose even a single hair. Long Xiaotian shouted loudly and excitedly. Feng Qiwu looked at her son helplessly, but there was a relieved smile on the corner of her mouth. Lin Yuan glanced at Long Xiaotian, then at Lin Ao, and smiled gently. All right, Uncle got it. Leave this life to me. Wait for my good news. Lin Ao glanced at Lin Yuan and the others, then disappeared from their sight. Suddenly Lin Ao turned back. By the way, where's Nian Nian? Why can't I see her? Lin Ao asked Lin Yuan puzzledly. Lin Yuan pointed to the front where the battle was already taking place. Little Mom has already taken Leng Ziyu to the front. I guess they are having fun now. Lin Ao looked up and saw a giant cat fluttering on the battlefield with a man riding on it. Lin Ao nodded and disappeared again. In an instant, Lin Ao appeared above the big cat. He saw Lu Nian riding on Mo Ling, charging left and right among the enemy troops, while Leng Ziyu was helping Lu Nian defend his back. The two people and the cat worked together seamlessly. Nian Nian. Lin Ao gathered his strength and waved his hand. The enemies within 30 meters around Lu Nian were instantly knocked away, and then Lin Ao landed next to them. Why are you here? Lu Nian looked at Lin Ao in surprise. She thought Lin Ao would not get up until noon. After all, last night she. Thinking of this, her face turned red and she looked shy. Master. Master Miao. Leng Ziyu and Mo Ling both saluted Lin Ao, and Lin Ao smiled and nodded. I haven't seen you guys for a long time, would you mind coming in? Lin Ao greeted him and walked over. Leng Ziyu looked at Lin Ao excitedly. It turns out that the master still cares about me. She knew Lin Ao was coming last night, and she really wanted to meet him, but because of her status, she didn't dare to step into the tent even though it was right in front of her. Now that she saw it, she couldn't help but feel excited. Okay, everything is fine, thank you for your concern, master. It's fun. Meow. Leng Ziyu stared at Lin Ao intently, while Mo Ling transformed into a cat-eared girl and jumped onto Lin Ao. Maybe she was created by Lin Ao. Mo Ling has an inexplicable dependence on Lin Ao. Lin Ao helplessly caught Mo Ling, touched her head and put her aside. Lang Ziyu beside her showed a longing look. Lin Ao felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him. He stretched out his hand, and Lang Ziyu shook her hips excitedly. Forehead. Lin Ao placed his hand on Lang Ziyu's head and gently stroked it a few times. Lun Yen almost laughed out loud when he saw Lang Ziyu's appearance. Another person who had been waiting silently appeared. Lin Ao walked in front of Lun Yen, leaving Lang Ziyu with a dazed look on her face. Why don't you rest for a while? Last night. Before Lin Ao could finish his words, Lun Yen covered his mouth. Isn't this all cured? I'm not like you, a lazy bum. Lun Yen's face turned slightly red. After what happened last night, Lun Yen felt that he had endless energy in his body, so he followed the army out early in the morning, bringing Mo Ling and Lang Ziyu with him to act as a vanguard and vent some energy. Lin Ao hugged Lun Yen lovingly. I'm going to find Ming Qi, you just have fun here. Lun Yen nodded obediently, and then Lin Ao set off again. Lun Yen looked at the group of enemy troops not far away who did not dare to approach. Mo Ling. She gave a soft cry, and Mo Ling transformed into a big cat again. Chapter 410, Re-employment. Lun Yen rode on Mo Ling again, and continued to gallop across the battlefield with Lang Ziyu. The enemy soldiers looked at the two of them, their hearts filled with fear, and they didn't dare to approach them rashly. Lin Ao flew towards the enemy's camp behind the rear. Judging from the descriptions made by Lin Yuan and the others, Ming Qi's special abilities are indeed extremely tricky. He can control weather conditions, which will cause great trouble to his side on the battlefield. Lin Ao made up his mind to first find out where Ming Qi was, and then think of a countermeasure to break his ability. While flying, he carefully observed the surrounding situation. The thunderstorm on Lin Yuan's side was pouring down, and Lin Ao looked back. He was shocked to realize that this was indeed a carefully prepared local thunderstorm, and it affected every soldier with precision. No wonder Lin Yuan and the others found it so disgusting. However, the soldiers of Hong Kingdom and Lun Yen and the others seemed to have gotten used to it. Lun Yen and the others even put up an energy shield to block the rain and continued to fight bravely. The soldiers of the Hong Kingdom also quickly changed into their spiked shoes because the rain had made the ground on the battlefield extremely slippery. On the contrary, it seems that the soldiers on the Yang State side were affected more. After all, their logistics department does not have a person like Li Jing who can follow up on equipment matters at any time. He withdrew his thoughts and began to release the breath of life energy, searching for Ming Qi's figure on the battlefield with all his strength. However, Ming Qi seemed to be hiding very cleverly, and Lin Ao found it difficult to find his trace in a short time. Could it be that some special tool was used? How could it be hidden so perfectly? Even life energy can't detect it. Lin Ao sat sideways in the air, full of confusion. Could it be that the distance was a little too far? Lin Ao made his body transparent, and then landed directly behind Yang State. When Lin Ao slowly landed on the ground, he finally began to vaguely feel a faint breath of destiny. Ming Qi, I finally found you. As he gradually approached the mysterious aura, he clearly saw that there seemed to be a large number of rune stones placed outside one of the tents. It seems that he relies on this to conceal his presence. No wonder Lin Yuan and the others have been unable to find your trace. You have been huddled here, and you have cleverly concealed your presence. It seems that Ming Qi, you really value your life very much. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then, without hesitation, he penetrated the barrier formed by the spell rune stone and successfully entered the tent. Lin Ao's quiet entry did not attract even the slightest notice from the people inside. The tent was quite large. Lin Ao didn't meet anyone on his way in. He only saw a boy with dazzling golden hair sitting safely on an oversized sofa. I guess that should be Ming Qi. He was concentrating and staring at a three-dimensional battlefield model in front of him with great concentration and seriousness. There are many small red and green dots distributed on it. I guess this is the real situation of the real battlefield. Lin Ao walked over with curiosity. Oh my, why are we so vulnerable here? We've clearly deliberately made it more difficult for them. You guys are such a disappointment. Ming Qi looked exasperated and extremely angry. I've wasted so much of my energy in vain, and Lin Feng's performance is so poor. It's really frustrating. After Ming Qi finished speaking, he lay down on the sofa without any image, looking like he was throwing a tantrum. Anyway, I've already helped as instructed. I won't worry about whether it succeeds in the end. I'm really exhausted. When will it end? Ming Qi continued to mutter to himself. I don't know what's going on with Ming Lu and Ming Ba. Did they succeed? I miss the old days so much. I could sleep peacefully whenever I wanted, and play games whenever I wanted. As he was speaking, Ming Qi turned over and rolled around on the sofa. So annoying, so annoying. That idiot Lin Feng, why did he help me set up a concealment barrier? If Chu Tian hadn't planted spies here, I would have run away long ago. Run to the other side. His action made Lin Ao completely speechless, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. What do you mean? Is he going to defect? Defect to our side? Obviously, this is another guy with a brain problem. I really envy Ming and the others. Lin Ao, when will you be able to come and save me, my poor self? At that moment, Lin Ao unexpectedly heard Ming Qi mention him, and after hearing the specific content clearly, Lin Ao felt even more speechless. This yellow-haired guy actually wants to rebel. You want me to save him? Huh? Had he been treated very badly by fate? I said that employees like this must be paid well. Look at Li Jing, she is living a very comfortable life now and even has 2 apprentices. Look at Xiaoju, she's pregnant. Cough cough cough. But when thinking of Xiaoju, Lin Ao suddenly thought of something. Seeing Ming Qi's reaction, Lin Ao suddenly realized that since recruiting Xiaoju, Nezha and Li Jing, the subsequent capture of those destiny clones seemed to go incredibly smoothly. Or like Tianji and Nanki, who tried every means to come over, they didn't even resist or struggle. As for Ming Lu and Ming Ba, wait a minute. This reminded Lin Ao of Ming Lu, whom he had yet to meet. It was said that she had been captured by Lin Yi and Ming Ba as soon as she appeared. However, thinking about this now, I found that there was something weird everywhere. If you can't beat her, won't you run away? When the Destiny clone came here, his strength must have reached at least the early or even middle stage of Xuanwu, right? How could he allow others to capture him so easily, considering he has special abilities? How could he be subdued so easily? Besides, it wasn't Lin Ao who did it himself. Could it be a situation like Ming Qi's? Wait a minute, Ming Qi just mentioned Ming Lu and Ming Ba, did it succeed? Isn't this about whether the surrender was successful? Or maybe he pretended to be caught. Did he succeed? The more Lin Ao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The Destiny clone thinks that Lin Ao's job is a re-employment opportunity. And it's full of benefits, right? For a moment, Lin Ao felt ridiculous. He looked at Ming Qi, who was still struggling up there, and immediately removed his invisibility. Chapter 411. Ming Qi returns to the team. Lin Ao's sudden appearance made Ming Qi stunned for a moment. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Ao in astonishment. Ming Qi sat up and rubbed his eyes. He was a little bit unbelievable. Was he hallucinating? Why? Don't you want to see me? Lin Ao sat opposite Ming Qi and looked at him with a teasing look on his face. Lin Ao. After Ming Qi came to his senses, he jumped up from the sofa excitedly. But after the excitement wore off, Ming Qi revealed an awkward smile. Didn't Lin Ao see everything that just happened? Wouldn't that mean he'd know all about my bad side? What if he didn't take me with him? It's over, it's over, it's over. Lin Ao watched the expression on Ming Qi's face change more than 10 times per second, which made him dizzy. He wondered in his heart, is this guy having a relapse? Lin Ao, why didn't you tell me you were coming so I could welcome you? Ming Qi stuttered. Oh right, that scene just now wasn't the real me. I'm usually a very hard-working person. Lin Ao crossed his arms and looked at Ming Qi with a playful smile on his face. If I don't come again, are you going to run away with the bucket? Ming Qi scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Hee, to be honest, I really can't run away. If I dare to run, Chu Tian and my main body will find me soon. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Then why are you embarrassed? Ming Qi, what did you mean by what you just said? Do you want to defect to my side? When Ming Qi heard this, he quickly waved his hands to deny it. Lin Ao. Quick, take me away. I'm being forced to work here, and I don't have any personal time at all. My life, my games, my anime, my comics, my Black Myth Wukong, it's gone. Ming Qi became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes began to turn red. He approached Lin Ao with a sad face, and Lin Ao pushed him away with disgust. Is this Ming Qi a two-dimensional character? Enough, enough, why are you pouting? Tell me, why should I believe you? Lin Ao narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the man in front of him who was biting his lip and pouting while crying. His fists were already hard. Ming Qi looked like he was about to cry, then he sighed deeply and said. Actually, I've been tired of being on fate's side ever since we got together. They restrict our activities when they don't need us, and they keep pretending to be cool with those mentally ill people. It's exhausting. And there's no freedom. Everything is determined by fate. I didn't want to do this for a long time. After hearing what Ming-Chi said, Lin Ao couldn't help but twitch his lips. This guy saw things very clearly. And I'll tell you a secret, this is what I can't stand the most. Ming-Chi approached Lin Ao with a mysterious look on his face, his expression extremely serious. Lin Ao, our destined clones are all infertile. Ming-Chi's words almost choked Lin Ao to death. Ah! Lin Ao looked at Ming-Chi in disbelief. He actually discovered this problem. Hush, haven't you noticed after living for so long, your belly has gotten bigger? Hey, I'm telling you this secret, is this a token of allegiance? Okay. Ming-Chi had an expression that said, you know what I mean. As for me, I've always wanted a baby, but after dating so many girlfriends, there was no sign of anything. From that day on, I knew it wasn't a problem with my body. Actually, it wasn't my body, it was just that the Destiny Avatar was designed to prevent the birth of offspring. Ming-Chi had a serious expression, with a complex look of pity, sorrow, and regret. Don't tell anyone. I found out I'm the only one who knows this. If you're sad later, you'll know the reason. Ming-Chi is like a chatterbox, muttering all the time. Lin Ao was completely confused. I've known about this for a long time, and I've even solved it. Look, even my reproductive rights have been taken away from me. This is what disgusts me the most. So Lin Ao, please. Just save me. I promise, from now on I will work 5 days and rest 2 days. Ming-Chi looked determined and serious, and raised 3 fingers to swear. Lin Ao rolled his eyes and said, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning when you say that? That's a nice thought, but do you think it's so easy to defect? Aren't you afraid that fate will bring you trouble? Lin Ao teased him deliberately to see what Ming-Chi would think. Sure enough, Ming-Chi's face froze after hearing this. It was obvious that he had thought of this problem as well. But he still gritted his teeth and said, I don't care. I just don't want to work for Destiny anymore. If you don't take me in, I will. As he was talking, Ming-Chi suddenly started crying. This was something Lin Ao had not expected. Suddenly Ming-Chi burst into tears and wanted to rush towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao dodged in time, and Ming-Chi fell directly onto the sofa, then began to spin and roll. Wow 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 wow. My life is so miserable. Lin Ao, I know you have a way, otherwise how could Ming-Er and the others be safe and sound until now? You name the conditions, and I will agree to everything you say. Lin Ao looked at Ming-Chi, who was throwing a tantrum, and actually he already had a plan in mind. In fact, they were originally here to take him away. Okay, since you want to defect, then show your sincerity. Help me take over Yang State. When Ming-Chi heard this, he knew that Lin Ao might take him in, and he spoke excitedly. Ah, really? This isn't that simple. Ha 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 ha. Ming-Chi turned over and sat up, no longer looking like he was crying just now. He came to the stereoscopic view and looked at it seriously. He exuded a strong power of destiny from his whole body, and with his hands controlling the void, the entire territory of Yang State appeared in front of Lin Ao and him. This is where all the military provisions of the Yang Kingdom are stored. This is also their city defense. Yeah, there are several armies ambushed here. Ming-Chi has been making marks on the map, and then setting something with his hands at a very fast speed. There's a fire here. If everything burns down, they'll have no food supply. There's an earthquake here, a typhoon here, and 2 tornadoes here. He kept muttering along, and Lin Ao could hear that he was setting up natural disasters for each area. Oh, by the way, this time the thunderstorm has reached its strongest point, and it's affecting the Yang Kingdom soldiers. Okay, done, decided. Ming-Chi tapped a button on the screen, and the sound became extremely weak. Lin Ao done it, hee. At this time, Ming-Chi became pale and thin, his cheeks were sunken, and his voice was hoarse like an old man. This scared Lin Ao a lot. Does this thing consume so much energy? Li Jing's atomic bomb is not as energy intensive as yours. Lin Ao complained speechlessly. You think it's a natural disaster? I've performed a miracle, how can I not be weak? I'm powerful enough, forget about an atomic bomb. I can even pull down a few comets from the sky and wipe out the world. Ming-Chi was a little unconvinced and tried to defend himself with his neck stiff. Lin Ao listened, and it seemed to be the case. Okay, stop pretending. I know you'll definitely leave some room for maneuver. I promise you. After hearing this, Ming-Chi immediately became healthy. Lin Ao held his forehead and shook his head. Now it was fine. There is another troublesome person in the team. Chapter 412 Mutation. Outside the city, the entire sky suddenly turned pitch black. What was surprising was that it was only morning, but it seemed like night had already fallen. Lin Yuan and the others looked solemn, their eyes all looking up at the sky. Everyone, be careful. Be prepared to retreat. This time, the situation seemed far more exaggerated than before. It seemed Ming-Chi had already exerted all his strength. Originally, they might have been able to hold on for a while, but after seeing this situation, Lin Yuan decisively chose to withdraw his troops. But just when the morale of the Yang soldiers was boosted and the Hong soldiers were evacuating, the situation took an unexpected turn. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning suddenly struck the area where the Yang soldiers were most concentrated. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, screams rang out one after another. Lin Yuan initially thought that her own soldiers were attacked. She hurriedly turned back to check, but was surprised to find that the screams came from the Yang kingdom. Lin Yuan was full of doubts. She looked at the chaotic Yang state camp and an inexplicable feeling surged in her heart. At this time, the darkness in the sky became increasingly thicker, as if a huge disaster was about to happen. What's going on? Lin Zan and Lin Shu were also filled with shock. They looked at the strange scene, at a loss as to what to do. Long Xiaotian guarded Lin Yuan closely and observed his surroundings vigilantly. Feng Qiwu led the medical team, ready to deal with possible casualties at any time. In the Yang state camp, the soldiers fell into extreme panic. Thunder and lightning continued to strike, strong winds howled, and natural disasters such as earthquakes, typhoons, and tornadoes followed one after another. The military rations were struck by lightning, causing a fire that destroyed all the rations. The city defenses were also shaken by the earthquake. The entire Yang kingdom seemed to be in the end of the world. Lin Ao and Ming-Chi walked out of the tent and looked at the chaotic scene in front of them, as well as the local lightning and earthquakes. Lin Ao thought to himself, just as Ming-Chi said, if there is enough power, it will really cause a comet to hit. Haha, what do you think? I kept my promise, but it's not just here. I have arranged the entire territory of Yang State. Yang State is about to be destroyed. When Chu Tian and the main body are taken away, you have to protect me. Ming-Chi smiled proudly, as if admiring his own masterpiece. Lin Ao glanced at him, nodded and said, "Oak, since I promised you, I will do it. Don't worry, there are still many things to do next." Ming-Chi nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was free from the cage. When Lin Yuan and others saw Lin Ao and Ming-Chi appear, they immediately understood that all this was his masterpiece. "Dad, what's going on?" Lin Yuan ran towards Lin Ao excitedly and asked. Lin Ao said with a smile, "Yuaner, this is Ming-Chi you're looking for, but now he's become our new ally. This is Ming-Chi you're looking for, but now he's become our new ally. He's defected to our side and officially works for us." Lin Yuan and the others looked at Ming-Chi in surprise. They had never expected that this man who